sCOPe is a consumer live stream event that was developed to inform, educate, and support the public, the media, and all the consumers of safer nicotine products in Asia Pacific and beyond. Join us and participate. Meet the people who are doing battle for adults' right to make informed choices on their health. This is our response to being excluded from the policy discussion and decision-making around safer nicotine products.
Exposure to nicotine from e-cigarette vapor does in fact cause lung cancer.
Based on bad science and self-interest, philanthropists and the World Health Organization are making decisions and recommendations that directly impact our health. This is to show who we are, why we advocate for safer options for adults, and to show that we will not be silenced. Our health is not for sale. Hello everybody and welcome to sCOPe Livestream for World Vape Day. In the next 8 hours, we're going to do a trip around the globe, speaking to different people from all around the world. We're going to start, however, in Asia. The Coalition of Asia Pacific Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates is up first, and I will bring the gentleman in. So we will start with Mr. H. Mitchell. Hi, H. Peter from the Philippines, Sam from Malaysia, and Asa from Thailand. Gentlemen, I leave you to it. Good luck. Break a leg.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And I just want to recognize how much work Nancy has done putting this together. And we really, really appreciate it. So today we're celebrating World Vape Day. Hooray!
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me just ask each and every one of you to tell me how did you get your journey into vape? Because it's very important that people understand that vaping is something that has impacted the lives of former smokers and current smokers and non-smokers to an extent that is not well understood. So I think it's very important that our stories are shared with the world, and particularly those people who take it upon themselves to regulate what we can and can't put inside our own bodies. So I'll kick off. I'll just very quickly say I was a smoker for nearly 50 years. I walked into a vape shop in Malaysia and I walked out of there and I have never smoked since. Vaping saved me, saved my life. I was not a well person. You can imagine smoking 2 packs a day for nearly 50 years was really taking a toll. Vaping saved my life. Thank you, vaping. But let me just ask the rest of the panel to share their stories. Peter, would you tell us your journey into vaping? How did it happen? Over to you.
Well, I think I really started back in 2012 or 13, right about that time. What really transpired with me was when I had my son. It was very difficult because of the smoke, the smell of traditional cigarettes. I couldn't go directly to my son after the office. So although we're doing it right now with all this isopropyl alcohol because of the pandemic, when we had our son, I had to do that first before I can go and hug him after the office. So that's how vaping has helped me. And I think because of that particular life decision I started back in 2012, here I am. I feel healthy. And I think my kids are healthier. I was able to spend more time with them.
Asa.
H, This is Asa from End Cigarette Smoke Thailand, and like Edge, I've been smoking, well, not as long as, but I've been smoking for almost 40 years. And the first thing, back then, there are many times that I really wanted to quit smoking, but I've tried almost every which way and couldn't. Finally, one of my friends introduced me to electronic cigarettes about 10 years, 11 years ago. And this is what I'm like, Ish, ever since that friend of mine introduced me to electronic cigarettes, that was I never looked back and never touched any cigarette again ever. But before that, I have tried. I had to admit, I've tried since the probably the first wave of E6, the cigalikes, and that didn't really answer to my needs. And but after got a proper setup, like got someone who was there to introduce the correct way to use it, with a little guidance from him, like I never went back, never touched another, not even one cigarette ever since. And the benefit was my own health. Now I have grandchildren, and I think, to look back, that if I didn't quit smoking, if I hadn't found vaping, I probably wouldn't be able to live this long and to enjoy the life and having fun with my grandkids. So yeah, that's what happened.
We're really pleased you found vaping, because we really appreciate having you around. Sam, Malaysia, one of the high spots in Asia. But tell us about your story.
Right. Thank you for having me, H. And before I start, I would like to wish a happy World Vape Day to everyone. And my name is Sam, and this is my story. About 10 years ago, I started vaping, and I have not picked up a cigarette ever since. I was smoking since I was 15, and I didn't want to quit for quite some time. But then when it come to a time when I wanted to quit, when I was about 40, when I was already smoking for 25 years, I found it to be impossible. At that time, I had two vices. I wanted to cut down on sugar, and I want to quit smoking. That's the two things I wanted to do, because I found that I was finding difficulty to even pick up my son, who was about 5 years old at that time. So I told myself that I really needed to change. And then it so happens that I saw a friend of mine posted this contraption on Facebook. I knew what it was. I knew it was called an electronic cigarette, but I wasn't sure how it worked. So I immediately called him. This is after me trying the nicotine gum and the patch, and nothing seems to work. And we met up. I can still remember that day vividly. We were in the cafe. He put the devices, 3 devices on the table, and he said, "Go, Sam, try. Which one will you like?" So I tried one after another, and I said, "Yeah, I really like this one." I said, "Okay, I can get you one." I said, No, I want this one right now, because I really need to quit smoking." And hey, it was expensive. We're talking about 10 years ago, right? And and I'm not sure whether you guys know the brand of GGTS, the Golden Grake, right? The mod, and it cost me about $300. And I told him, I wanted to quit, and I paid him. He said, no, this is mine. I said, no, I'll pay you right now. So he's a good friend, and I paid him, and he gave me the device. And it was a sought after device. It was not easy to get. And from that point on, I have not touched a cigarette. 10 years ago, up to today, not even one stick of cigarette. And I've gotten the rid of the vice of cigarettes. Unfortunately, I'm still on sugar. They say that sugar is more addictive than cocaine. So there I am. Yeah, one more thing. When I was trying the vape at that time, when I was at the cafe, right? And I know I'm paying a lot of money for it. So I told myself, can I speak openly and honestly about this? I told myself, I'm sure many of you can relate. I told myself that if this thing, the electronic cigarette can help me in 3 situations, I'm definitely on board. Situation 1, if it can help me get the satisfaction equivalent to smoking after a meal, that's number 1. Number 2, if it can give me the equivalent satisfaction of smoking if I were to go to the toilet for number 2, right? And if it can help me to get the satisfaction after sex, then I'm definitely on board. And it has done more than that for me for the last 10 years. So that's my story, guys.
So there's 4 stories that have been presented. You can see scrolling along the bottom of the screen here a link to just one of the sites that you can post your testimonial on. It's really important because our stories is the evidence. We are the evidence. There's over 100 million people vaping on the planet today. That's the conservative low end of the number as far as we can ascertain. And like 990, I can't, but pretty much 99.9% of them were former smokers who've quit smoking using vaping, whether that be vaping or heat not burn or snus, these are consumer-oriented products that allow smokers to switch from smoking and stop it completely. Over 100 million people on this planet are celebrating Vape Day for having saved their lives. These are decisions and choices they made for themselves to address the really bad mistake they made, usually when we were kids, to start smoking. Let me just ask everybody that's on the panel here, and please, by all means, post. How old were you when you started smoking, Peter?
Probably 14 or 15.
14 or 15. Asa, how old were you?
My first cigarette, 8 years old.
Wow.
Sam,
No, but
how old were you?
Though. I didn't like it then, but I really started smoking as a smoker, probably about 14 or 15. About 15 years old, yeah.
Sam, how about you?
Well, I started at 15 when it was still cool to smoke, but it's not cool to smoke anymore.
Yeah, and I was 9.
Wow.
And I was smoking full on by the time I was 13. So we're pretty representative of smokers around the world. We started when we were kids, and we're being punished now for the choices that we made when we were not able to make informed choices. We're still being punished with high taxation, smoking bans, what have you. Now, for us in this panel, we no longer smoke. Instead, we're being punished for vaping, for choosing to use something that's far less harmful and has saved our lives. I wouldn't be here if I was still smoking. There's no question that's right. So this brings us on to the right to choose to use a less harmful alternative to the product that's been killing us and will kill 8 million people on the planet this year. Refer to World No Smoking Day tomorrow to understand why it's so important that we understand that smoking is such a dangerous and really unwise choice to make. But today is World Vape Day, and we represent the hundreds of millions of people who've chosen to stop smoking because they found a way out of it to save their lives, to improve the lives of everyone around them. Now, whether your choice is vaping or heat not burn or snus or any other nicotine pouches, whatever, at the end of the day, we are the story, we are the evidence, and we understand that the nicotine is not the problem. The problem for us was the smoke. Nicotine enhances my ability to get through the day. It focuses me. It allows me to concentrate. It allows me to deal with stuff that much more easily than I could otherwise do so. That's me. I know nicotine now. I know nicotine is not carcinogenic. I know now that the WHO itself has said that nicotine is not a long-term health problem. And if you and this came out because they were asked, "Oh, I've been taking pharmaceutical intervention, a patch, and I've done my 6-week course, and it hasn't stopped me from wanting to smoke. What do I do?" Oh, go ahead, use the patch for the rest of your life if you want to, because there's no problem at all with the nicotine in a patch. But unfortunately, according to the WHO, the same nicotine from the same company that comes from the same bottle that goes into a vape device is really dangerous for you. No, it's not. It's just not. Hello. So let's move forward to the embracing of choice. Vape, snus, heat not burn, whatever. It is. We would, I'm sure, all agree that it's our right and our choice. It's our right to choose a product. We chose to smoke. In our cases, we were all way too young to really understand the ramifications. And I'm old enough to where smoking was not a problem. It stunts your growth. That was it. It's nothing to me. I'm 6'3.5". But yeah, we're now in an age where we understand that the smoking is terribly bad for us. And we're now in the situation where we can no longer choose, many of us, in Thailand, in Australia, whatever. We're not allowed to choose what we can put inside our own bodies to replace something that we know is really dangerous for us. So can I get your thoughts? Asa, can you tell me, where does Thailand stand in terms of personal choice, in terms of harm reduction, because we're talking about here harm reduction, and in terms of allowing current adult smokers to access accurate information to be able to make that choice?
The public health people and those politicians in general, they are saying that they are pro harm reduction. You know, they talk about harm reduction all the time. They pass all the laws that they said that, hey, this is harm reduction. I mean, this I have to also include, you know, like not vaping, not only tobacco harm reduction, but harm reduction in general. You know, and this is we were wondering, like, well, wait, if you force, if there are laws coming out say people should wear helmet, if you ride motorcycle they should put on seatbelt, it's a law, you have to wear seatbelt. Those are harm reductions. When you look at vaping and heat not burn and tobacco harm reduction, it's the opposite. They, of course, they say that, hey, you know, it's best if you don't smoke at all, but they never consider that, oh, what about those people who already smoke, and those people who, I mean, we have to admit that there are many people who doesn't want to quit. There are people, you know, you want to categorize smokers as patients. They don't think that they are sick. They're not sick people. They are not patients. You know, and so right now the situation is getting better. There are many political parties and there are many committees and subcommittees working on harm reduction, which luckily, you know, we were part of. And, you know, I had sat in some of the subcommittees where I also got to present the real scientific fact, you know, not just a few lines from those from the research that there are people had done, not just a few lines, but the whole research paper. I mean, we are saying that, hey, no, we're not saying that, you know, you should freely open the market for vaping. And of course, we are not saying that vaping or snus or heat not burn is completely safe. I mean, there's nothing that are 100% completely safe, not even drinking water. Sam, you be careful, drinking. It's not completely safe. So,
This is filtered water.
Yeah, but we are saying, like, look, you can go anywhere to get regular cigarettes. which you know it's harmful. I mean, you can go to any convenience store. You can go to, I mean, just step out and walk a few blocks, and not even a few, every blocks, you know, you can buy regular cigarettes. And I mean, of course, there are laws. You know, you cannot buy just one cigarette. You have to buy the whole pack, and you know, like promotion and things like that. But you can still go out. And one other thing that I would like to also mention is the taxation. It's too high. It's way high. They kept raising the tax, saying that that would deter people from smoking, will get people to quit smoking. Why, in fact, you know, people will turn into black market, and it's going to be the same as vaping. You know, electronic cigarette right now it's 100% completely black market, and we have 1 million, 2 million vapers here in Thailand. And so they have, but the parliament is looking into, like they said, we got to do something. We got to bring it up above ground. So things are likely to look better from now on. Of course, we're gonna have oppositions, and all the doctors, you know, they're gonna go, you know, either quit or die. Still, they're gonna be saying like, okay, it's a quit or die situation, which in the real world, I mean, you know, we know, and I think most people know that, hey, that's not how it works. So that's pretty much what is going on in Thailand right now. So right now, the law, in case you're not familiar, the law is it's illegal to import, export, manufacture, and distribute. That means you cannot sell. But okay. If they said it's a no smoking, if you see a no smoking sign or any area that is a no smoking zone, then you can also not vape, because electronic cigarette and vaping had been categorized as tobacco product. So they consider it's the same thing, vaping and smoking. So of course you cannot vape at the place where it's a no smoking zone. But there are no laws against possessions and or the act of vaping itself. You know, of course, you do it in a place that it is okay to smoke. The problem of corruption also occur because it's the viewpoint of officers. They say like, well, if you cannot import, if you cannot manufacture, then you cannot. Oh no, I said it's a different laws. It's the custom law, you know, like. So it's different. So we are fighting, and tomorrow we're gonna have a small discussion panel, which will broadcast on ECST Facebook, 10 to 12:30, 10 a.m. to a little bit past noon, 12:30, and there's gonna be us. Of course, we're gonna involve the TSC and CBD, the marijuana people, craft beer. And we also invited one of the famous lawyer to discuss and talk about the aspect of the laws itself. So tomorrow it's going to be fun tomorrow. And of course it's World No Tobacco Day also. Yeah, Ash.
Before we move on to the Philippines and Malaysia, let me just ask you, to what extent is the fact that Thailand has a tobacco monopoly impacting the debate on vaping in Thailand?
We had discussed this, and they try to sidestep it. I don't know. It's. I'm not saying it's funny, but since you know we are monopolized in, it's not completely monopolized, but the recent laws had allowed somewhat of international companies, you know, like from overseas, to come in and sell at I don't know what's the percentage. I'm not sure about that. And if the debate about this comes up, then they said, you know what, they had talk about tobacco farmers. They said like, look, listen, you know, you tobacco farmers, if vaping is allowed, is legal, you're not going to get anything out of it, because, you know, like we said, like, listen, right now tobacco farmers are in very bad shape. They can sell only 40 to 50% of the products. With the new laws, they're gonna pass a new law, anti-menthol. So the tobacco farmer had already worked out that from 40 to 50%, they're going to be able to sell only 20% of their products if that law passed. And so we said, like, listen, if vaping is legal, then the other, the leftover tobacco that they plant, they cannot sell. It can be made into heat not burn stick, and then also made into liquid nicotine. And all the doctors came out and said, like, no, it's not gonna happen. Like, that's not the way it works, because if we open, if we lift the ban, then there will be like products from overseas coming in. You guys are getting nothing. And that's what 2 weeks ago I was at the parliament, and we discussed about this, and I had to explain that, well, that's easy, because since Thailand has the monopoly, is monopolizing in tobacco product, then you can say, like, like for brewers, if you want to make nicotine, you have to buy the nicotine from the tobacco manufacturer, the Thai tobacco manufacturing company only, and plus the VG and PG, plus maybe plus flaring. So like, but yeah, that's the only time it came out in the discussion. They try to avoid and sidestep it.
Okay, so let's just put this into some kind of perspective here. ECST, End Cigarette Smoking Thailand, is the foremost, I guess, consumer advocacy group in Thailand. You represent how many vapers in ECST?
We have over 100,000 members.
Right. I just want to put this into perspective, because it's important later on. The Thai government, or the representative of the Thai government that claims to have a handle on this, claims that there's 70,000 vapers in Thailand. You have 100,000 members who are all vapers.
Yep.
I just want to put that out there. So yeah, vaping is very much in the geography of Thailand. There are literally hundreds of thousands of vapers in Thailand, in a country that's illegal and has never really been technically legal to import a vape device. Let's move to Malaysia, where vaping accounted for a significant amount of income for Malaysian vape, particularly the juice manufacturers. Malaysian juice is very famous and quite nice, some of it. So vaping has got a very solid foothold in Malaysia, and this reminds me of the old expression that when it comes to vaping, the toothpaste is well out of the tube and you can't put it back in again. So exactly. Malaysia has had a history, a long history, really, nearly 2 decades, in fact, of being at the forefront in Asia of the supply of vaping, particularly juices. But equally, Malaysia has got a very long and I would say proud history of vaping in the country. Where is Malaysia at now in terms of regulation?
Right. There's been a lot of positive development for the last 1 year, and this year we are going to regulate vape with nicotine, and the devices come August 2022. But as you said earlier on, the journey has been, it was not easy. From the very beginning, there was a lot of misinformation, and I think you were really spot on. What happened here in Malaysia is you can't stop it. So we here, at HAA, we've been educating the public about that the product is safer than cigarettes, and a lot of people are taking it up. If you were to walk in any cities in Malaysia, you'll see that almost everyone is vaping. So it'll come to a point when there is a tipping point. You can't stop it anymore, And we made it clear to the government during, I think COVID was, during the COVID pandemic, it could be not a good thing for many other countries like Philippines or Thailand. But for Malaysia, we look into it as there's a problem there. there's an economic problem that's happening in Malaysia. So we met up with the Minister of Finance. We've been talking to the Minister of Health for years and years. So we changed our approach and we talked to the Minister of Finance and we told him that, look, Malaysia is primed to lead the world in producing vape products. You know, we are rich in palm oil plantation, which is where the VG and PG comes from. You know, and in terms of devices, we are a electronic manufacturing country, and the sales of their vape product, I think we are about number 3 or number 4 in terms of consumer market in the world. There was once stated that our market size is about $2 billion US, and you're just missing it out. You know, why don't regulate it? Everyone is vaping; it is safer. And when they look at the situation where, you know, COVID is really hitting the economy really bad, I guess that's where they start to realize that, you know, the thing is that the whole journey of us trying to get it regulated was really, really difficult, you know. But at one point, it became the decision that they made to regulate it come almost instantly. You know, when we were talking to the Minister of Finance. So that's our story. So just to recap to what you said earlier on, where are we at? By the August of 2022, we are going to be regulated.
I just want to make a point at this stage that Asa, Sam, and Peter have been instrumental in the Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand in moving the needle. And all of us, we're former smokers who've taken up vaping and have decided, you know what, this is something we need to share, because the way that it's framed at the moment is just so wrong. So
for me, it's a personal matter for me. It is a personal matter. It is a personal.
For me too. I think for all of us, yeah. You speak for all of us, Sam.
Right.
Yeah. So, Peter, Vapers Philippines, or Vapers PH, has been around for a few years now. And I know that it's also been instrumental in the Philippines in getting to where we are now. Could you tell us, where are we now in the Philippines?
I think ask us to do something first, or do you want me to go on? Okay.
So can you let Peter respond to this? You got time?
Yeah, let Peter, you go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Asa. Here in my country, or here in the Philippines, according to our Ministry of Health, or at least the equivalent in Thailand and in Malaysia, based on their records, there's about 1 million vapers as of last year, and about 16 million Filipino traditional cigarette smokers. With respect to regulations, just like what's happening with Sam, we've tried to push the needle. We've gone through the approach of going through our Ministry of Finance to have it regulated. But it's just unfortunate that earlier this week, because our president has not yet signed the law that we fought so hard to get approved with our Congress and our Senate, the ban on flavor taken effect. Meaning here right now, the vape shops cannot sell flavored juices. It's only either tobacco or menthol. But just like what's happening in Thailand, it's really, there's always a way to get it, right? Outright banning a product is not a solution. I remember vividly what Asa said earlier. It's a quit or die approach. I think that's the same thing here in the Philippines. And it's really frustrating. Like what Sam said earlier, we have to take it personal. Because here we are proud of the advances of each and every country and what we have accomplished as a nation. But it's as simple as looking at things, and if it doesn't go the way of certain individuals or certain organizations, it becomes binary, yes or no, right? If you don't do this, then this, right? And we're supposed to be intellectuals. I mean, not us particularly, but there's a lot of very intelligent people involved in this. But it's yes or no. H talked about choice earlier, and I agree. One thing lost in the discussion is that it's not just choice. I'd like to go deeper and say that it is a deliberate choice. Because you are a smoker who wants to quit. And why are you trying vapor ends or vape products? Because you are making a conscientious, deliberate choice. It's not just a choice that it has to be there, not just for the heck of it. No, we're not here. Our group is not here because we just want to be cool and say that in the Philippines you have other choices. There's A, B, C, D, E. Or in Thailand, there's like this. Or in Malaysia, as to Sam's country, there's like this, and that. No, it's not. This is a deliberate choice that a person who's been addicted to traditionally smoking cigarettes will actually have a choice to try something which could eventually better his or her life. Like what I said earlier, one way or the other, I like the fact that we all shared our journey, but I challenge everyone who's gonna watch this. Remember that one way or the other, there was once a father, a mother, or a friend that suffered diseases or unfortunately lost their lives because of smoking traditional cigarettes. And simply because they were not educated, they didn't know that they had a choice. And that is why I appreciate what we're trying to do here, because we have to move the needle. Like what Sam said earlier, this is something personal. I can name like at least 10 friends. Here in the Philippines, if I remember the number correctly, there's about 125,000 traditional cigarette smoking related diseases every year. Every year. So that could be a long list of, I'm not a doctor, but there could be a long list of illnesses there. So imagine if we are a poor country, if we could have just used that money somewhere else, like for
Really?
schools or whatnot. I guess that's it for me, H. But on the final note, the question I believe was about regulations. We're in the process of changing administrations here in the Philippines. We are still hoping that the flavor ban is still on, but we're hoping that the bill gets approved. We have until June the 30th, and all of us here are waiting, and hopefully it gets passed.
All the
Okay.
best to you, Peter.
I just want to just bring something up very briefly here. Fact Asia, who I have the honor to represent, contracted with the the Polytechnic University of the Philippines to run some numbers, government numbers, statistics on causes of death or morbidity in more technical term, and that report will be coming out shortly. But I've been informed that the key question really was how many people have died from vaping in the Philippines since 2000. And the official number is one, a young lady that died in Cebu who was a vapor. But this is a highly contentious report because she actually had underlying conditions and she happened to vape among other things that she was doing. And the general consensus is that no, she did not die from vaping. So apart from that one, which is contentious, exactly 0 people have ever died in the Philippines from vaping. Asa, do you know of any people who've died from vaping in Thailand?
Nope, none, zero.
No. Sam, in Malaysia, do we have any reported deaths from vaping nicotine?
Nope.
No.
We have
none.
a lot of death from cigarettes.
A lot of deaths from cigarettes. Indeed, we do.
Oh yeah,
and
there are
I think
lots of
this
those.
is lots of those. So quite clearly, vaping over the last 20-something years has not killed anyone, other than people who didn't know how to use the battery component of it. And I don't think they died; they just got burned. But that's again a good argument for regulation. But of course, the number one roadblock towards regulating vaping products is the children. So let's talk about the children. Let's talk about the children. Let's talk about parental roles and the roles of government to police parenting and children, and the choices, the stupid choices that children make. Asa, Thailand, is there a youth vaping problem?
Oh well, I couldn't say zero. Now I couldn't say zero. There are really there are. I just a friend of mine who's also with us at ECST sent me a picture of. Now this is a true story, but this is scary. At least for me, it's really scary. Is because of the lack of true knowledge, lack of real data, lack of real information, not misinformation. There are couples with young kid, a young girl, probably age 6, 7, kindergarten, or like first or second graders, went to a place here in Bangkok. They were testing out some liquid and some type of people will be surprised, like, wait, is it illegal? But there's a vape shop. Well, yeah, there are vape shops, and this couple went to vape shop with their kid. What I mean, the first was bringing your kids into a vape shop is, it should be a no. The second, the thing that freaked my friend out was that they passed the pot, gave the pot to the kid to vape and test and try. That was scary. That was really scary. Of course,
That is a parenting issue, is it not?
Exactly.
Would you agree with me? That's a parenting
exactly.
issue.
Exactly.
Okay, so the question is how much involved should the state be in parenting issues? Who's at fault there, and what penalties should be applied? That's a whole other can of worms. But what you're saying, it kind of highlights the point that it's if parents can't educate their children properly, then should the state step in? And should the state step in to protect the children from bad parenting, in this case, and disadvantage adult smokers who wish to make a switch from a dangerous, deadly product to a far less harmful product? Sam, how do you see that situation? How do the kids impact the debate in Malaysia?
Right. In Malaysia, if you were to ask me how serious is the situation with the underage vaping, in reality, it's not that serious. However, the media is making a big deal out of it. If you were to read the media, be it online or mainstream media, they make it like it is a super terrible situation, but it is not. It is not. Let me tell you the situation here in Malaysia. Many of my friends own vape shops. I don't own any vape shops, but many of my friends do. We self-police. They actually have all these stickers out from at the door stating that under 18 is not allowed, and if you are seem to be young and you walk into a vape shop, you're not going to be entertained. But there are instances where these children will go back and complain to their parents, and they will come back to the shop with their parents and demanding for them to be served or to purchase a product. So that's the situation here. So all in all, the situation is really not that serious, but is being blown up by the propaganda of the mass media and also online. And the other point that I want to make here, down here in Malaysia, I would have to say that our vape shop owners are very responsible. They do not sell to underage children.
Peter, how does the Philippine government view the youth vaping so-called epidemic, and what impact has it had on the debate?
Uh, I think it's the most powerful point that the lobbyists on the other side always use. To borrow the words of Whitney Houston, I believe that the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way, right? So anything that you can tag that will directly or indirectly harm our kids, that's something that's very easy to sell on social media, on advertisement, publicists. But in all honesty, I agree with what you're saying, H. It's a parental concern, right? Um, Look at us. Look at what we said earlier. H started smoking at age 9. I started around 14. Asa around the same age, and so was Sam. I mean, I wouldn't want to blame. I'm not blaming my parents, but you know, it was a different time then. I mean, the information about it is not as prevalent as now. You can research about it. Let's use this tool, this online thing, to educate, regulate, teach, so that those children, hopefully none of them smoke traditional cigarette. Hopefully none of them vape. That's the goal. But if they can't, we have to lead them to the right direction. As a parent myself, the direction is, hey kids, don't vape, don't smoke. I think it's very powerful. But on the other side of the spectrum, you also have to understand that at least here in my country, statistically, there are 16 million adult smokers. I love the kids and I don't want to harm them. But at the back of your head, you got to think of that 16 million. Because, like what I said earlier, you don't want the kid to lose their parents because of any disease that was acquired because of smoking traditional cigarettes. It's the same thing, right? That's why I'm adamant about pushing for fair regulations. It's not just yes or no. We got to strike a balance. Here they're blowing it up, and whenever I attend sessions with our parliament, let me just call it that way, when there's nothing else, it's always the kids. There's this one pediatrician before we go into an interview. Hey Peter, I really cannot take your stand because I'm here for the kids, for the kids, for the kids. I'm not a doctor, but the development of the frontal lobe, 25 years old. That's the thing that I've always hear from them. But if we have enough regulations in place, um, I think we can do it. And by all means, the state or our government, under certain principles, they are the last ditch. They can come in and regulate the parents also, because by the end of the day, that it's the state who should be taking care of everyone. and
Okay.
it is
So
unfortunate. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, no. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know Asa's got to run off, so I'd just like to give you the opportunity to discuss anything you have to add. Particularly, be interested if you could talk a little bit about the position of the Thai government on THR, tobacco harm reduction technology, and the potential consequences of failing to regulate vaping alternative products. I mean, I've got written down here: stand up, shout out, share success, demand support. And I'd like to bring this back to the consumer perspective here. What can and should and have we done as consumer advocates, and what can vapers who may not regard themselves as advocates, just people who've saved their own lives, what have we done? What can we do? What should we do to continue to move the needle so that we can access these far safer products and continue to take care of our own health, and perhaps, as importantly, encourage other smokers to make that switch? Asa, please.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. One of the obstacles that we have here is, like I've mentioned before earlier, when we started our sessions, was that with the people who interpret the laws, the officials who interpret the law, and they try to say that possessions and the act of vaping itself is illegal. That prevents lots of vapers from coming out because they were afraid that, like, even if, like, I saw Move, right, Sam, you guys, like a few years back, 3-4 years back, you put up petition on change.org, and I mean, tens of thousands within a few days came out and signed. We couldn't do that. We tried to do that here, and I have asked people why not signing. Why didn't you sign our petition? They said that they were afraid. Some of them, like without true knowledge, they said that they were afraid police will come to their house, raid their house, and confiscate it and send them to jail. That is truly what they believe. And worse than that was that their parents or their loved ones, their spouses, and for older people, their kids believe in that like, you're gonna get into serious trouble just for saying that, hey, I'm a vapor, I have electronic cigarette, I have vape gears, I have possessions of vape gears. And so this is really difficult, because I said, like, hey, I mean, I'm also in Thailand. Our friends who came up and we have live cast every Saturday and Sunday. We showed, like, hey, I will be the first one who will be in jail if that is the case. But there are still many people. I have always try, every time we have a live cast, like, hey, we gotta stick together, we gotta stand together, we gotta shout out together. A few years back, when the ban first came out, I went to the parliament with a few of my friends and asked people from our members, that back then we have about 70,000 members, and I said, like, hey, if you have a free time, come and join us, and we had a meeting. Out of 70,000 people, there was like 7 or 8 people that showed up. That was disheartening. And the main reason is being that they were afraid they're going to get arrested and sent to jail. So we need to inform more people, and we need to say, like, hey, like, I can't do this alone. And, by alone meaning just a few of us. There was me, Maris, Alex, Cham, Nook, Ice, and even less than 10 people who are really going at it. We can represent you guys, the vapers. We can represent vapers, but this is the reason that S just said, the national statistic came out and said that there are 70,000 vapers, because you guys don't show up. I mean, just show up, like. They said, like, okay, you said there are millions of vapers. Where are you? อยู่ไหนกัน ไปไหนกันหมด มีเป็นล้าน โผล่มาทีไม่ถึง10 คน That's the exact word in Thai. Like millions of vapers, and what, 10 people show up. I mean, the government is gonna look like, yeah, you said like 10, the market value underground, the annual market value is about 20,000 million baht or 10,000 million baht, and multiplying double, triple each year. Well, you guys only have what, 10 vapors. We don't care about you. So we need to come out. I mean, I would be the first one who got arrested. But I cannot do this alone. So we need to stick together and shout out together. I mean, and that goes for everywhere in the world. I mean, we are being trampled upon. Getting it's all right. Like some countries have it better, but look what is where we are going. Finally, we're gonna end up like Ace said. Like tobacco flavor only, which is happening in Philippines and Malaysia also. I don't have to look far, and like, what, that is all right. That is, like I wouldn't be able to quit smoking if I use tobacco flavor. This is gonna remind me of like, so what? But I love dessert, so I quit by using dessert flavor, pasty flavors. I was like, hey, like double benefit. I don't have to eat, I don't have to gain weight, plus I can quit smoking. So we need to stick together.
So, we do indeed, but let's be honest about this. Aside from what we call the consumer blowout, you do this for years, and you get 10 people showing up, and you think, am I doing? But we know in the Philippines, we know in Malaysia, and we see in Thailand that even just a few people who are continuing to push and chip away can really move the needle. Sam, in Malaysia, Asar mentioned that Move put a petition together. I think it was 2015, in fact,
Right.
and achieved over 50,000 signatures that I know of, which no one has ever produced a petition in Malaysia that's had 50,000 signatures. Where
That's
are
correct.
we now in terms of consumer engagement in Malaysia?
Right, because we were under the lockdown for the last 2 years, and with the COVID pandemic, there was not much we can do offline, but we have been engaging with our vapers online. As you know, on Facebook, we have about 60,000 members there, and we've been engaging with them. And other than that, we've been engaging with the elected representatives as well. We've been talking to them. The fact of the matter is most of them are smokers. We are able to convert them into using vape products. One of them were even caught vaping in the parliament, and he was fined for it. To me, I look at that as a good thing. But now, since the COVID is already coming into the pandemic stage, we can now again reactivate our engagement with our members offline, face to face, which to me is much more effective. And there was once that we had an event, I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago, where we were really in the middle of fighting this when they wanted to blanket ban vape products. We had an event where we had almost 2,000 people turn up, and that was when we hand over the memorandum to one of the elected representatives, and that memorandum was then passed to the Deputy Prime Minister at that time. So yeah, engagement is important, even though at this point, if I were to speak honestly, I would have to say that even those who are engaged, those who are those who follow us closely are also now becoming quite tired over the situation. But we are at the finishing line now for Malaysia. As I said, they have already announced that it's going to be regulated. though the tax is going to be quite hefty at 120 cent per milliliter liquid with nicotine, and 10% tax on devices. And we have not yet to hear the status on closed-end products or open products, and we are yet also to hear on the regulation framework itself. But I have to say that it is still a very positive development, and so far right now there's no news. So having said that, after they have announced all this announcement, a positive announcement, to me now no news is good news at this point. This is where we are at.
So, Peter, in the Philippines, you've very clearly described where we are with it. It's still hurry up and wait for a signature or start all over again. But how do you feel that the general public in the Philippines is relating to the argument to regulate vaping and bring it into the mainstream and tax it and allow it to be an acceptable choice for adult smokers? What is the actual sense amongst the general population, and where do smokers, particularly smokers, what information are they receiving currently from the authorities with regards to vaping, its relative safety, and your right to make a choice?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
In general, I think from a consumer perspective, in general, I think most of the Filipinos are, we embrace change in general. The only thing that I think that needs to be changed is, from what I'm seeing, is that there has to be a certain etiquette when you vape outside, because that's just how we are as Filipinos. We even the traditional smokers, they just smoke anywhere. As a people, we need to work on that. As Filipinos, we need to work on that, to be mindful of others when we vape or when we smoke. So that's very prevalent here. So I think that's the only negative I'm seeing from the public. There's a lot of consumer groups here. They're very active online. With what the biggest issue really is the information that the smokers are getting from the media, from our Ministry of Health, or basically the other group. But on a personal note, and from most of the consumer groups here, the goal really is just to let one traditional smoker understand that there's a reason why we are vaping, because it has helped us. To me, that's more powerful, because if we are able to do that one person per day, and it's just gonna just blow up, and hopefully we can change the lives of those 16 million Filipino smokers. But definitely we need to work on educating, informing even the vapers in our core group. We have to educate them, and I hope we continue doing this moving forward.
Okay, I think that's a very good point to bring this to an end. And I'm just going to thank all the panelists: Asa from ECST, Sam from HAA, Peter from Vapers PH. Just before we close, I would just like very, very quickly each of you to say, how many people have you personally introduced to vaping who have successfully quit cigarettes? Asa.
Hundreds and hundreds.
Sam.
Hundreds and hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. Same.
Peter.
I can say the same too.
As can I. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. To all the audience that's listening live, thank you so much for being here. It's been our honor to represent millions and millions of vapers in Southeast Asia. Coming up shortly will be India. I'd like to thank again Nancy for expediting this. I know this is she does the work. Let's be clear about this. Nancy does that, and other people get in and interfere and make problems for her, but she deals with it. And to everybody out there, welcome to World No Vape Day. Sorry, welcome to World Vape Day, and let's carry this forward to World No Tobacco Day. Vape on, everybody. Thank you so much to everyone for your participation.
Thank you.
สวัสดีครับ
Sorry, bye bye now.
Oops. Hi, Kanav. Everybody, welcome. Kanav came online with me.
Hi,
Kanav,
Nancy.
how are you? You're good?
Good.
Everybody, this is now AVI India, and I am going to introduce the rest of the panel and then leave it to them. So up next, we have Jaggy. Hi, Jaggy.
Hey,
We
Nancy.
have Samrat.
Hello.
Hi, and we have Aman. So, gentlemen, the floor
Hello,
is
everyone.
yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. Hello and welcome, guys. My name is Kanav Rishi Kumar. I'm going to be your moderator today for this panel. This panel is full of delinquents, so it does need moderators. And joining me today, we have two senior members from AVI, Samrat and Jaggi. And when I say senior, I don't mean by the posting or the rank in AVI. Also joining us today is Aman Mahajan, who is a filmmaker. And I'll let them all tell you a little bit about themselves. Starting with
who,
Jaggi,
Kanav?
preferably.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm 54, been vaping for 7 years, off cigarettes, and I continue to vape. To hell with the ban, whatever it is. I carry my vape everywhere. I'm still very good. And if I have an opportunity to convert anyone, I continue to do that. Well, that's me.
You want to specify on a public forum when you say convert, you mean convert them from smoking cigarettes to like vaping, right? You want to be clear with that.
I mean, if you're lighting it up, you might as well vape it. So,
And
I'm
next
not
up,
going
we've got Samrat. Most people should and would know Samrat in India at least, and he's very, very known in the THR department globally. But Samrat, please still introduce yourself for everyone who do not know.
Thank you, Kanav. You're looking very swanky with that shirt, and that background. So
Thank
very
you.
nice there. Well, for me, I'm 47 and I was a lifelong smoker. And I tried a lot to quit and then finally managed to quit with vaping. And then we all got together and decided to do something about the spate of bans in India. And that's how AVI was formed. And last year, I headed INCO for a year. And now we are continuing the fight in India. And there is a ban, contrary to what we all thought. And now we are fighting.
Right. And Aman, you are a filmmaker, and I believe your film, which I have seen, is in collaboration with KAC.
That's absolutely right. Well, hello, everyone. Pleased to meet you, Jagannath and Kandan for the first time. Samrat, hi.
wow.
And big hello to all. Yeah, the film is actually made with the support of KSC. It's a short documentary about the impact of the vape ban in India. We just finished a 5-minute cut of the film that we're sending to GFN5 and hope to get some traction for the film. Spread the message.
Excellent. We'll have a look at the film within the next minute or two. First, you tell us a little bit more about this film.
Well, the film is essentially documenting the impact of the vape ban. So we basically interviewed with lots of experts, teenagers, smokers, vapers, and tried to explore the true reasons behind the ban, as well as what impact it has had on people who are still vaping or not vaping anymore, and look at this whole ban in a sort of a holistic way, from an Indian perspective, obviously.
Right. That's Brilliant. Nancy, if possible, would you please be kind enough to play the film right now, the 5-minute teaser, so everyone can see?
Centre today banned e-cigarettes.
A ban on e-cigarettes in the country.
Government banned e-cigarettes.
India में e-cigarettes हो चुकी है ban.
What the cabinet has given approval today, ban e-cigarettes. There are some who are probably getting into the habit because it seems cool.
It doesn't make sense. ये तो फिर ड्रिंकिंग स्मोकिंग सभी कूल है, सब बैन कर दो.
कूलनेस इसी बारे में कि वो चीज बैंड है.
Right outside our school gates, we have a pan wala, and he's still existing to date. I don't know how many kids must have started smoking just because of him being there.
I first smoked a cigarette when I was 14 years old, and I've pretty much been smoking since then.
9 out of 10 people who smoke or smoke over a long term started when they were young.
Second year in college, I started smoking just to look cool, to get accepted by the seniors. I think the story for everybody.
वेप किसको पता था हम वेपिंग बैन कर देंगे तो पता चले कि कोई एक चीज है जो एग्जिस्ट करती थी वो बैन हो गई. ट्राई करने में क्या करते हैं.
Cigarettes are a very prime and a very dangerous kind of addiction.
So many people who take up smoking for various reasons, and result is dependence.
Nicotine perhaps isn't really what's very harmful for you. The only problem is nicotine is highly addictive.
Tobacco cancers are the highest number of cancers in the country, and not just that, they're projected to rise until 2025 and maybe even further.
I lost my own father to lung cancer. Still, I continued smoking.
Smoking a cigarette for the nicotine is like drinking sewage for the water.
I've tried hypnotherapy. I've locked myself up in hospital wards.
Tried to quit smoking 10 to 15 times, but I failed miserably throughout.
70% of current smokers want to quit. That's not a small number. How many manage to quit? 7%.
Quitting cigarettes is not that simple. If it was that simple, no, everyone would quit, right?
It's not easy to quit. It's something that catches you very young and holds on to you for the rest of your life.
I think cigarettes should be banned. There is no safe way to use a cigarette.
काम धूम्रपान करने वाले व्यक्ति के फेफड़ों को अगर आप निचोड़ कर देखें तो इतनी मात्रा में आपको साल भर का कैंसर पैदा करने वाला टार मिलेगा. इतना टार आपको बीमार, बहुत बीमार बनाने के लिए काफी है.
We smoke for the nicotine, but we die from the tar.
Cigarette a week probably, to a cigarette a day, to a pack a day. And it's just never stopped till I started vaping.
When I tried a proper, well-crafted vaping device, from that time onwards, I managed to successfully quit smoking.
Switching to vape was a kickstart for me to a new world.
Vaping, in very simple terms, is a safer alternative to smoking.
Statistics have proven that vaping is perhaps 95% less harmful than smoking.
In UK, for example, there are today record low teen and adult smoking. In US, similar situation. Also in other countries. So wherever vaping has taken off, it has begun to substitute smoking in a major way.
I helped 200 to 300 people quit smoking, but ever since the vape ban, most of them, probably 90% of them, have gone back to cigarettes.
What you have done is you have removed a safer alternative for 120 million people.
Are you telling me the alternative to this is your tobacco cigarette? You're trying to give me a product that's going to kill me.
What, in your opinion, is the real reason behind the ban?
Finance Minister announcing this shouldn't happen. Because if it's regarding health, then it should be done by the health minister.
So while it may be presented as a youth initiative, to protect the youth, it finally protects cigarettes.
Vape ban in India is just a political move because I know government earns a lot of revenue, a lot of taxes through tobacco industry.
The government via ITC is involved in the manufacture of tobacco. On one hand, they are the suppliers, and on the other hand, they are punishing you for it by raising taxes.
Banning creates more problems. It just delays the problem and then it becomes a bigger problem. Regulation at least gives it direction and you have some control on the situation.
मैं आपको अभी यहाँ वेप मंगा के दिखा सकता हूँ और मेरे को कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा.
Allow people to consume nicotine in a less harmful way. That would be a big step forward for this government to take.
In Southeast Asia, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, where once upon a time it was banned, it is now regulated. New Zealand has regulated. You cannot stop a tsunami.
The best way is regulation, not prohibition. You missed a golden opportunity there.
I think it's going to happen soon. It's not the question of will it happen or no, it's about when it's going to happen.
This is the bliss that one can imagine.
My hope is that the government will understand this and try and save 1 billion lives instead of contributing to cancer, hospitalization, pain for several families. Regulate, not ban.
Wonderful, wonderfully made. I really like that. Every time I see it, I have goosebumps. And
thank you so much.
I see. I want to bring out a point which I see in this film is that you've brought out teen vaping very, very evidently. You've spoken about it. You've tackled it head on, right? And I'm guessing you must have spoken to a lot of people. Not everyone's obviously made it to the final cut. And with all these exchanges which you had with people, the more you spoke with them, the more you spoke with teens in specific. What are the views you formed about teens vaping, and do you think it's partially or even remotely fair for vapes to be banned and the access denied to even adults because of this problem which is teen vaping? And is it even a problem actually?
That one of the main reasons by the finance minister
Aman, your voice seems to be cracking a little.
Hello, now. Hello. Check.
Is it just me, or can you guys hear him?
No, it's
Yeah, there is
I'm
some,
getting a couple of click sounds.
Yeah.
To button while Aman is trying to sort out his audio problem. One thing that Aman missed out is someone like me. Okay, I wasn't a teen smoker. I started smoking when I was 27, for God's sake. Okay, so it's not like I started it off. Well, I started it off as a bloody fad. Okay, I was bored out of my skull when I picked it up. 2 cigarettes a day became 40 cigarettes a day, 60 cigarettes a day. And that went on for long enough till I finally quit 7 years back. But so it's not just those teen smokers, who pick it up for just fun. I was an informed idiot. I still did, I still knew everything was bad about it. I still picked it up out of sheer boredom. So that also applies. Okay, and so we should not forget that a lot of people pick it up and then want to quit and then are not able to. And it's not just the teens. Aman, if you're sorted, maybe you can get back to it.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. What I'd like to start by saying is that when the finance minister announced the vape ban, one of the main reasons she cited for the ban was that it was becoming an epidemic among the teenagers, and that the teenagers found it very cool to vape. And that was presented as a highlight reason. While interviewing with a whole bunch of teens, what I came to learn is that a lot of them are actually vaping now because it's banned. It's like, when you're a kid and you're not allowed to do something, you get more of a kick by doing it. So the ban effectively perhaps has, of course, created a black market and given teenagers more of a reason to ban. Now, I'm not for teens vaping. I don't support it. I believe it's an adult choice that they should make. Yet at the same time, I'm definitely against a blanket ban like this, which prevents smokers from being given an option for tobacco harm reduction and for cigarette cessation. So while the intention might seem like they wish to protect the teenagers, what about the adults?
We have a question from Professor Milky. Are we sure it's financial vested interests in India rather than, I'm not sure what that word is, notoing to Western pressure campaigns?
Okay, I'll take that very quickly. So I think it's a bit of both, because the Indian government does own almost a third of the cigarette monopoly, which sells 8 out of 10 cigarettes in the country. When the vape ban was announced, for example, the stock price of tobacco companies, including this one, shot up. There was a sudden spike. So it was evident who was benefiting from removing competition to cigarettes. And by virtue of its ownership, large ownership of that company, the government itself made a huge notional gain. I mean, they would have gained if they pulled out their shares, but they still, the value of their shares went up. So there is definitely financial interest there. Also in India, for example, so it's a third world country. Even though I think the tobacco tax revenue is about $2.5 billion a year. Uh, it is a huge amount of money because you're seeing it in terms of immediate things that you can do, which is build roads, schools, and stuff like that. So it is significant revenue, and I think the governments are addicted to tobacco revenue the way smokers are addicted to cigarettes. So that is one part of it. But coming into this mix was also huge influence from these Western pressure groups, and there's no harm in naming them because everyone knows what's happening. It's the Bloomberg philanthropies funded groups, and it's a huge network. They work on a very exclusionary principle that, okay, we are the ones who have decided or who have been mandated by whoever to tackle the tobacco problem, and anyone who comes in will be excluded for variety of reasons, and some really crazy ones, like your great grandfather went to a tobacco funded party. So it is, I think, a perfect storm of these two interests or these two forces coming together, where the government itself wanted to eliminate competition to cigarettes, and it was aided by the fact that these groups began talking about banning safer alternatives. They won't call it safer alternatives. They are pitches that it attracts the youth, which Aman has just answered. I hope this.
I'm a good teacher, and I saw Jaggi raise his hand. I will let.
Yeah,
Yes, Jaggi. What is your
exactly.
question?
No, it's not a question. It's an add-on to what Samrat said.
Yes.
It's also that our then health minister wanted to give himself an award for having done
Yeah,
stuff
okay,
like
yes.
that, which he promptly did, patted himself
Perfect.
on his back, and gave himself an
We
award.
we are talking about the health minister and the cabinet, which kind of got cancelled, right? For how brilliantly they handled the whole
So he
pandemic
wanted to
crisis.
do that. So yeah.
See, well, but Jaggi also note that while he wanted to do that, the ban itself was announced by the finance minister, as Aman's film is showing. So
He didn't want to take all the credit.
that confluence, it becomes quite evident, right? So while the health minister was a WHO advisor for most of his life, who happened to become the health minister of India, and therefore, everything that flows from there is gospel truth. Also aided by the fact that there were financial interests. So yeah, I think that's perfect confluence.
Right. I really hope that answers the question. And in the meantime, Aman, I do have a separate question for you, which I wanted to get to know from you. So after all this interaction you've had with people, and after all the interviews you must have done for this film, with your whole understanding of the situation which is there right now, I have a very awkward question to ask you, right? And this is going to be blunt, right? When you study for an MBA, they make you do this thing called critical reasoning, and I'm going to apply critical reasoning to this question right now. The children who are vaping, the teens who are vaping and giving vaping a bad name, if vaping did not exist, would they have picked up an analog cigarette?
If they were not vaping, they would definitely be smoking, in my opinion.
So basically, we are unnecessarily making vaping sound like a bad person, saying that they're going to vaping and because of vaping they're going to smoke cigarettes. But if vaping did not exist, they would anyways be smoking, right?
I do believe because kids are curious. They're curious. They see a vape, they want to try it out. They'll see a cigarette, they'll try it out. And cigarettes are so damn addictive, man, that once they start, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop.
Right? Because that is something which I don't see anyone talk about. Yeah, sorry, Jaggi.
You also got to understand, I was just talking to my son the other day, and I was overhearing one of his conversations. Look, a vape today with this gray market stuff costs about $2,000. It used to cost about $1,800, one of those disposable ones, okay, versus a regular cigarette for 13, 15 rupees. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's your cigarette shops still sell loose cigarettes, no matter what you want to try to do. So a teenager can go and pick up a single stick of a cigarette for 15 rupees. You want to pick up one of these for $2,000? I mean, you can call it curiosity or whatever. Tell me how many children really have 2,000 rupees of loose change lying around in the pocket. Perhaps a very small percentage, but that's really not the issue. You got to remember that. I think you're missing the point when you're calling it a huge problem. That's not the case.
One small point I would like to get in before you take the question. So what Jaggi is saying is perfectly right. Only a small section of the elite children can afford vaping, and that is the problem in our country, because even our Tobacco Act is called the Cigarettes and Tobacco Products Act, when cigarettes are used by like 4 to 5% of the overall tobacco using population. So we are focusing on rich people problems in a poor country, right? And that is just not making sense at all. Now, vaping, even the last survey showed that 0.02% of the people were using vapes. And then also it was not clear whether they were experimenting or using it regularly. And that was good enough reason to ban it entirely. So, I mean, there must be something wrong, in the way we are seeing the problem.
Correct. But coming to the question in the meantime, I do happen to know the person asking the question. Dr. Kiran wants to know, what is our take on big tobacco getting into THR, PMI, Swedish Match, etc.? I do not know what PMI is. I might know, but I might not remember.
Philip Morris.
Oh, yeah, know them.
Marlboro, remember Marlboro?
Yeah, I started with them. Good guys, they ruined my life.
Okay, I will say a few words and then everyone can chip in, I guess. So it's a double-edged sword. Anything that big tobacco touches also becomes point of contention from the tobacco control groups. Now, while vaping was not a big tobacco thing, for a really long time, I believe when Juul got bought over by PMI, it did make the attack on vaping a little more intense. Now, Swedish Match also is looking to be bought by PMI, and I think, which is not to say that there was not already noises about snus in tobacco control groups, and the same problems, like snus comes in flavors, it'll attract kids and all that. But I believe that can intensify over time. Now, if it does buy or get into nicotine pouches in a big way. But having said that, the other side of the story is, if you're going to make these products widely available at price points people can afford, you will have to have big industries participating in it. So, there are pros and cons, and we have to see how it balances.
Right.
Anyone wants to say anything?
Yeah, I don't.
I'll add a little wish to that.
Yeah, I'll let Aman go first.
To the big tobacco point, my wish is that big tobacco realizes that there will be one day where cigarettes can only be found in a museum, and they're working towards that.
See, but that's the question.
You see, the thing is, it's like big oil buying over all the solar companies. Okay, that's what it is, and then they kind of pushed it down till it wasn't able to sustain it anymore. I mean, that's exactly what happened with oil companies. You have had a history of car companies shutting down public transport so that they could sell more cars. I mean, this kind of thing is pretty much constant all over the world. There's no difference. But having said that, like Samrat said, THR is the answer. And so if Philip Morris actually has this sudden change of heart and they see the writing on the wall and they are actually going to go towards introducing less harmful products, I would call it a good sign. But not to worry, because you are still going to have these boutique manufacturers manufacturing your regular vapes and so on and so forth, which will continue to exist. It's an industry that will only then flourish. So you have two price points, you have your good flavors coming and you have your standards going. I personally don't see a problem with that, except that it should be done. Yes, we are going to get painted with the same brush, but I think having already gotten banned, for us, it's really just adding more ammunition with us to fight it. That would be my take.
We do have a follow-up question.
And see, the tobacco control keeps saying, and even this year's theme is that tobacco industry is destroying the world. Now, when they're trying to transition to less harmful products, you also have a problem with that. Somewhere this thing needs to be balanced.
I have a question, Samrat. I'm going to interject. Sorry. The question is targeted to you only, however. Are we is there a possibility that we're just judging big tobacco, even though they're trying to make the right transition, they're trying to do the right thing? We have a prejudice, and we are, just giving vaping a bad name because big tobacco is trying to get into it now. What if they've actually had a change of heart? What if this is their future and they've realized it?
I think it's also a lot more pragmatic than that. They're not here for social service. They are companies who are driven by profit, just like everyone else. And while we celebrate that with other companies, with tobacco companies, suddenly we expect them to develop some sort of morality. Now, consumers like you, me, and everyone who's using tobacco in harmful forms, we don't want to die from tobacco use. It's not why we picked up tobacco, smoking, because we had like a desire to die from it. If there's going to be something less harmful, we are going to switch to that. And we're doing that. We're making healthier choices in all spheres of our life. So why wouldn't we do it with nicotine habit? So driven by consumer demand, what option do these companies have then not to transition? If tomorrow no one picks up a cigarette, what would they do trying to make trillions of sticks? So I think they're looking to their future and securing their future. And I think there's nothing wrong in that. It is consumer demand driving these companies to change. And we should welcome it rather than, have problems with that.
Yeah, I mean, all of us go through healthier stuff. I mean, my vodka is now with water and a dash of lime. It's no longer with a sugary drink. So we are all choosing healthier alternatives. So I don't see why we got to get, this thing on that. We got to have that right to choose, right? We got to have that right.
Right to choose. That sounds like a... That sounds
when a Coke launches Coke
right.
Zero, sorry, kind of just one small point.
Sorry, go for it.
What he's saying. I'm really sorry. When Coke launches Coke Zero, we celebrate that. But when a big tobacco company launches a less harmful product, we look to ban it and restrict them and treat it at par with the other product. So it's all gone crazy, I think.
Yeah.
Did I make you forget what you're saying, Kanav?
Yeah, I absolutely forgot. Thanks, Samrat. Thanks so much. Yeah, but I think I was saying that right to choose. That sounds like a that sounds like a thing which you have in a democracy or something. Be realistic with what you're saying.
You'd figure, right?
Yeah, never mind. So we have a question by Rog. Hasn't Bloomberg and his well-funded non-profits actually not just pushed, but also have a hand in the legislation process to help push through these bans in many countries?
Okay, I will start that off. This is quite true, because a lot of money is being pumped through these Bloomberg organizations where they not just fund government programs, they actually partner. They are the ones who are implementing those programs directly on behalf of the government, which gives them a lot of influence and a lot of say in policy making. If you just look at our administration, the health administration, and every time they are on a platform, on a public platform, they are on one of these platforms of these NGOs and the Bloomberg network, right? So that's how deeply enmeshed they get into these networks, and of course, then they drive policy that way. So in the third world, especially, this network, the Bloomberg network, has a lot more influence and a lot more say in policy making. We've seen what happened in Philippines, and it's also true as much, or if not more, in India. And I would believe it would be true in a lot of other countries. In Bangladesh, you can see that the health minister is always on a Bloomberg platform, one way or the other, and I would imagine the same thing is happening in Africa and Latin American countries to a large extent. So yes, it's true.
Hey, Rob, I'm just going to check with Mr. Bloomberg right now.
Yeah.
Hello? Hey, Bloomberg, yo, where are your hands, bro?
Yeah, I wish we could reach out to him. People did try to reach out to him, but he wasn't that welcoming. So maybe future attempts he'll be a little more accommodating.
Yeah, Elon Musk gave us an appointment, but he didn't.
Yeah, that's because Elon also, kind of hard fixing. No, I think it's more about having just developed a rabid sense of anti-tobacco, which is perfectly fine. You're entitled to your views, except like what you were saying, they fund so many government, agencies for their programs and so on and so forth. They almost get indebted to them to toe the Bloomberg lines. That's what happens. Even if it's not a direct message, it's almost subtly understood that this is what you got to promote, and that's how these things also get pushed. So sometimes it is not so direct; it just kind of slips in, and that's the message that gets carried forward because of the extent of funding that they do for a whole lot of things. That's what happens.
Right. Juggy, you've been traveling a lot, right?
You could say that.
Why are you traveling so much, man?
I am just out of this COVID lockdown. So even if
Every
it's
time
just
you're
go
bored, you
to
start doing
another
something weird.
city
Last
for a
time you were bored, you start
day.
smoking. Now you're traveling.
No, yeah, exactly. But now I'm traveling, even if it's just to go to another town to have a drink and come back. I'm doing that.
This is the elite we're talking about. The
Good
super
job.
elite.
Yeah,
Laws are made for them.
Okay,
But
guilty as charged. Yeah.
You are somebody who vapes and you travel a lot, and this really weird ban in India, which allows personal use, does not allow you to sell it, lets you use it in public where smoking is allowed, but doesn't let you take it in flight and all that and all. And I'm guessing you've been traveling via flight. What's been your experience traveling with the vape mod, or have you not been traveling with the vape mod?
Okay.
What have you been doing?
Okay, the first couple of times I was like, playing the smarter than the average bear kind of thing. So I would just ship stuff across to the town where I was going, and I'd go there, pick it up. Then I said, I can't spend those 3 hours at the airport waiting, and then the other side getting there and finally going. So I just carry them. To a point where now we have, of course, got a couple of cases going against this ban and stuff like that. So I've been trying to get caught. Okay. So with one of these guys, I just flew back from Bombay, right? They confiscated my measuring tape. I don't know why.
Your measuring tape?
And this one was, my measuring tape they confiscated. A lovely Muji measuring tape they confiscated. I don't know. Don't ask me why I was carrying it. That was out of
Yeah,
holiday,
that was going to be my question.
Exactly, I knew.
Yeah, why were you carrying a measuring tape?
No. So, no, I guess I was trying to measure the long arm of the law, but no, that wasn't.
You're not buying it.
But hey, they took that away. This was lying right next to that. It slipped through.
So that's the trick to getting your vape mod across. Carry something stupid.
Carrying a measuring
draws their
tape.
attention. Yeah, this guy has a measuring tape. Stop the measuring tape.
Yeah, exactly. Stop the guy. But then it goes, and it's really not. Once every now and then you hear of somebody's vape getting confiscated and stuff like that. It's silly, right? I mean, but then I realized that you can carry it. And now that I'm saying this to the entire world, I guess if there's anybody from DGCA watching or CSIF, there you go. My name's there. Try to catch me, please. Someone. I'll have a case here to file.
Okay, so in this, I think that's the strategy, by the way, to annoy vape users to the point where they're like, hell with it, we'll just smoke cigarettes, man. We can't do this. This is too much of a nonsense. Vaping by itself, kind of.
No,
vaping...
kind of. No, yeah. If you have quit, I would still say stay quit, for God's sake. The gum is horrible, but you have snus, it's available. Take that. The lozenges work somehow, and use these things to kind of cope with that mechanism. Send these things across. There are enough and more vapers and sellers all across India still who will send it to you when you arrive. Okay, stay quit. Don't get back to smoking. That would be my advice to everyone here.
Words of
managed
wisdom.
it so far. Yeah, I've managed it so far. Everyone can.
Correct. Coming back to the question on this volleyball of conversations we've been having, Dr. Kiran had asked a question, which was, would it help if ITC got into tobacco harm reduction? the current situation with the whole THI buying over things? Would it change? Would India's condition change if ITC got into THR? If ITC started making vape mods, would that change the stand the government has?
It would strike the government's thing hollow, right? I mean, would the government care? They'd say no, it's still a body doing its own bit, but they would have then given a tact approval to vaping, owning majority of shares. So it could be used. I don't know how it would play out legally, but definitely it would. We would have a lot more, a bigger person with purse strings, who will be able to make the right noise, perhaps. That's my take. And Samrat,
Maybe hypothecating here, but maybe the vape ban is lifted the day ITC releases its e-cigarettes.
I think they'll make it little discreet. I don't think they'll be that obvious. It'll be something very similar to that. I agree. Yeah, maybe they'll first remove the ban and pretend as if
3 days.
taking,
Yeah,
and 3 days
before.
like ITC like, guess what, guys?
Yeah.
In 3 days we've developed this product and we're releasing it. We've been 3 days we've mass manufactured it.
E-classic miles.
Yeah. That's how it's going to go probably.
So I think it's a good idea if ITC did get into THR. We keep talking about transforming tobacco industry, and it's always welcome that, see in India that government itself is an owner in ITC. So if ITC did decide one day, okay, we're going to make vape mods, which they did, before the ban. Not really like effective ones, but those vape pens, those eons that they made. So it would be good that they did, but I think there are some other factors at play, which, for example, when you have a monopoly and government support, then your motivation for transformation is not that high because you have a product in which you have a monopoly. If the government opened, let's say, the vaping market tomorrow, then everyone would be competing, and then you are trying to, fight from ground zero to build your space there. So there has to be the motivation. I wouldn't take sides here. There could be other factors at play which we are not aware of, because the ITC annual report does say that they are looking to invest, or they are investing, or maybe now they are looking at nicotine pouches, which can again be welcome. So I would personally be really happy the day ITC launches a safer nicotine product.
So would we all, I believe, actually. The country needs it. How many smokers do we have in India?
120 million smokers.
That's definitely a lie. There have to be more. Those are the reported ones. Those are the ones that they've calculated and approximated.
Which is true in a way, kind of, because this data is self-reported data, right? Like no one has gone and checked whether, and of course, a lot of people would not admit to smoking.
Correct.
Right? Because of the whole stigma attached to it. So there would be more. But this is the government figures. But the government figures were 10x wrong with COVID, right? They said 4.5 million deaths, and there were 45 million deaths, or something of that sort, right? Like
the government is always right. Have you not learned?
But then you see, again there, as long as when it came to banning vapes, WHO.
Yeah.
Now that they turned around and they're biting their ass, suddenly, what do they know? Come on.
Yeah. That's very interesting.
We'll come back to this banter, because I want to rip on WHO and India and how they've dealt with it. The health ministry and WHO dealt with a lot of things. But Anthony Dillon has a question. India produces over 70%.
Or have I?
Sorry?
Okay, no. Suddenly you all froze, so I didn't know if it was just
that was your Chucky.
So,
India produces over 70% of world's tobacco-derived nicotine consumed globally. Is there an angle there?
So, see, a couple of things. One is that this nicotine, which is used in NRTs also, and also used in vaping, and the vaping use is more recent, but it has long been used for NRTs. that's produced in certain regions and not widely throughout the country. So there are lobbies, right? So when the vape ban was being discussed, uh, the nicotine producers, right, the liquid nicotine producers, they did back the fact that there should not be a ban. But the larger group, which was producing cigarettes, they definitely said, okay, you ban it, otherwise our livelihoods are in danger and stuff like that. So, and now ITC, despite there being a local ban, has set up a huge plant to extract nicotine. So, I don't know if it plays into the ban in the country, because why would a country uh, develop so much produce to reduce tobacco harms globally, but not do it for its own self? I mean, that sounds a little odd to me. So, but the fact that India does produce so much liquid or extracted nicotine should, in the future, be beneficial to Indians, because they will be able to buy these products at cheaper price points, given the local tobacco products cost really less, and then they're hardly taxed even. So if the market does open up, Indians would truly benefit from the fact that so much nicotine is being produced here.
Correct. I'm going to shuffle up the topics once again just to keep things really lame. Aman, in your interviews, once again, I'm going to come back to them and all. You must have seen the situation. So there is a ban in this country on vape mods. You can't sell them. And then there was somebody in the video which said, "Okay, I can have a vape mod here and nobody will do anything about it." So what is the reality ground level? Are vape mods actually available?
Well, the thing is that the ground reality is that there's a thriving black market, and people who have been vaping from before the ban actually are part of this network, and getting vapes and juices, etc., are relatively easier for people who've been vaping for a while. It's just a little difficult for adult smokers who wish to quit, thanks to vaping, to procure a good vape that they like right now. And teenagers, because they're just always in the thick of things, they just know where to go and get them. And because they're curious, they try it out, and that's the story, ground reality.
To add to what Aman was saying, one sec. To add to what Aman was just saying, women vapers, are very nervous about going to these, these gray market things and picking up stuff. And so a lot of women vapers have actually switched back to smoking. My niece is a classic example of that. She did, until I procured one of these vapes again and gave it to her and asked her to just rely on me for whatever she wanted, as far as that is concerned. So that is another point which is getting sadly missed in this entire thing. They are unfortunately a disadvantaged lot here. Sorry, Aman, getting back to you.
No worries. But also to add a bit to that, Jagannath, is that smoking, that is such a taboo in India, especially for women. A lot of women actually get their male friends to buy cigarettes from them for them from time to time. And quite a lot of the women vapers I spoke to, some of them also request their male friends to get it off the black market. So there is a way, but then again, if the ban wasn't there, it would be great for women smokers.
I have a weird question. I think, Aman, I want to ask you this one again. You were an ex-smoker. I was an ex-smoker. Everyone here at some point or the other smoked, and we're here because vaping saved our lives. That does quit. But does smoking make us bad people? Are we bad humans?
I would just say that we are the curious ones, man. We're the ones, we're also the suckers who got sucked into it. So curious suckers, that's what we are, man.
So then why does it seem like the entire world seems to be punishing us? They seem to be saying, "Oh, you're a smoker. Hell with you, man. Die. We don't care."
Yeah. You have weak willpower.
Yeah, you don't deserve to live anymore. You smoked a cigarette. Hell with you. We're going to save that person. We're going to save this person. We're going to do everything, but to hell with you.
Yeah, and see, this is exactly what happened, and this is exactly what happened. Just 2 days ago, a survey was released, just generally on the tobacco use patterns. And then the leading tobacco control expert in the country said that the the quit rates are between 3 to 5%. So let's forget all these 267 million people, and let's focus exclusively on preventing uptake, which means they are willing to throw. I mean, they claim to stand for the rights or the interest of tobacco users, but what they're eventually or in effect saying is that these people don't matter. Now, 267 million in India, and that's 1.13 billion people globally, who, as you said, Kanav, suddenly are not important. Their lives are not important. They are paying the highest tax on any product, and yet they receive nothing in return. I mean, if even like a 10% of India's tobacco tax revenue was pumped back into subsidizing NRTs, making safer alternatives available, making in-person counseling available, you could really save so many lives. And I don't see why. I mean, I'm surprised why there's so much negativity around finding effective solutions to the problem. You can't just wish for problem. You can't just say that these people don't exist. There are like so many out there,
It's like if you are a drug addict, okay, you say, you need therapy, okay, you do have a drug problem, and the world acknowledges that. Except when you smoke, you're left to die. Anybody else, you do talk of therapy, let's talk of helping them, so on and so forth. Except if you're a smoker, in which case, you are left to your choices, but not really left to your choices, because then they're going to take away everything that can help you, quit. That's the problem that's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, see, a drug user today has a lot more sympathy or empathy than a tobacco user does, right? I mean, perhaps because tobacco is killing people slowly and it's not immediately evident. I don't know what that is, but there is a lot more harm reduction measures being implemented in drugs control, whereas in tobacco control, we are going exactly in the opposite direction.
Right.
Can we start a petition? Can we start a petition to make Samrat the health minister?
Yeah, sure, man.
we can, but
they wouldn't even let me meet the health minister because
Samrat's not in good terms with WHO right now, so they want.
Apparently, we are all tobacco shills and tobacco stooges, of course. So yeah, that's a far cry.
Okay, guys, we're short on time, right? And there are a few topics I want to touch. So all of you get 1 minute to answer the question I ask you now onwards, right?
I go last.
No, I have multiple questions. I have like 20,000 of them, but I'm going to, select a few of them. So the ground level reality, Aman, has the vape ban failed in our country?
Absolutely. It's been completely ineffective. It has solved nothing. It has not helped the teenagers. It is not working for the adults. It's a complete and total failure.
And the only group which has suffered is a group of adults which wants to quit smoking and switch
absolutely it has worked against people who want a healthier option. It is a complete and absolute disaster of an idea, has not been implemented well, and should be removed with immediate effect.
Lovely. I totally second that opinion. But I have one more question. So is it safe to say that there is a bunch of people who are smoking cigarettes who might have stopped smoking cigarettes with the help of vape mods, but they're stuck in this loop? And the government is milking them for the tax, for the money. You want a cigarette, you give us more. Give us every last drop of it. Is that what's happening?
Such policies the government is taking is working against the people of India. It is our right to choose what we insert in our own bodies. And I would prefer to put vapor inside my lungs rather than smoke. It's my choice. And I vehemently feel so that the ban should be removed with immediate effect. If anyone's hearing this, please do something about it.
Samrat, just like Juggy, a lot of people have been traveling with their vape mods. Some have been confiscated, some have not been confiscated. Some have done smart things like carry measuring tape to distract the authorities. I can't believe I just said that. But yeah, that's a technique, guys. So, but we've been keeping our forums open. We've been getting in touch with people who've had their vape mods confiscated, right? So
yes.
What's the situation? How many people? Not how many people, but what's the story behind that? The people who get the vape mods confiscated, what do you do with that information?
So so whoever's mod is confiscated, we ask them to fill a simple form where, when, what happened, which mod, Now, the information that we are getting is that the law is very haphazardly implemented. So at one point you can get it through, and at some random airport it will be confiscated. So I don't think there is enough. I mean, just like with any other law in this country, there isn't uniform implementation. What we have done, I mean, so a court case has been filed, to challenge this flight ban, and then of course we'll see how it goes. But I mean, it was funny to note. I mean, I attended the hearing. It was filed by a resident of Delhi. It was funny to note that the government itself, the government pleader, came to the hearing and said, yes, but personal use is allowed, so they should courier it to their destination. I mean, he's giving you weird remedies rather than admitting the fact that this is just harassment, right? So yeah, things have reached like really funny proportions. But I believe that this ban should go because it just doesn't make sense. If personal use is allowed, then carrying off your personal vape is also allowed.
Juggy.
Yo, man.
Simple question. Is the population of smokers in India so small, so insignificant that it doesn't have any impact globally, whether the vape is banned in India, whether it's allowed in India, whether they live, die, smoke cigarettes, or do what? Does it not matter?
See, the thing is that if you look at the number of smokers in India, right, a cigarette smoker is a tiny, tiny percentage. Okay, it's actually insignificant compared to the size of the problem, which are the BD smokers and so on and so forth. So that actually is a massive problem, which the government should actually be looking at rather than focusing on this tiny little fringe of a cigarette smoker, which unfortunately seems to be what they're doing. Look at those BD packets. They don't even have statutory warnings on them. Talk about being serious about harm reduction. I mean, we've got people with all kinds of gory photographs on cigarettes. You're right, do it. But what about those tiny BDs? No, that's not going to be done. Why? Because 3/4 of those BD manufacturers are all members of parliament. Okay, they are huge lobby, and that's what's happening. And that's why they actually had this proposal for putting it on, they took it off. Can you believe it? They actually cow down and they say, oh, it's a cottage industry. My ass. Sorry for the language, but come on. If you're serious about it, do something. So really speaking, that's what the problem is. And yes, unfortunately, the government has assumed that the percentage, the size of the smoker is small enough to give two hoots about it, but it's not the case. Every single life matters, right? I mean, we have that right. I think somewhere along the line, the government is forgetting that. That's my take.
Samrat, pretty much the same question with more emphasis on international presence. When India does something, when she does a mistake, or when she's doing something which the world doesn't agree with, they intervene, do they not? They speak up, they open dialogue. Why is no one talking over here? Why is everyone very happily saving their own countries, but nobody's helping out over here?
See, I think India is important because it has the second largest number of smokers in the world. And what happens here, for example, what happens in China, and so also what happens in India has global impact, right? So, when see a lot of neighboring countries, for example, are considering bans, and and middle and the Gulf countries and Latin American countries. If India did decide to choose THR as an option, it would make a huge impact on the developing world. Mexico's and Thailand's and Latin America and African countries where 80% of tobacco users live. So India is vital to the fight because it decided early on, right? Like really early on that it's not going to back THR, which has influenced a lot of other countries to head that direction. So I think it is important to fight the India fight. It is important that everyone comes together to help fight the India fight and make a lot of noise about it so that we can move the needle here and also in the rest of the developing world.
Aman, since you've had a lot of experience recently with people who are smoking and vaping, and you understand the situation well, and you are somebody who used to smoke and has switched to vaping, what words would you share with the current people of India, the ones who are smoking, the ones who are vaping? Are there any words which you would like to share with them?
It's I will say something anyone who's probably watching right now would already know. And just in case someone were to watch this later who's not familiar with THR and vaping, I'll merely say a very simple thing, which is that people smoke for the nicotine and they die from the tar. Vaping removes combustion from the process that eliminates tar and thousands of other chemicals and is a far safer way, far less harmful way to consume nicotine. So I would really encourage people to give up smoking and take up vaping instead.
And for those who can't find a vape mod because of the ban,
Call
what did they
Kana.
do? Yes, that is definitely one option. My phone number, please, on the screen. Nancy, can we have my personal phone number, my house address, my credit card number for those who want to order it from abroad, all displayed on the screen right now.
No, but Aman, I've been vaping at the at airport smoking lounges, and when I'm vaping, almost always I'm going to have someone walk up to me and says, "Hey, I used to vape. Where do I get these?" So I normally share my personal number with them.
Right.
Okay, and I've been doing that, and people walk up to me on the streets. I had my lawyers, for God's sake, call me and said, "Hey, I know you vape. We all used to, and a group of us want to get back. And this is like 5, 6 lawyers of them. Okay, and I've helped them out. They're available, for God's sake. Okay, and so if you are a smoker out there and you want to quit, talk to somebody who you see vaping. Okay, I'm sure we can help you out.
Yeah, and also you can try Googling buy vape in India, and a lot of websites are now open.
Yeah, but it's banned, so it's very hidden, very discreet. But be
It's
careful, there are some scams.
Only Google knows the answer. Only Google.
Okay, but before we close, there's been a change in our health ministry leadership recently, right? Does that open up any possibility of discussions on THR, Samrat?
Yeah, I think it does, because the new dispensation has not taken that hardline approach to vaping. And, even at the World Health Assembly, when India was giving its last year's report, they omitted to mention the vape ban which was introduced, right, in the last 2 years. So I think there is a ray of hope. I think better sense will prevail, and we should be optimistic and keep fighting and keep pushing against the ban, because it is quite evident that it is less harmful and it is really useful in the Indian context. So I hope there will be a change of heart down the line.
Perhaps any sense will be better than the sense of the previous health minister. So,
Yeah, for sure. That was
for sure,
aggressive, moralistic approach to the problem. What we need is a pragmatic, realistic approach to the problem.
Right. So, with that, I believe we're almost out of time and we should start closing. So, turn by turn, please, all of you, any last words which you'd like to say? Jaggi?
people who have quit, for God's sake, stay quit. Okay, there is absolutely no reason for you to get back to smoking under any circumstance. It is a tough thing to quit. Okay, and vaping helped us, and I think we should stay that way. And if there are any smokers out there watching, you should look at quitting too. And vapes are still available in India. They will always be available in India, and you should seek out vapes and you should use them to quit. That's the only way. Yep.
Right. Aman, any last words from your side?
I'm going to quote Neil Young here. Keep on vaping in the free world.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Samrat?
So I would like to thank sCOPe and CAFRA for inviting us to host this panel, and I would wish everyone a very happy World Vape Day and Vape On.
Right. And from my side, guys, I know there are a lot of you THR advocates out there who've been fighting the good fight. And sometimes it feels like, it's a tough fight. It's an uphill battle. And I hope you find the courage to keep fighting. Someday we will triumph. As for those people who are struggling like us in a country where the vapes are banned, we hope your country listens. For those whose countries have listened and vapes are not banned, there are more of us out there. We can really use your help. Strength is in numbers, and even if nothing else, just moral support, a tweet, a hello, a hi, or a message saying we stand with you means a lot at times. And we are all in this battle together. A big thank you to sCOPe and Capra for having us, and happy World Vape Day, guys. Stay away from tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye now.
Hi, everyone. I have to add more people in here. I didn't realize we had so many people. Hold on. Here we go. Hi, Asanda. There's another woman. Somebody was complaining there were no women. Samrat.
Yeah.
We need to. Okay, hold on. We're missing Greg and Robert. Okay, everyone. This is Vaping Saved My Life, South Africa. We have Kurt, Asanda, Craig, and Robert. And Kurt, would you like me to start this with the film? Yes?
Absolutely. Please,
All right,
Daisy.
well, we're going to do that. I'm going to do this a little differently, and hopefully it works. Let's go.
Smoking has
yes.
Namely heart disease, lung diseases. We see people with strokes, and obviously a big one, the big cancers are all related to smoking. Vaping produces an aerosol, and in that aerosol is far fewer and simpler compounds in there. So therefore, if you take the two comparisons there, we now know that vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking.
Hi, my name is Taviso. I'm from Joburg South, and I've been smoking for 17 years.
Hi, my name is Baletla Zagwe. I'm 28 years old. I'm from KZN. I currently live in Johannesburg, and I've been smoking for 12 years.
My name is Nelly Songata. I am 27 years old, and I used to smoke cigarettes.
My name is Comfort Libisi. I'm 34. Basically, this is my journey.
Smoking has impacted my life very negatively. Firstly, my health. I was coughing quite a lot when I was smoking.
I had smelly breath. My hands were dark. My teeth were dark, like they were yellow.
I know smoking causes cancer. So emotionally, it has been affecting me a lot.
I used to have chest pains every time when I smoked.
My life was like a mess, to be honest, because I couldn't even walk 3 staircases. Like my lungs were heavy at that time.
You know, when something is affecting who you are, that's something that you can't get back.
I decided that I want to take up this vaping journey.
The social experiment was started just to prove that vaping is a viable option to people that wanting to quit smoking but have unable to do so.
I'm starting my 90-day challenge, quit smoking cigarettes. But this time around, I'm going to substitute cigarettes with vape.
I've tried quitting before, but I failed. So this time around, I'm introducing vaping to help me with my journey of quitting.
I won't lie, it was difficult because you sort of have like a routine. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing that pops into your mind is cigarette. The first day I was like, oh, I got this. And then I think later that day, I was just like, you know what? Maybe I don't. And then I smoked. And from that day, it's been a journey that is just like, I'm down, but we are pushing.
I'm currently on my day 14 and everything has been going pretty good.
Hi guys, Segu week 6 since I started my 90 days challenge to stop smoking, and Ngifila good.
I'm on week 8. I'm super happy. I'm super proud of myself. I've actually made it this far, guys.
The journey that I wanted to take to quit, to actually permanently quit smoking, that's where I was headed.
I do believe that it will make a difference in my life, health-wise, just finance. Very soon I'll say vaping really saved my life.
We wanted to achieve, first of all, that vaping can help people quit smoking. We also wanted to demonstrate to policymakers that this is a viable option and it should be considered as a harm reduction method.
For me, it doesn't end here. I'm a non-smoker now. A non-smoker that is trying and fighting every day not to be a smoker ever again.
Physically, I feel amazing and I'm proud of myself for actually getting this far. I'm definitely going to continue with vaping because it has improved my life both financially and health-wise.
So I've successfully finished my 90-day challenge and I'm feeling really, really great. I'm so proud of myself that I was actually able to do this challenge and succeed at the end.
Quitting smoking is a mental thing. It starts with you in your mind. Then you tell yourself, this is what I want to do. I want to quit smoking. And then you have to keep up with it and fight it.
Vaping made it easier to do things I could not do because my lungs were heavy due to smoking. I literally got rid of an addiction I had like for the past 10 years because of vaping. And I would gladly recommend it to anyone who wants to quit.
In 2018, the Control of Tobacco and Electronic Cigarettes Reform was put on the table for public comment. In the bill, it puts vaping in the same category as smoking. We do also know, based on science as well as evidence, that vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking. So not only does it assist people in quitting smoking, but it also provides harm reduction. And we're wanting the government to look at all the available evidence and all available science and provide a better policy around these products that it looks at it as rather being a solution than just another problem. We have a petition running at the moment, and that petition will be used with a number of other information that will be provided to the state. That petition can be found on our Facebook page as well as on our website. Please put your signature on that.
Hello,
I'm
everybody,
good.
and
Hello.
happy World Vape Day to you guys.
And happy World Vape Day.
Happy World Vape Day to you too.
Before we
Hello,
get
Craig.
into the context of that,
Hello, Robbie. Hello, Miss G.
Hello, Miss G. I haven't met you before. I'm Robert from TKO.
Nice to meet
you
you.
guys are jumping the gun here, guys.
Yeah. South Africans, bruh. We're South Africans.
Yeah. Before we get into the context of that particular video, let me do a brief introduction and give you some time to just talk about why World Vape Day is so important to you. So we have Asanda Goy, who is the CEO of the Vapor Product Association of South Africa. Welcome, Asanda, and thank you for joining the live.
Thank you, Kurt. Thanks for having me.
And then we have Robert Horn, who is part of one of South Africa's biggest independent juice makers in South Africa. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you for having us.
And then finally, and definitely not least, is Craig Peterson, who is a vape shop manager, one of the older vape shops in South Africa, I believe. Robert, welcome.
Thank you very much, Kurt. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And
So let's
hello,
start off with
everybody
Asanda.
else.
Asanda, why is World Vape Day so important to you as well as to, well, let's just say with you?
I think in the current climate that we're in, it really is important to take time, just have a specific time dedicated to vaping. I think with everything that is going on around the world where harm reduction, more particularly tobacco harm reduction, is concerned, it's easy for us to really forget or even appreciate this big fight that smokers around the world are dealing with. So to have a day that's fully dedicated to vaping and acknowledging what it has done or continues to do in people's lives, I think is incredible, because that way we shine the spotlight on it and force people who don't even want to talk about it to acknowledge it as a viable option, when it comes to quitting smoking. So I celebrate it in that way, that it's an important day for us to just stop, take stock, and see where we are and be able to charter a good way forward.
And that's why I invited her on the show.
Well,
What
good.
does World Vape Day do to?
You know what? As an ex-smoker, it's, there was never celebrations in smoking because smoking should not be celebrated. It's a deadly thing that goes around for hundreds of years now, and something like World Vape Day is important for us vapers, ex-smoker, where you can celebrate something that you've achieved. You've achieved to drop combustible tobacco for good, and to celebrate it and to put a message out there is probably the most important thing for us. To get more people on the bandwagon.
Craig?
Vaping helped me quit smoking. Simple as that. I smoked for 25 years. This is my 9th year that I consider myself a vapor. I really got into the hobbyist aspect of vaping, and I really enjoyed it. And I also saw a way to potentially help others also not to smoke anymore. And yeah, that's what we do every single day at the shop. Every single day.
Excellent. So we saw that video earlier. So just to bring everybody into the picture and context is that last year sometime Vaping Saved My Life has always looked at data as being the driver behind all of our discussion points. And that's why we do a vapor survey every single year. And last year we looked at doing something of an experiment. And where this basically stemmed from is that there was a show that I saw in the UK where they took one particular smoker and then asked him to try vaping. And then they tried to follow him. But unfortunately, COVID got in the way. And the show didn't have almost a finality. They did, however, catch up with the individual after all the lockdowns, and at that stage he had quit smoking and was a vapor. So as I said, last year we went on this mission to see if we could replicate something like that and create a social experiment where we get smokers who wanted to quit smoking but had failed to. And we had 8 individuals join the pilot. We now can consider it as a pilot. And we then did rather lengthy interview sessions with a number of people, and we selected these 8 individuals. And then we requested that over a 90-day period that they try vaping and document it on Twitter every 2 weeks as to try monitor their journey. During the interview process, we then, we identified the kind of devices they had or needed. We identified the flavors they kind of would be successful. And then we also, in the background, had people like Craig, thank you very much, Craig, who would support these individuals during the journey and try and replicate something that an independent vape shop in South Africa would do, but from a remote kind of point of view. The entire case study is on our website currently, so if anybody wants to look at the full case study, but we are astounded at the success. Unfortunately, one of the participants had to pull out of the social experiment due to personal reasons and wasn't related to the experiment itself. But of the 7 individuals that remained, all 7 managed to quit smoking. And in fact, one individual had quit smoking and vaping completely, which has now fostered the idea of a bigger experiment, which we are in talks at the moment and see how we can replicate this and get more data. As I said, it's always about data. And hopefully with this particular pilot and petitions as well as surveys, and then a bigger social experiment is try to convince our health department as well as the entire government that this is a viable option. So leading into that, we have 3 major activities that are happening in South Africa. The one that has been on our back for now, I calculated it this morning, 1,482 days. since the announcement of the bill. And that is the now infamous 2018 Control of Tobacco Products and Electronic Nicotine Delivery Systems, which has not seen the day of light. It's floating around somewhere in the corridors of government. It's difficult to track where it is. And what it effectively does is it treats vaping the same as tobacco. Virtually no difference between the two. So I'd like to just get an understanding from everybody here as to why do we see this bill as problematic. I can then fill in a little bit later why I see it as problematic, but I'd like to get the perspective of somebody that represents the industry like Asanda, somebody that represents juice makers, which is why we have Rob, and then the stores, the face of vaping in South Africa, the face-to-face, on-the-ground individuals. So I'm going to start off with Craig.
Okay. It's just simple. The effects that smoking have on your body versus the effects that vaping have on your body are not the same. The science is out there. The taxes that potentially can be levied upon these potentially life-saving products is going to just reach astronomical heights. And at the bottom line of that is customers won't be able to afford anything. And when customers can't afford a certain life-saving product or harm-reduced product, should I say, potentially rather, then they go for the only other alternative. Vaping has not been around, for very long as an alternative. Only now, years later after its inception, do we start to see the good science coming out, and people are starting to take notice. Eventually, it's gone through many different guises and all these fears and all these things, and we hear this every single day in the shop. Oh, is this thing as bad as smoking? My sister told me this, blah blah blah. You hear this every single day. How it affects those people is, yeah, you're going to put that alternative or the option for that out of their reach, because these are normal people. These aren't the learned folk always necessarily. It's everybody. It's from all walks of life. Everybody can benefit. Anybody who is currently using a combustible cigarette to help them get through the stresses of their day, everybody can actually gain by perhaps trying a vape. So, why not? Why not indeed? But then, yeah, due to the government's misinformation and perhaps just their own opinions and their beliefs or feelings necessarily, this is not going to do anything good for vape shops and vaping in general. It's just going to hurt. People are going to get driven away and go the way they always go.
Robert, how's this bill? What do you think this bill would do, and what is your opinion based on how the writing of this bill?
Good. From a manufacturer's point of view, and also from a vaper's point of view, because I use my products, I believe in my products. We manufacture it for a reason. We don't do it to fly by night or anything like that. It will hurt and it will affect the end user's pocket. And it should be, in South Africa, should be a country where cigarettes that's so dangerous and so lethal and all of those words is cheaper than vaping. And now this is exactly the opposite of what they will do. They will push the price up so much that no one will be able to afford it. You know, it will get so expensive that it will be easy to fall back on a pack of cigarettes or easy to fall back on combustible tobacco. You know, so we need to get into a system or into a line where we can, you know, have a harm reduction tool that's cost effective, helps people quit combustible tobacco, and slowly but surely will free up all our state hospitals and all of the stuff related to combustible tobacco usage. So as we don't think this bill will work, as Craig said there, it will push more and more people back to combustible tobacco. And that's not our objective, not Vaping Save My Life's objective, not Vapers Corner or the vape shops or the manufacturer. We want to help people quit combustible tobacco. That's why we do what we do. And to make it this way will just be so expensive, no one will be able to afford it. It just doesn't not make sense whatsoever.
I think that's something we're getting. There's going to be the next point, which is about excises and stuff. But if we specifically look at this current bill, how do you think that this bill will impact the industry in its current form, in its current writing?
Sure, Kurt. It will demolish the industry, because essentially what this bill is saying is that every rule or guideline that applies to cigarettes, smoking, this is in specific areas, banning indoor smoking, putting warnings on packaging of vaping products, a point of sales ban where you wouldn't be allowed to talk about your products when someone comes in. You can't even put on your shelf, the different brands that you have. I mean, some of the stuff is just ridiculous. When you think about it, it just would not make sense. I mean, for me, the biggest one of having picture of lungs, for example, in Robert, a box of your e-liquid, where you put a picture of lungs where you say, this is what vaping will do to your lungs. Science doesn't support any of that stuff. So I think where they got it wrong is when they realized that they needed to strengthen the Tobacco Control Act. And it feels to me rather that there was a, by the way, oops, there's e-cigarettes as well. Instead of finding out about e-cigarettes, let's just add it into this whole pack, without spending any time trying to understand what is the difference between the two, if there is a difference. We know for a fact that there is a difference. Both Robert and Craig have mentioned, I mean, the science now is overwhelming. You can't deny it. So this was in 2018, as you had said, Kurt. And maybe back then they could have said, you know what, we were justified, we didn't have enough evidence. But they've had over 3 years to update the information they were relying on. And the mere fact that they have not updated it as of 2020 then speaks to a different rationale, which is more ideological in my view. So now they're not relying on science. Now they put in personal feelings and personal hatred towards the tobacco industry into regulation. And as both gentlemen have said, that is not the way you go, because then you're depriving poor South African smokers of an opportunity to quit, and you're not even giving them any reasons why you believe that putting vaping in the same bill as tobacco makes sense. You're just refusing to explain yourself. So on so many levels, I mean, just the guidelines of the bill, the rationale on why they need to go about it this way. But most importantly, the mere fact that they haven't looked at it 3 years later to say, listen, let's take a step back, adjust. The data is coming up. How do we fix this thing? So if the current bill were to go ahead, there would be no vaping industry in South Africa. We know that for a fact, because the regulations would be so stringent that no sane business would want to operate under such environments, which is why I think we really have to push and make sure that in its current form, that bill does not see the light of day, because it would be ludicrous.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. It's, the thing that kills me, and before we even get that, I mean, there's a lot of common ground between what Vapers believe, what responsible vendors and shops believe, is that there are certain components that are, it's common ground. We know exactly what that is, and that is, protecting the youth, make sure that products aren't sold to the youth, that the products meet certain standards, that the products are labeled and marketed appropriately. But when we start looking at it, hiding products behind desks and behind counters, when we start looking about placing pictorial warnings on these products, by all means, have that a warning around nicotine. That's not even a debate anymore. But having pictorial images that are not supported by science, then we start getting into an area of, in my opinion, either a blatant lie or lazy policy. And I'm still on the fence as to where, depending on which side the wind blows, as to whether this is lazy policy or is it just blatant lie. So one of the biggest things that I find concerning around the bill is the inability to communicate to the public around these products. The removal of websites, the removal of social media, the removal of even WhatsApps and so forth. So just a blanket embargo against talking about these products, essentially, which, let's face it, if the bill does pass in its current form, the industry will disappear, but it would certainly not prevent vaping in South Africa, as we see what's happened in India. There's a complete and utter ban in India, but there are products available freely. So the next question that I want to bring in is that, based on this 1,482 days, that's 4 years and 21 days.
Oh, they're fast asleep.
Yeah. We're now sitting in this holding pattern, this gray area. And unfortunately, what that has done is it's brought other players into the space.
Yeah.
Players that are not necessarily vape shops or vape suppliers. They just see it as something that they could add to their product offering. I've even heard of furniture shops in some of the small towns in South Africa that offer disposable vapes now. So, test your lazy boy or the bed with a disposable vape.
While you wait, while you test, vape away, please.
Although we're sitting here with the situation that there's no regulations, that has now opened the door for exploitation.
Yeah.
That is now creating an issue. And I don't believe that the industry could be held accountable for this because of the department or the government not allowing us to come to the table to discuss these things openly, honestly, and have a debate or have some kind of discourse between the parties to find a solution. Because it's been left, it's now created a bigger problem. And that's ticking all the boxes that we had warned of all along. What is your feeling around this, Asanda, before we move on to Craig and Robert?
Sure. I think it was inevitable. I mean, it was going to happen, and the mere fact that the Department of Health did not see it coming is problematic, because you would know in any place the moment there is a gray area, when you're operating in the gray. Like you've said, Kit, there are legitimate business individuals in the vaping industry in South Africa, and there are those guys who are in it to make a quick buck. So when you are in it to make a quick buck, you could not be bothered by self-regulation, which is what the industry is trying to do via a body like the Vapor Products Association. You just want to take in as much money as you possibly can. You're not even in it because of the harm reduction elements of it. You are in it purely for business. So for me, if the Department of Health were to say they did not see this coming, then I believe that would be a lie. obviously, when you leave a gap for so long, people are going to come in and take advantage. So in our case, you find that, I mean, Vipasa members would have signed a pledge. There are certain behaviors that we're saying we will definitely not do X. You know, you spoke about, Kurt, the issue of young people, you know, responsible marketing, labeling, all of those things. And it's all good and well to have this group that is self-regulating and doing the right thing. But then all you need is just one rogue element that just messes things up for everyone. And the unfortunate thing in this area is that when the rogueness can have devastating health effects. I mean, you speak about these disposables, they're popping up everywhere. And you have no idea what is in some of those disposables that you cannot say for a fact that, okay, the people who are using it are safe, you know? So you enter into a realm that is so dangerous that we've warned the Department of Health against, that the moment you don't take responsibility for an industry, together with industry, then you will have problems. And I really, really hope rather that the Department of Health is watching and they are looking at what we are trying to do via the likes of standards, etc., and that they'll come back and say, guys, how do we fast track this? How do we make things safe? Because I think that's our biggest concern right now, the safety of consumers. And when we can't guarantee that, that becomes a huge, huge problem.
I think you touched on a point there, Asanda, before we move on to Robert and Craig, is a rogue element. And the last time we saw this rogue element was in the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, with something that is going to be another monkey on our back for years to come, and that is EVALI. And although it had nothing to do with nicotine vapes, there was a rogue element that provided a product into the United States that caused devastation. And unfortunately, the vaping industry and vape around the world was caught up into the tsunami without anybody sitting back and saying, and even when we had experts around the world saying, but hang on, guys, this has got nothing to do with nicotine. This has got something to do with an illicit product that was introduced into a very small section of the world and had caused major problems. We get swapped, it literally get caught up into the tsunami. So it's a very, very real risk. And everything that we are talking about, whether it be about the proposed bill, the regulations, or the excise, it falls into that same risk for public health. So getting back to what we're talking about around disposables and how this regulation holding pattern that's occurred in South Africa, this must have significant impact in your space, Robert. And what is your opinion and feeling around this?
Sorry, Kurt, the biggest thing for a regulation is there's a reason for it. Because if something is not regulated, then you can have rogue elements, like we've said. You can have, I'll mention the name again, fly-by-night companies that are in it for a quick buck. Regulation is important. We all need to fall in with regulation, but do it the right way. Do it. Put us in the right terms and say, this is how you're going to do it. Like now there's mention about SABS approval. If we need to go that way, we need to go that way. But it has to be the right way. It can't be a way that has been fun-sucked or from this or that. It needs to be in the right form for the end user, not just necessarily for the company or for a manufacturer. The end user must be protected by all means. He must have the correct product that's been regulated. He must have a trail where you can follow where his product is from, when it was manufactured. From a manufacturer's perspective, we batch all our products and all our liquids with the dates, and we can trace back every bottle that we manufacture. And stuff like that's important because we don't know, like we've said now about the disposables, they're popping up everywhere. We don't know where they come from. China is a big country. They supply lots of products all over the world. We don't know exactly where we're getting them from. So regulation is important. We need to be regulated in the right and the correct way.
Greg, I think you and I have had these discussions a number of times. Obviously, being on the ground, talking to customers, seeing their patterns.
Yeah.
Disposables.
Pain
I
of
know
my
you have some.
existence.
I know you have some hard feelings around this, and this is the time.
Well, okay. Once again, safe products. Yeah, what's safe? Okay, it's a vape. It doesn't give you cancer. Okay, that's safe. Cool. Yeah, that's nice. What happens though? Addiction. These people, smokers, are addicts. You can try and sugarcoat it until you're blue in your face. You're an addict, like other addicts are. We have that we use to help us get through our day. Now, okay, so here's this disposable thingy. For the most part, this thing is loaded with, in the greater majority of cases, 50 milligrams of nicotine. This doesn't occur in any cigarette sold legally in this country. Why is it there? Okay, it's to help the heavy smoker. Okay, sure. Let's help the one or two unique, very heavy smokers with it. It could help with them, but we don't see those people in the shop. Not really. Maybe one every 2 months. That's a heavy smoker. No, it's mostly your pack a day or less crowd. They've been doing it maybe for a year, maybe for 10. But here's this disposable thing. All of a sudden, there's this shift. Yes, people are stopping smoking, and that, I suppose, is the end goal, or they quit. But now they have this 50 milligram nicotine, and that is starting to override your previous addiction. It's making it worse. It's not giving you cancer, but now you're really hooked on this thing. How do you go down from such a high level of nicotine? I don't see it. I don't see how it's a good thing to addict so badly for sake of perhaps lessening a very bad habit, which is what smoking is. No, and vaping is the big demon now. The world makes it, the journalists worldwide make it out to be an anti-tobacco lobbyist, make it out to be this demon. And as you guys all mentioned earlier, if you put these laws in place and you cut the access, and we can't even discuss vaping, because that's one of the best things about vaping, is that community. You're taking away that community with these laws and these products. Even these products are turning it from almost a consultative vape experience, where the guy would come in, and as an individual we would help that person and suggest things, flavors, devices, and be willing to walk a path with that customer until they decide where they want that road to end. You take that experience away and put this disposable. Yeah, it's more accessible, sure. Okay, now the Vapor Products Association of South Africa and its members are subject to certain guidelines. We don't sell to children. So, okay, we're part of this gang. We don't sell to children. We're a very small gang. We are a teeny tiny, infinitesimally small gang in the ocean, or the sea, should I rather say, of vendors in this country who have no scruples. Fast-moving consumer good companies apparently are not even accountable to card customers, but we are. So now we're accountable if a youngster gets a bad vape product, could get a defective product. If he's buying it from a vape shop, we can trace these things. If you're buying it from your local store, where the person behind the counter has absolutely no clue about what vaping is, what these products are, what they can do to you if you misuse them. I've heard of people trying to recharge these disposables by themselves, by dismantling them and hooking them up to AC to power. You're meddling with things that are super dangerous. You need knowledgeable people to help you in this journey. It's something we want to do. We don't none of us have to do this vape stuff. We could all do other things. We want to be in this industry because we see the need to help people. We want to help people, and by addicting them to 50 milligrams nicotine, where they just needed a can-do attitude and maybe some 12 nic, is bad. We can't have. We shouldn't have these things. We need to regulate how these things are given, who sells these things, where do you get them. But the Pandora's box has been opened. I'm not sure if there's even a way out, because when there was a ban during COVID, when there was a full-on ban on tobacco and e-cigarettes, what happened? It went underground. Many people got hurt from those practices. Prohibition serves no purpose, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. To prohibit just creates a whole quagmire of bad things that can happen to people. The least of all is probably losing money. But yeah.
I think Craig, you've touched on numerous points there, and I think one of the key one is communication and the inability to communicate it based on a number of factors. One being almost like an embargo from the press. You know, they're only interested if someone's exploded from using a vape or died from vaping.
That Ivali thing, sorry to interrupt you, Kurt, that Ivali thing, remember those headlines, vaping kills teen?
Yes.
At the bottom of that story, oh, by the way, this wasn't an actual thing bought in a shop, this was an illicit product, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
No one saw that.
Yeah.
No
You know,
one
our world is run by headlines currently, and unfortunately, that's the reality. So one of the things that you were touching on is the next big topic, and it is standards. And standards is critical in this discussion, and it is, you know, I've read the bill countless times. So I'll even tell you that it's on section 7 of the bill that talks about standards. And I'm going to say it again, 1,482 days, 4 years, 21 days. Standards have not been discussed. There's been no invitation to the stakeholders to discuss standards. We don't know if standards are being implemented or being designed in the background. However, in doing so, the industry, and spearheaded by Asanda, has approached the South African Bureau of Standards that will look at a voluntary, we need to express this, a voluntary standard to the industry. We are hoping, because if I stand under correction, Asanda, that it is going to be almost a carbon copy, or at least the majority of it, to the British standards, which everybody looks to around the world as being the panacea of tobacco harm reduction, especially around vaping. Where we're hoping that the government would follow their course of lazy policy and just say, okay, we're going to implement this. So, and this brings to a number of factors, and I think one of the things that I always remember is the dose makes the poison, and that's something that where, for example, Craig was talking about high levels of nicotine, that would be covered in things like standards, where we will have a limitation of nicotine, as well as a number of other things. Would you like to just take us through maybe just a brief history of what we are and what you're hoping to achieve with this?
Sure, Kurt. I think you've said it so well that in everything, I mean, in the absence of regulation, at the very least, one would think standards is top of mind, because we know the reason for standards is, number one, to give quality assurance. You know, it's about safety. You want the end user to feel confident that whatever it is that I'm consuming has undergone certain tests. You know, they can give me that assurance that it is safe. And in South Africa, unfortunately, we don't have those guidelines at this point. Yes, manufacturers have what's this, they manufacture based on international standards. There's the ISO standards, etc., etc. So it's not to say the products that we have in South Africa currently of bad quality or anything like that. No, but what you need for a growing industry like the vaping industry is standardized guidelines that can be followed by individuals, companies that come into the industry. So that standards process is extremely important. But an interesting thing about this journey when it started with the South African Bureau of Standards, one would have expected that the Department of Health in South Africa would be a part of this process, because they had said in their own bill that standards are needed for the industry because of product safety, quality products, etc. But they have refused to be a part of the process with the South African Bureau of Standards. So why they would refuse when we are trying to protect consumers doesn't make sense. Which is why, again, the process has delayed, because we approached South African Bureau of Standards in March last year. And only, I think, 2-3 weeks ago, did we get confirmation of the technical committee being formulated. So that's over a year ago, that we first approached the Department of Health to work with us. Because, again, we recognize that with public policy, especially where public health is concerned, we are not the custodians as industry. The Department of Health are the custodians of any bill or policy that pertains to health and looking after the population of South Africa. So it seemed like a no-brainer to us that the Department of Health would want to be a part of this process. But unfortunately, they don't want to be a part of the process, which in our view then means that they may want to frustrate the process later on. Which then again goes back to the conversation we were having about what is the reason behind all of this, because it's not making sense. If we are saying we want to protect people, we want to decrease the number of non-communicable diseases, we want to move people away from smoking because it's bad, then we do everything we need to do to ensure that happens. And one of those things is to ensure we have product standards. And yet you don't want to do it. It really doesn't make sense. And on our proposal, we thought, what? There's a lot of good practice out there. You've mentioned, Kurt, the UK is the golden standard, in terms of what they've managed to do in a short space of time in removing smokers to become vapers and ultimately, obviously, to quit altogether. So our thinking was, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The BSI standards are top class. What we can get is, so we can take the BSI standards, adopt them, but then localize, because there are aspects that we need to look at from a South African context. So that's the current proposal with the SABS right now. We haven't had our first meeting. I think it's going to happen sometime in June. And what I appreciate about that process is that it is open to anyone, any business in South Africa that has an interest. They can apply to be a part of that technical committee. And that speaks also to the transparency of the process, because that's very important, especially in this industry where there is lack of trust sometimes. If for example, there is big tobacco that is involved in the vaping industry. So our stance as a vaping association has always been, let it be transparent. So everything that we do that is for the good of the industry and ultimately for the good of the consumer, let's involve every role player as much as possible. But unfortunately, one of the most important role players, which is government, does not seem keen to get involved in any of the things that we are doing, which is a real pity.
I see there's a question that's been posed by Anthony. There was another question from Anthony to say, if these products is illegal in SA, can you not report it to China CNTC? I think, Anthony, first of all, the products aren't illegal. And, there is this to and fro between industry, the vape advocates and users, as well as the government, to put some kind of regulation, some kind of controls in place, because at the moment we're seeing just a free-for-all which is unfortunately going to cause bigger issues later on. With regards to the question for liquids, how do you regulate materials used, flavor molecules specifically? I think in the standards process, as we alluded to, is that South Africa is looking to the BSR, the British Standards, and inside there they have a process called the MHRA, where these products go through some kind of testing to identify if the products contain compounds or chemicals that would be considered as problematic for the users. And that's what we're looking to do as South Africa, is to make sure that the products that are available are as safe as possible. No one has ever said that vaping is 100% risk-free, but we can certainly try and make it as safe as possible and remove some of the compounds. One of the big ones is diacetyl, which was linked to popcorn lung, and then obviously things like vitamin E acetate, which was found in the Evali case. So that's what we're hoping to achieve. Currently, it's a free-for-all. We don't know. There's no regulations. There's no standards and that's where organizations like the Vapor Products Association of South Africa is spearheading that. At least there is this discussion. So getting back to what Asanda was saying, is that to me, it shows their hand. It shows the hand that they're not really too interested in this public health. They are approaching this topic from a binary perspective. And the intent is to have these products and industry destroyed, the way I read it currently, if we look at all the things that are happening and falling in place. So getting back to standards, we're going to talk to Rob, because a lot of these standards will affect your environment because you are a local manufacturer. And what do you believe is important, and why is this so important? I think it's pretty obvious, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Look, Kurt, the standard must be met. You can't have a product outside in the world that's not correctly presented. We've always been a big thing about not being. You see it a lot all over the world. You see it in all kinds of products where it attracts kids. We don't want to fall in line where we have the wrong crowd looking at the products, because vaping products are for adults. They are not for children. So that as a standard, saying that, listen, it has to be a certain size nicotine warning on the front. It needs to be a nicotine warning on the side. A tamper-proof seal or tamper-proof cap as an industry standard. A certain bottle must be used, as well as, like I said, the batching. Batching is quite important, because then we can trace back, of course, where the products come from and so on. So, the big thing from a manufacturer's perspective is that is the right way. If you look at any other product manufacturers, there's a standard. If you are talking about 2-liter cool drinks or 2-liter so on, there's a standard. It must be a certain size. There must be, the sugar contents must be on there, all of that. So all that standard should be part of vaping. That will also stop people from making liquid in their bathtubs, where it's an uncontrolled environment. It's not a clean room. Anything can fall in there, and there's no regulation or no standard around. So I think that's the standardizing vaping products will be very, very important, and this falls for hardware as well. And I agree with Asanda on this as well, that if you look at the United Kingdom, they put certain rules into place. For argument's sake, nothing higher than a 20 milligram salt nicotine, and disposable, nothing more than 800 puffs. That controls it. If you're going to be a free-for-all, what's the next guy going to make? He's going to make a 100 milligram product that might give someone nicotine poisoning, because that's also something that could happen. If you get too much nicotine into your system, it's a real thing. And, so putting in that industry standard will be very, very important for the South African vape industry.
I can't believe it. It's almost an hour, so we've got 5 minutes left.
Wow. Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies, very true.
Talking about vaping, I mean, we could do this all day.
whole day.
All day.
And I was sitting thinking, okay, now we're going to come up with things, and I'd like to thank you guys for joining and having a very important discussion around South African landscape, the vaping landscape. At this time, I'd like to really extend a big thank you through to Nancy and the CAFRA team, and as well as Scott, for allowing us to discuss the vaping landscape in South Africa. So with 4 minutes left, Nancy, I'm not going to run over time. I'm going to give maybe a minute to each person to as a closing comment. Craig, let's start with you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. And thank
1
you.
minute, Craig. 1 minute.
Okay. Vaping works. It can help smokers not smoke anymore. The more opposition, the harder that mission is going to be. Let science be our guide. Let's not always let our hearts cloud our judgment. Follow the science, help the people, and keep vaping. Don't ever stop, and don't ever stop talking about vaping. And that's all I got.
Robert, you up?
Vaping saves lives. That's the end of it. It's a product that helps people quit combustible tobacco. Try it. You've got nothing to lose. And what I always say, and I always say this on my live shows on Wednesday night, tar kills, not nicotine. Tar is our enemy. Combustible tobacco is our enemy. Vaping saves lives.
Asando?
I think it's important that vapers continue telling their stories. The more of these stories we hear, the better, because this is what regulators need to see. So please share your stories, share them wide with friends, with everyone. We need to hear these testimonies because they become what we take as a bank when we go to regulators to say, we're not talking about some mystical stuff. Here are living people who are living proof of what we mean when we say vaping saves lives. So continue sharing those stories. It will help make our job easier when it comes to regulation.
Wow. Vaping Saved My Life actually has a testimonial section on its website. And we invite all South African ex-smokers, now vapers, to share their story. Because as Asanda says, we use this to justify why we believe, and it's backed by science and empirical evidence, that vaping can save lives. And we're not in any way saying that it should remove other methods. We're just saying that it's just another tool to assist vaping. And we now know from science, particularly around the Cochrane reviews, that vaping is at least 70% more effective than nicotine replacement therapies. So instead of it being seen as part of the problem, it should be seen as part of the solution. And I really hope that somebody from government is listening to this and reaches out and says, okay, let's just have a proper discussion about this. My life was saved from vaping, and the hundreds and hundreds of testimonials that I have collected says the same thing. So again, thank you very much to everybody here. It was absolutely superb. And maybe we should do this in our own region more often, is have these kind of discussions. I think that would be great. So I'd like to thank everybody, wish them another World Vaping Day, Happy World Vaping Day, and that applies to everybody around there. Vaping saves lives. Let's save some more lives. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thanks, Asanda.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you to Vaping Saved My Life South Africa and all the people there. Very interesting. The links were put in chat. I think I shared them on Twitter as well. So look on the CAFRA chat and you will find them. Up now, we have ETHRA, the European Tobacco Harm Reduction Association, and I'm going to bring everybody in. So first, we have Damien Sweeney. Hi, Damien.
Hi, Nancy. How are you?
I'm good. Angeles. Hello, Angeles. Hola.
Hola.
We have Alex.
Hello, Nancy. Hello, everyone.
And we have Anselmo.
Hello,
now,
everyone.
ETHRA has a film. I'm going to attempt to share this, and you guys will see what they've got going on. So let's see if I can do this without completely screwing it up, and I will leave the screen. So I'll see you all later. So let me leave myself out. Let's see. Let's do this first.
Residents from 28 countries of the European Union, including the UK, participated in the EU Nicotine Users Survey 2020. The survey was organised by the consumer group ETHRA and ran between October and December 2020. In 5 minutes, here are some key facts from the survey. Key fact 1. More than 27,000 people who had quit smoking responded to the survey. Vaping products and snus were the products most commonly used to quit. Among people who had ever smoked, 74% of snus users and 84% of vapers had quit smoking. Key fact 2. Although millions of Europeans have switched to snus or vaping, dozens of millions continue to smoke. Among people who currently smoke, 67% want to quit. However, they encounter barriers to quitting smoking. Key fact 3. Sweden is the only EU country where the sale of snus is permitted. In our survey, 31% of current smokers would be interested in trying snus if it were legalized in the EU. Estonia, Finland, and Hungary are 3 EU countries which ban flavored vaping products. The majority of vapers there are forced to use alternative sources to their legal shops to get their e-liquids. Currently, 95% of vapers use at least one flavour other than tobacco flavour. If there was an EU-wide flavour ban, 71% of vapers would look for an alternative source to get their flavours. Key fact 4. The cost of harm reduction products is another barrier for smokers who wish to quit. In the EU, a quarter of the smokers who want to quit are deterred by the cost of low-risk alternatives. In countries which do not tax vaping products, 17% of smokers who want to quit are prevented by the cost. This proportion reaches 35% in the 12 EU countries with vape taxes. And in the 3 countries with high taxes of over €2 per 10 millilitres of e-liquid, 45% of smokers who want to quit are prevented from quitting smoking. If a high tax on vaping products was imposed throughout the EU, 67% of vapers would look for an alternative source, such as the black market. Key fact 5. The survey reveals some negative consequences caused by the TPD restrictions on nicotine strength and bottle sizes. The 10 ml volume limit for bottles and the 20 milligram per milliliter nicotine limit are forcing vapers to consume more e-liquid at a lower nicotine concentration. If the nicotine limit was increased, a quarter of vapers would reduce their e-liquid consumption, and 30% of dual users, the people who both vape and smoke, think they would quit smoking completely. Key fact 6. If the 10 milliliter bottle limit was scrapped, 87% of vapers would buy larger bottles to reduce the cost, and 89% would buy larger bottles to reduce plastic waste. Key fact 7. The vast majority of vapers want open access to information about their harm reduction products. 3/4 of vapers would welcome having an official EU information website for vaping, such as the one published by the Health Minister in New Zealand. More than 83% of vapers want access to an EU database on e-liquid ingredients to access the information which is already being collected by the mandatory TPD notification process. Currently, the European Commission is working on a new tax directive project called the TED, and the Tobacco Products Directive, or TPD, will probably be revised in 2022. Anti-harm reduction lobbyists want to use the TED and the TPD to tax vaping and other harm-reduced products, to maintain the snus ban, to impose vape flavour bans, and maybe even to ban open tank systems. However, ETHRA's EU Nicotine Users Survey 2020 shows that the TPD revision could be an opportunity to lift the snus ban, to prevent national flavours bans, and to allow larger bottle sizes, and to increase the nicotine concentration limit. You can find the full report for the survey on ethra.co. In Europe, 22 groups of harm reduction consumers are brought together in the European Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates, with the support of public health and scientific partners. Please follow, support, and share ETHRA on social media. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, people.
Hello,
Hi,
everyone.
Jason, Angeles, Alex, everyone else. So we watched that. What were the key takeaways there?
Well, I think that the main takeaway is how successful vaping and snus is for smoking cessation. The numbers are absolutely huge. The people that have completely stopped smoking. I think one of the other big takeaways that we have from the survey is barriers or unintended consequences of bad regulation that could come down the line. You know, one of the figures for a flavour ban, they said 27% of vapers were worried that they would go back to smoking. And if you actually work out the numbers, it's quite a large number. It's roughly 2.3 million people could potentially go back to smoking. So I think that's sort of the big ones. And flavors also, non-tobacco flavors were hugely important. So that's the big takeaways for me anyway.
Yeah, that and the fact that, as we've seen in the survey, the barriers that are put in place when regulators are risk averse and adopt a precautionary approach, they deter people from switching. It's not a case of slowing them down bad enough, but they're actually deterring people from even considering vaping. It's almost like their intention is to discourage this as much as possible, rather than to encourage it, which they should.
Well, I think we've seen in the EU and with the WHO as well, they've changed the language completely. They don't really talk about smoking anymore. What they talk about is either tobacco use or nicotine use. So they've completely lost sight of the goal. The goal is to bring down the burden of disease, cancers, cardiovascular disease that coming from smoking. But that seems to have gone out the window. Any online things that you see now from public health bodies and things like that, they seem to focus on vaping to deter use of vaping rather than smoking. And it's just astonishing that the public health bodies have that narrow view.
Yeah. It's here in Ireland at the moment, we have everything that's permitted under the TPD and more. Other countries in Europe have a much more restrictive regime. How are things in Romania, Alex?
Thank you very much, Tom. Hello, everyone. First of all, I am the president of the Romanian Consumer Association. In Romania, we have only taxation, so without VAT, we have a separate tax. It's only for nicotine liquids. It's around €1.50 per bottle. Only this for the moment, because I think the health ministry was busy with the COVID outbreak, and that's why. But we are expected to first to grow the tax, and second, more more problems.
Are they talking of anything coming down the line, or will they wait for Europe to generally impose something?
No, they will generally impose, as always do. They when they have occasion, they talk about banning. They talk about e-cigs are bad, or everything. So we try here in Romania as association to to get a channel in order to communicate with the health ministry to regulate proper the devices and the liquids. So this is in Romania.
And Angeles, you're down in sunny Spain. How are
Yes.
things there?
Well, in Spain, I have to say that when the TPD was transposed in other countries, in Spain we had it transposed a year later because we didn't have a government. But it was transposed pretty much plain, no additives, to say it in some way. The only thing was that they banned cross-border online sales. That was the only thing. But right now we're facing this law project draft, which wants to equate vaping to smoking. They only want to sell vaping products and tobacconists. That meaning that we're going to have like first it's not a tax exactly, but we're going to have a tax. It's like you have to pay a tax for selling something. Okay, it's right now we only have the VAT, which is 21%, just like a consumer product. Okay, but that's what they're planning to do. Just treat them as tobacco products, sell them in tobacconists, and of course, no online sales. And also, you will only be able to vape where you can smoke. But yeah, I mean, it's really crazy because it's like they want to monopolize nicotine, and that's it. I mean, and that's not going to help at all. Lots of people are going to go back to smoking. Of course, we're going to have an illicit market, because I don't like to call it black market because it's something legal, and it's very sad that people have to go over the law because they only want to give up smoking. I mean, that's that's such an injustice. But anyway, we're going to fight that, of course. The law project, this draft, has to go through many different stages, and we're going to fight that. But for now, we're pretty much okay. But and they want to get this project working, like only selling these products in tobacco, and it's around 2023, even before we have the TPD3.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these major threats are a long way away in the future. They're going to take time to come in. Is there hope that we can have enough momentum by then? Enough people have switched, enough evidence gathered up that they might ease off?
In Spain, we'll probably have like 400,000 people who vape. And then we don't have a real countdown on people use heat not burn. But we're working hard because we're working on the testimonials we have in a book, and we're meeting with many political parties, and of course some of them don't agree. And also one of the stages that it has to go through is they have to give advice to the European Commission, so that there they could find a problem. Because as we know, under the TPD, they're regulated under the TPD, but like it's a separate thing. Okay, they're novel tobacco products. They're not. They're not really tobacco products. So I really hope that they don't find an easy way to apply that law.
And is it similar where you are, Angelo?
I think it's worst. So right now we have the most expensive nicotine in Europe. Like we pay €5.25 per nic shot, 10 milliliter. the same price as we pay as a packet cigarettes.
Oh.
So our tax is 3.23 per milliliter plus VAT. For us
Yeah.
is 23% of VAT. More than that, we have an advertisement ban, cross-border sales ban are banned too, and we are beginning to see some black markets appearing. So our future, I don't know. They will say that they will raise the taxes even more. They are talking about 10 cents per milliliter more. Our health minister doesn't want to talk about vaping. They follow strictly the World Health Organization rules. So we have a bit of a problem here in this corner of the Europe.
Yeah, and what about health organisations, stop smoking services? In the UK, they are, a lot of them are willing to accept cigarettes. Is this happening anywhere else?
No.
I don't see it happening anywhere else. I think
Yeah.
the UK at this point is the only country that has a sane outlook on this. And it shows in their numbers as well. I mean, if you look at the official EU data from the Eurobarometer, which came out last year, the UK had the sharpest decrease in smoking among everybody, fell 21 percentage points. You know, so their approach is paying dividends. You know, their smoking rate's falling faster than anywhere else, you know. And you can look at Sweden as well, the only country that's actually hit their target to be smoke-free. Snus, you know, their average tobacco consumption is the same as the EU average or very close. But the fact that they're using a low-risk product, that's driven the smoking rates down. And they've also had the health benefits as well, with I think it's half the EU average for tobacco-related diseases. So, I mean, the examples are there that should be followed, but nobody seems to listen, which is an absolute shame.
Is there a possibility that as the situation develops, more and more evidence turns up that it's driving down smoking rates? Will they change, or will they simply do what seems to be?
What's happened?
We lost Tom.
And it's tobacco, it's nicotine.
Could you repeat, Tom? We lost you there a bit.
You lost you. I saw that little spinny thing there. Yeah, I'm wondering, as time goes on, the evidence is piling up that vaping is working for its intended purpose, to replace smoking. And the response hasn't been to lean in and leverage this to drive smoking further down. It's been to change the narrative to ending tobacco, ending nicotine. A nicotine-free world is now the aim.
Yeah, which is never going to happen. What is there something like, is it 1.1 or 1.2 billion users of between smoking and the other nicotine products? You know, so to even set that as a target is ridiculous, because it's not going to happen. You know, it's always going to be there. So the best thing that could happen is encourage transitions to low risk ways of consuming nicotine. I mean, one of the things we see coming out of Becca is slightly encouraging. You know, the Special Committee on Beating Cancer, they did acknowledge that e-cigarettes help people, and they also said that risk assessments should be compared to smoking. So, you know, there might be leverage there to build good policy at some point, but I think it's going to be a long road and a long battle.
Yeah.
I think that we have many, I mean, in Europe in general, we have lots of, well, all over the world, in fact. It's turning into moralism or fanatism. It's something like they have to educate people like to be completely healthy in all ways. It's like, of course, there are conflicts of interest, of course, but in any case, it's like they want to treat us as if we were kids. I mean, really, it's like, yeah, we're starting to see a nanny world. They want not everything is just black or white. That's what they pretend. Okay, it's like, okay, you smoke, you cannot give up smoking, you get ill, or and you die, and that's it. Or either you give up smoking with our methods, and our suggestions, or that's it. So, yeah, I mean, there's something in the middle that they should accept, and I mean, um, let's say I would say that health is not only about medicine. Health has many things, and we see harm reduction on a daily basis. If you eat healthy food, if you eat I don't know, it's and also people have to enjoy life. For instance, if you suffer from diabetes, you can eat a cookie without sugar with sweetener. So it's like, no, I mean, you can't do anything. It's like you can't enjoy. I mean, if you smoke, you're a sinner. You have to repent. You have to suffer. You have to give up. But only you have to give up, yeah, cold turkey or with the methods that we suggest.
Yeah.
So that's also taking a lot of freedom from us. So I don't know. I think it's moralism, it's conflicts of interest, and trying to rule the world in a way that, yeah, they want us to. Yeah, it's like taking freedom out of from us. It's and they don't. To be honest, they don't really give a damn about our health. But yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, if smoking rates went down to insignificant numbers, what would what would tobacco control? What would it really make sense to have tobacco control? I mean, it's their jobs. They have, they have to maintain smoking. They would run out of jobs. I mean, imagine that we really have a smoke-free world. They'd have no sense to exist. So it's it's a complicated war. But anyway, to be honest, I think the safer nicotine products have come. I mean, have arrived, and nothing will stop them.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to get the cat wrangler to remove the cat before you got a view you didn't need. And Anselmo, if we continue as we are, struggling against imposing regulation, how long can we keep that up for?
Imposing regulation.
Opposing regulation.
Opposing. So, I'll try to say this in English. The fact that we are opposing, in our case in Portugal, these regulations, we are encountering some difficulties. We cannot speak with the proper entities. We can only allowed to make activism in social media, in some channels, maybe with some restrictions there. For example, we cannot expose a vape product. For example, we have to recurse to other images and such. And we are seeing here that they basically are locking us in a box. and rotulate and tag us to they are vapers, they are not I'll say in Latin personas non gratas. So
yeah,
that is the way.
Ring a bell when you're walking around.
Yes, and we are seeing a regression of vapers, for example, in the street. Maybe 5 years ago we are vaping normally in the street. Now we are seeing again vapers hiding in the corner, trying to not be noticed. So maybe that's what we are going to.
What I'm really wondering is, apart from constantly opposing everything that's proposed, is there anything else that consumers themselves could do, or advocates, higher ups even, could do to change that? Is the opposition too powerful at this stage?
Here in Portugal,
I'm being very negative
it is.
now as devil's
Yes.
advocate, so don't eat me.
So let's see. Portugal has an history of harm reduction already, maybe with drugs policies that are known worldwide. And
you're literally
celebrated.
the poster child for
yes
drug harm reduction.
So we really don't understand why with nicotine this attack is so strong from the authorities. We are trying to speak with the governments through our association Aporvap. They gather with us. Don't know. They listen to Aporvap, and then there's no solution to our problem.
Yeah.
So they know the scientific facts. They know the financial stats, but don't have any resolution. Don't know if I answered your question.
You did very well. It's sadly, it's as negative as the question itself. In Romania, Alex, is public opposition to restrictions, or is it a case of we have to put up with it?
The only opposition that is made by our association. The thing is, people should definitely join the association, not only in Romania, but everywhere in the world. They have vapers associations, because let me give you an example. I also do vape reviews. I have 25,000 subscribers on my channel, but on the association, it's free. It's no tax, no joint tax, no nothing. On association, I don't know if I have 1,000 members. So this is the issues, because if we have a lot of members in the association, we can go to negotiation with the government, with the authorities, with everyone, because everyone is guided by politics in the end. And of course, everyone is over. They vote. They have right to vote, and it's very manageable there. If I had 25,000 members in the association, of course I will be with health minister here. So that's the main thing. People should join the association and share the messages and all of that.
Yeah, getting the positive message out is much harder than getting a negative message out.
Yeah,
they have the wind at their back when it comes to media, all you have to do is say vape explodes, vape kills, vape causes, vape may. You come along with your story, quit smoking 12 years thanks to vape. Yeah, so what? Have you got gory pictures to go with it?
Of course,
it is
I had
very difficult.
I had chance to speak with some doctors and medical staff in the I don't know, in a TV show. Let's give that example, in a TV show, and I told them that we have facts, we have research, we have a lot of documents in this, but they asked me who I am in order to debate with him. And that's the point of view here in Romania. They don't accept any dialogue from anyone for the moment. Let's hope that next year will be better. I don't know. Let's hope.
What do you think, Damien? Is there a chance that the harm reduction message will get through? You mentioned that there was a crack in the facade in the Becker report.
Yeah, there was, but there was obviously a sting in the tail as well, because flavors got brought up again. They want to evaluate which flavors are attractive to youth and non-smokers. How such an evaluation could take place, it's beyond me. I don't know how they could possibly do it. But I think, as Alex said, the bigger issue is getting the message across to more consumers to actually advocate. That's been the issue since I got involved with advocacy, and I think it was 2016. You know, people just, they'll not really react until something bad happens, and then they'll ask, well, why didn't somebody do something? And you say, well, we've been telling you to do something for years. But you know, that's what has to be done. You just, for me, political engagement's very important. It's something that I enjoy doing, is getting involved politically. And I think more people need to do that. You know, just email, phone your local representatives and just keep hammering the message home. You know, there's so much evidence out there at the minute about everything around vaping, and you know, the safety, the efficacy. You know, there's mountains of evidence we can send to people, but you know, they're going to have to listen at some point. You know, there's just going to be too much.
Yeah. You mentioned flavors there. I see in the current consultation from the EU, they have added attractiveness as one of the things that they need to crack down on.
Yeah.
How are they even going to define attractiveness? They did not say attractiveness to youth or attractiveness to smokers, just attractiveness. They've done their best with plain packaging. Is that what they're hinting at? Plain packaging and, you know, olive drab boxes for everything with a single font.
I would add to your question, Tom, how are they going to describe attractiveness, and how are they going to describe flavors?
I have no idea. I don't even know how these people think. I raised an eyebrow when I saw attractiveness listed. If it had just been flavors or whatever, I wouldn't have been as surprised. I think that was a hint at plain packaging more than anything else. But it's going to be a tough one to evaluate for them. There's a question popped up. The Becker report just asked for an evaluation of flavor descriptors primarily. Now, this thing is something we've been going on about for a long time, that it's the descriptors that are catching people's eyes, not the flavors themselves. It's more about the presentation than the product. And I think a lot of the problems vaping has is because of presentation. it's new. People see it and it catches their eye. They can walk down the street, they'll pass 20 smokers, 2 vapers, and they'll come home and say, everybody's vaping. It's a visible new thing, and it's drawing a lot of attention because of that. If we can make it another 10 years, will that die away? Will the newness remove some of the opposition when it's an oldness?
Well, I mean, vaping's been around now close to 20 years, so it's not really a new thing. But back to the question, they didn't mention descriptors. That wasn't what they talked about in the amendment. What they said was that the commission was to evaluate which flavors are attractive to youth and non-smokers, and then they would be banned. So, as I said, I have no idea how you could even begin to do that. I mean, we would argue that there must be an impact assessment if that's what's going to happen, because something else, there was a huge increase in the number of people that successfully quit smoking with vapes in the last Eurobarometer as well, and they never talk about that aspect of the Eurobarometer. So yeah, that's, there would have to be an impact assessment. That's, goes without saying, but they probably won't. But as you said, Tom, we put forward a few times that guidance or guidelines on descriptors will be a much better way, because what they always talk about is bubblegum and candy floss. That's the two that comes up constantly. So, it is the descriptors. That's the thing.
Yeah. What about disposable e-cigs? Are they going to be a big problem or a big boon? After all, they're a handy, convenient little item. You're out for the night, you're in a pub, instead of having to go out to the smoking area, you can have one in your pocket. Could start a lot of people on the journey towards completely quitting.
Well, I think disposables are good, might be good for people who still smoke. They're easy to manage, and I think that in Europe, since we have a 20%, a 20 milligram maximum of nicotine, they're not going to be so good to give up smoking. But at least, they're easy to use. But on the other side, they're going to be a problem because people throw them away wherever. And states that's different. I mean, at least in Spain, the government has seen a really good product to get some money from. So that's why they want to put everything in the same bag and sell vaping products and tobacconists, because everybody's just getting disposables, and they saw that that's a way to get money. And it's complicated, because I think that's good for, as I said, for people who smoke, because they might see it. It's and where they sell cigarettes too, but for people who have been vaping for a while, it can be a problem. It's complicated, because they're easy to use. That could be very good for adults, but also for minors. And you know how they are with the, at least, I mean, I think that Ireland is the only country that doesn't have age restrictions, but in the rest of the member states, I think they do have an age restriction. But it reminds me a little bit of what happened with Juul. So I would be very careful with that.
Yeah.
Disposables remind me of Juul, and I would be super careful with that.
They probably remind you of Juul, because Juul inspired every one of them, I reckon. But, as far as
about
the next,
sorry, Tom, about the in chat there, we baby Simas, I think. Yes, about the recycling program. It's possible to have a recycling program to disposables, but I don't think the majority of consumers will take the disposable to recycling.
Yeah.
It's trash. It's
There
simple.
are,
Yeah,
in fact, there
maybe
are
the
many.
vape shop should provide things. We have in Romania. I think it's not. It's like a marketing thing. But if you go at the vape shop with a bunch of disposables, they give you something.
A discount or a little e-juice for
Yeah,
free.
yeah.
That, yeah.
But that is not taking the responsibilities of the industry to the consumer, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, I know.
So
Yeah.
if the industry doesn't make these products, we don't have this problem.
Yeah.
But they put the responsibility in the consumers, so
Yeah,
it doesn't
we
make
have
any
to,
sense.
yeah, we have to think that it's not only the plastic; it's also lithium
The
battery
battery,
in it.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah,
is. And the filler, and it's not just plastic, as you say. There's a lot of lithium batteries winding up in drains.
yeah,
Or total waste. I mean, they can
yeah.
all be recycled into solar garden lamps if
I know,
necessary.
but
Um,
yeah, but authorities don't really care about just normal lithium batteries, but they will care if it's an e-cigarette.
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
I
what
mean,
about what
stigma.
about the UK being now gone from the EU? Is that going to make it much harder going forward? Have we lost the only positive voice?
There's a few positive voices still in the European Parliament, but there's absolutely no doubt not having the UK there is a huge loss. So yeah, very short answer to that one.
Our, our hope is on France.
Yeah, well, no, not even, or not
Not
only.
even that, because especially because of the taxes.
Yeah,
They
well,
increase.
the Czech Republic are making some very good
Oh, yeah.
noises recently. They have said, not just for tobacco, but for addiction policy, they've said that harm reduction is the way to go. So, there's a few. And then you had Peter Liese, who's a very prominent German MEP, who was very, very good throughout the Becca thing. It was his amendments that had the positive aspects in it. So yeah, there is a few, but as for the UK, a huge loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the voice of the positive UKians speaking will be more of a loss than the loss of the UK itself. We have to remember that the last time the TPD was amended, the UK were looking for medical regs. And it wasn't them that stopped it. It was the advocates in the UK rather than the UK government themselves. I think those advocates will probably still put their voice in for the simple reason that whatever is passed, the UK will probably abide by it, whether they want to or not,
I think the last review, they said they were keeping the TRPR as it is.
Yeah.
Didn't they have a consultation about that?
They did,
and
yeah.
They said it was working well and it's going to stay.
Yeah.
I can't see the UK changing tack just because it's been such a massive success. And their public health bodies are on board with this, As I said, they're the only one that seems to have a seeing outlook on this thing.
The wee baby Seamus is asking, what's everybody vaping on right now? Seamus, I have to say a tobacco flavored juice. I know, I'm one of the few.
I'm vaping too. Drink and a little bit of tobacco. I'm getting used to it just in case they ban flavors.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what we're all doing.
I'm even trying the worst liquids for those that I don't like. Yeah.
I like to mix and match. I've got 4 here on the go. Strawberry, kiwi and strawberry. I don't even know what's in the other one.
I'm also in the tobacco team, Tom. So don't worry.
I also use a tobacco liquid, and the pod. I don't know. This is not
that's
my office, so.
interesting. Now, how long are we all vaping?
6
Oh,
years.
let me calculate.
I'm vaping since 2017, so it's doing the math.
5, I think.
5 years.
3 and 2, 5 years. Yeah, we're all somewhere around the 5 to 10 year bracket. I wonder, are the flavors were, when I started, and that was 11 years ago, flavors were a huge attraction to give it a try. But I never took to them, and I never really went back to flavors. They weren't great at the time, I'll be honest. You know, they were all Chinese juices, and yeah, they were about as real now as pound shop sweets. The tobaccos weren't bad, even though they didn't taste anything like tobacco. Do people realize that tobacco is just an artificial flavor in these? There's nobody chopping up cigarettes and melting it in liquid anymore.
I think a lot of them think nicotine as a flavor of tobacco, because I've seen that cropping up a few times. People on tobacco control on it saying that the flavors are to mask the bitter taste of nicotine.
Yeah.
It's nonsense. You know, they just prove yet again that they don't know what they're talking about.
Tobacco is a flavor,
Yes,
and
of course.
if I have to
Yeah.
describe
It
it's taste like plants.
No, but it is a flavor. That's why I was saying before when Tom said about attractiveness, how are they going to describe flavors? Because tobacco, it's a flavor too. It's not, as you said, just tobacco there and propylene, glycol, and glycerol. I mean, it's a flavor too. It's an aroma.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Anyway, there are different ways. For instance, right now in the Netherlands, and they were trying, to ban flavor. Then they just made a white list, and they based this white list on the ingredients of traditional cigarettes. And they realized, somebody realized that some of them were lipids.
Yeah.
Like diacetyl, like rose oil.
Yeah, so they stopped it. It was like, they're not water soluble. So, yeah, that's misinformation too. And that's anyway, yeah, but tobacco, it's a flavor too.
Yeah.
And
it is interesting that between Spain, Portugal, Romania, and Ireland, we don't have a uniform set of regulations, which you would imagine was the entire point of having a TPD in the first place. Is it ever going to reach a point where they will be satisfied the TPD is the rules? You're in the EU, follow the rules. Will it always be the TPD is the bottom rung of the ladder? You may go as high as you want.
So I can start. So,
you can.
Well, I
anybody.
think our problem in Portugal, once again, is that if we follow the route of European regulations, our taxation will, I think, decrease. So, seeing a government decrease taxation in a time of crisis may not seem very plausible. Yeah. So, as I said, we are also going to follow religiously the World Health Organization policies. So let's see. But I hope, and we are making some advocacy that Portugal follow the European directives in this case.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
But
kind of the way it runs, isn't it? You know, the EU write a load of regulations and somebody says, but they forgot. Or they allow it, they set a tax base low, and the next country says, well, we really need a new hospital, school, train track. Easy money, pick it up.
Yeah, but
I can't blame them for that.
There are some things that the TPD, I mean, there are mandatory for all member states, okay? And for instance, it's what happened with the 2 milliliter tanks. Some countries applied the 2 milliliter tanks, and some other member states said, well, they don't contain nicotine, and all these rules are for nicotine containing products. The tanks are empty. So we're just not going to apply that 2 milliliter rule. But yeah, there are some things that all member states have to do, and regarding the taxes, it's different because all member states have different taxes too. But of course, we'll see what happens with the tobacco excise directive, which the results will not be too good for us, since I had all my hopes on France, but France also is going to apply. It's going to vote yes for taxes. So anyway,
taxes were always unavoidable since time began.
Yeah.
Only two things are certain.
And even more now after the pandemic.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. We're coming close to the end now, so Alan Zilamo there mentioned that he doesn't get the ear of politicians and regulators very often. I'm going to ask each of you, if you were sitting in front of the EU Parliament, or better yet, whoever is writing the TPD, what would you say to them? What would you ask them to include that they've left out? What would you ask them to remove? You've got 2 minutes. Damien, you love talking to politicians. Here's your chance.
I love harassing politicians. That's what I enjoy doing. And just that would be my advice to other consumers as well. Keep phoning them, keep writing to them. Just do it non-stop. What I would say to the EU, I would say to look at their own data with regards vaping rates and what it's done to smoking rates. That's what I would say. Look at your own data, and it'll tell you that these things work far better than any other measure to reduce smoking rates. You know, get your eyes back on the goal, and it's reducing the harms from smoking. It's not nicotine use, it's not tobacco use, because as I said before, we've seen with Sweden that snus is just fantastic and it's very low risk. That's what I would say. And another thing, especially with flavors, rather than telling consumers what they need or what they can have, ask us. You know, there was a German MEP during Becca that said, all they need is tobacco flavor. And I replied back to her and I says, why don't you ask us? There's millions of us. We can tell you rather than you tell us. And that would be my message. Listen to the people.
Yeah. Angela, here I am, head of ruler of the world today. Tell me what you want. I will deliver it.
Yeah, I would say that they should ask users too. I mean, they should treat us as stakeholders too, and they should really understand the difference between nicotine and smoking. That the WHO is not always right. Yeah,
that's an understatement.
I would tell them that we are millions in Europe who have given up smoking thanks to vaping and other safer nicotine products, that they should follow the example of those countries that have succeeded using these treatments not treatments. I mean these, because they talk about treatments, you know, to end up the stigma, not only for nicotine users, but also to people who smoke. And I would also ask them if they had to change anything of the TPD, would be that 10 milliliters is you know, the little shots of 10 milliliters are useless. It's lots of plastic, and that 20 milligrams max of nicotine is not enough for people who smoke, and it makes people who already vape to vape more e-liquid than they would if they used higher levels of nicotine. So, which is in fact safer, because it's not the nicotine. I mean, it's not the nicotine that kills. I mean, of course it's combustion, but if we're only talking about vaping, probably flavors would be a little bit more harmful than nicotine itself. So if I would tell them that respect the freedom of adults, just that the point is giving up smoking no matter how. And yeah, that they could open their minds a little bit more.
Alex, tell them what they should do.
So I'm lucky because Andres and Damien already said the good things. Basically the same. I also said that there are a lot of people, even here in Romania, that already vape from several years, and they are living proof that vaping saves lives. And for the people to join the association and to share their message, and this is pretty much all.
Anselmo, you're getting your chance now.
Okay.
Shout it loud.
So I will just, everyone that said something, it's right. So I'm just taking the last point of the video that we passed in the beginning. We need proper information to consumers, truth information to consumers, and let's not this be some battleground between governments and big tobacco and big pharma and whatever. We are consumers. We have the right to be rightfully informed. So this is my appeal to regulators. Let's not let's not send some study that says that this is bad, then another study this is good. We are consumers. We are being conflicted unnecessarily. That's all.
Well, up to me now to thank all of you for being here today. Damien, Angelas, Alex, Anselmo, me.
Thank you, Tom.
It was great talking to you all.
Tom.
If there is one message to send to regulators, it's talk to us. We're here to help you achieve your smoke-free world. We're not here to stop that. It's a simple message. Stop burning stuff. Thanks, everybody.
All these products are complementary to what they would, to traditional methods. I forgot one more thing that I would have, that I would say to the European Parliament. No tax, please, no taxes. I mean, no sin taxes. We're not sinners. We're just giving up smoking.
Exactly. Don't put any barriers up to people switching from combustion. Remove those barriers.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're right up to the time. Less than a minute left. Thanks, everybody, and thanks everybody who was watching it and for the questions. We're going to say goodbye.
Bye.
You can all wave now.
Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Ethra. That was really good. Up next, we have Kasaf from the United States. So I will bring the guys in. We have Alex Clark. Hi, Alex. How are you? Can't hear you, but that's okay. And we have Logan. Hi, Logan. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm good. Guys, I'm going to leave you to it. I'll be in the back. Break a leg.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Hello, everyone. Alex, can we hear you yet?
Can you hear me yet?
I can hear you.
Oh,
If I can
fantastic.
hear you, hopefully everyone can hear you as well. So yes, look at everybody in chat. Wow, a lot of familiar faces out there. Thank you.
Hey,
thank you guys.
great.
And gals.
So we didn't have a chance to do our pre-show chat like we normally do on our weekends, but so I'm throwing perhaps some curveballs here at Logan, so bear with us.
My pitcher's glove out here, my catcher's glove, my pitcher's glove.
But I figured we'd start off with the customary. Hey, how are you, Logan? How's it going?
I'm well. I've had 2 days off. It's Monday and I'm not at work. It's just a wild thing. Happy Memorial Day to everybody observing Memorial Day here in the States or possibly anywhere else in the world. But yeah, it's been a good day so far. Getting a lot of stuff done around the house, outside things, still got to mow the lawn. Everybody who owns property and has a lawn knows that feeling all too well. So that's it though. That's this and mowing the lawn. That's my day.
Well, it sounds like a good weekend. I much some of the same here. We got out, get some gardening done, which was mainly digging up weeds. And no one has mowed the lawn in our neighborhood yet. It's apparently no mow May, which is new
Just like
to me.
Like no shave November.
I guess so.
For your lawn.
I'm waiting for the city to jump in and disagree and just fine us all for not having our yards. We live in an HOA, so there's a landscaper that takes care of it. We pay the fees for that. But anyway, yeah, got some work done outside. Got myself a little bit of a sunburn on back here, and I got some artwork done this weekend, which was good. Oh, well, you get it because of your job.
Oh yeah, mine's rough.
Yeah,
mine's real rough.
Yeah, you got the farmer tan going on.
I do have the farmer tan. Yeah, really bad right now.
Anyway, enough about us and this great long holiday weekend. Also, of course, thoughts with all of our military families who have lost loved ones defending freedom and democracy around the world. Of course, this is an international audience. I understand that your opinions of American military involvement in your country might be a lot different than what we are allowed to think here.
Or we might be in agreement.
Or we might be in agreement. But generally speaking, of course, this is a day to remember people who died in service of their country, in service of these ideals, died with a heart of service. And so thank you. And getting into that, I think this is a good follow-up to the previous panel. Some of the talking, some of what they were talking about at the end, what can we do and why do these things? And the pleas, of course, from the panel are listen to us, listen to consumers, listen to people who have experience with switching to smoke-free alternatives. And so I figured today would be a really good opportunity to highlight 2 testimonials projects and pick from some of the testimonials that CASA has collected over the years. For those unfamiliar with this, and I don't know, am I going to be able to share my screen here? Let's do.
As long as Nancy has given you all of those privileges, then yes.
Well, there we go. Okay, so here is CASA's testimonials project. So if you feel so inspired after we're done talking about all this stuff, please, for U.S. residents, add your testimonial here. International friends, go to righttovape.org, and this is the international repository for testimonials. I think they're up to over 15,000, which is great. This hasn't been up for very long, and it's still collecting a lot of testimonials. So for today's discussion, I'm just going to focus on some of the things that I pulled out of our testimonials project on CASA.org. And let's see, I will take my screen down so that we can I don't need any more visual aids. We're at the end of May, and May is being dubbed Mental Health Awareness Month, at least here in the United States. Not sure about the rest of the world. But I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of look at what some of our folks are talking about in relation to mental health and quitting smoking or nicotine use and so on. And so I went through and did some searches through our testimonials project, and I'm actually getting a little bit ahead of myself here. I wanted to say, before we got into the testimonials, CASA does have an active call to action up. For those of you who are playing the FDA home game, FDA has recently proposed 2 rules, which are product standards for combustible products. So one would ban the manufacture and sale of menthol cigarettes, and the other rule would ban the manufacture and sale of flavored cigars, which is a big category. It's not just completed rolled cigars. It includes things like blunt wraps, filter tips, any accessory that, or what you might think of as an accessory that would change the flavor of a cigar. All of those things would be included in this ban. So go to our website, check it out. And you can go on the sort of search the national calls to action, and it'll be on the list at the bottom. I'm not going to make you sit through me trying to figure out how to screen share again. So just go to CASA.org and search menthol. Actually, it'll come up in the results. Really easy way to get there. This is open to anyone, anywhere in the world. If you have opinions about this, if you have research about this, if you live in a country that has already banned menthol, your input, your experience is absolutely valuable. No matter where you come down on whether or not our FDA should ban flavors in combustible products, the really important thing for people to get across is FDA needs to authorize smoke-free alternatives in flavors other than tobacco. If they are going to force people away from legally purchasing and consuming menthol products or flavored cigars, there needs to be a legal and regulated place for them to land, and flavored vapor products are a great alternative, along with other flavored smoke-free products. So everybody's help is appreciated, and would love to see comments getting in on this. And now I will get back to our regularly scheduled programming, which involves going through some of our testimonials. How about it?
Yes.
So yeah, I figured anxiety was probably a good place to start. And so I just searched through our 13,400 testimonials on our site. I came up with 286 items. And I'm not going to read all of them to you. I'm not even going to read these word for word. But anxiety, of course, covers kind of a spectrum. You have your garden variety anxiety, nervous about public speaking or something like that, to actual sort of mental health condition that, people are just anxious a lot of the time. I don't know that I suffer from an undue level of anxiety. I've never been diagnosed with anything, so I'm not going to try to play doctor here, but anxiety is real, and people do many different things to cope with that. Let's see, I reordered all of this. I practiced for a particular order, and now I've changed things around. So,
see, you practiced, so that's a good thing.
I did, just as we rehearsed. So I'll start. This is a testimonial from Beth Clavet. And so, according to Beth's story here, she's a 42-year-old woman that smoked for 23 years. She tried everything else to quit. Cold turkey and Chantix made her suicidal. The patches obviously had a skin reaction there. Gums tasted nasty, and hypnosis just made her sleep. She chewed on straws. What's that?
That's what I need. Hypnosis just to help me sleep. Yeah. Beth, hook me up with your hypnotherapist.
Yep. So she chewed on straws until they were destroyed. Nothing worked. And this is the part that I kind of singled out here. I was humiliated by family members because I didn't have enough willpower. I was segregated by everyone who doesn't smoke. I would have to go outside in the cold, rain, or snow. She goes on to say, I have several disabilities that impede my life: PTSD, fibromyalgia, social anxiety, depression, and ocular motor apraxia. Vaping has become my lifeline. It is saving me from the anxiety of getting cancer. It is saving me from ridicule from friends and family members, and vaping keeps me from stinking like an ashtray. So obviously this person is coming into this experience with some sort of pre-existing mental health concerns, issues. But I think, this is this was something that you brought up, Logan, in separate conversations, things that we're trying to incorporate into another project associated with mental health. But one of my takeaways here was, Beth is talking about anxiety resulting from policies and strategies geared toward denormalizing tobacco use.
Yeah.
Maybe you can kind of fill in some blanks here. How is it policy is responsible for creating anxiety for people?
Wow. I guess in a lot of ways, for Beth particularly, this kind of onslaught of shame and stigma that we put around people who smoke. I mean, she says here, she was humiliated by family members because she didn't have enough willpower. Because through the quit or die approach of tobacco control, you're supposed to have the willpower to use something like a patch that makes you break out in hives, or hypnosis, or gum that tastes awful and may not work for you, satisfy any of the additional needs that come along with just nicotine. So yeah, she was humiliated by family members because obviously people who smoke are just a pariah to society and everyone around them. Segregated by everyone who doesn't smoke. She would have to go outside in the cold, rain, or snow. I mean, we've, through policy, we've pushed people who smoke to the fringes of our society. We don't allow them around us. They're segregated away. There aren't areas. There is not a designated insulin injection area at, Disneyland or a theme park or something like that. But there are designated smoking areas. It's really through all of those things that kind of ingrains that approach in people, maybe not even necessarily through policy, but through PSAs, through all sorts of things that we put out on media, that the government puts out on media, that health groups put out on media, that creates exactly this kind of environment for your loved ones, for people we love and care about and want to take care of. And instead we humiliate them and segregate them and push them outside. And I can only imagine that not only dealing with, the onslaught of media that she sees, all these anti-smoking ads and campaign ads, but then to deal with that at home as well, that only further, deepens those feelings.
As you were talking about, segregating people into the kind of smoker section and whatnot, I was reminded, I don't know if you've ever flown through Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta. No. Arguably the busiest airport in the world. And I don't know if they still have it, but Hartsfield held on to their smokers lounge for a really long time. And there's a comic on I think it was the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, Bill Engvall. One of his bits was all about the smokers fishbowl. And, you go to these transportation hubs and it's sort of walled off with glass, and you can see in there, you can see the naughty people doing the dirty thing. Mm-hmm. And it was sort of like, as smoking, you're sort of on display. Your sin is on display for everybody walking by the airport. And it very much was sort of like being an installation in a zoo. Look at the dirty smokers.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And
I don't want to carry on too long with this story, but recently I was talking, it was on Twitter or something like this. I had an interaction about, people who have switched to vaping want to avoid that smoking section as much as possible, and this was kind of the common theme of the conversation, that people didn't want to avoid, they wanted to avoid that. And I said, I never avoid that. If there's a smoking area, I'm going to respect a private business's choice to say, hey, this is where you can smoke or vape or whatever. But I take that as an opportunity to go sit and hang out with people smoking cigarettes while I vape. It's an opportunity to have a discussion about it with people who are curious. You get a lot of the, I hear that's going to kill you kind of comments. And I think right there is a golden opportunity to say, well, hey, let's have a discussion about this. Let's talk about this. And maybe I can pique your interest into giving this a try. So I think, in the horribleness that is segregating people off into those areas, I think we, as consumers and people who have switched, should really not avoid that like it's the plague, because we're further stigmatizing people who smoke by doing that. You don't want to be around people who smoke. You used to smoke. You felt that at one point. That's an opportunity to be there with people and maybe provide some insight and pique some curiosity as well.
Yeah,
Carry on.
agreed.
I just wanted to throw that out there. While we were on the topic of smoking sections and things, I just recently had that conversation, and I think there's some value there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can understand people maybe not wanting to pick up on don't want your clothes to pick up the smoke smell. That's understandable, but yeah, for sure. I've heard from several people, one of the best ways to spread the word is to just hang out with people who smoke and show them,
absolutely.
what's working for you. So for sure. I did want to, moving swiftly along here. We've only got an hour, so I'm going to go a little quickly, I think, but leave room for discussion here. The next testimonial I picked out comes from a woman by the name of Elizabeth, the reason I bring this up is because of what she describes as the things that she had already been doing in order to manage her anxiety and mental health. And I'll quote her soon here. I want to tee this up with kind of referencing back to what Truth Initiative published earlier this year or late last year. There's sort of what harm reduction is according to Truth Initiative, and specifically for smoking. And for those who haven't read it, the opening paragraph really starts with a bit of an accusation lobbed at people who smoke and people who vape, which is this idea that we are just refusing to take public health advice. We're stubborn, we're rebellious, or we're stupid. Whatever the reason, we are deciding to ignore the public health advice to quit smoking, which I thought was totally inappropriate and obviously not an accurate portrayal of the people who we've come to know and work with and care for in this community. And so, Elizabeth's story is familiar to all of us. 55 years old, smoking since she was 14 years old. Her mom started when she was 13, tried to quit all of her life, and it wasn't until she tried vaping that she was able to stop smoking completely. I think the cost was certainly a factor for her, but just to give you an idea of this is somebody who is involved in taking care of their mental health, and says clearly here, quote, "I have a mental illness. I do everything possible to avoid stress and anxiety. I meditate, I go walking, I do yoga to alleviate my symptoms." All of these things, proactively trying to take care of their mental health condition, and still, I am making an assumption here, but nicotine plays a role in dealing with those symptoms. And fortunately, Elizabeth has found a smoke-free alternative, safer way to consume nicotine. But she also goes on to, this is kind of in line with policy giving people undue stress and anxiety. She lives in an area where they don't have access to a vape shop, and so her and her mom were affected negatively by the U.S. Postal Service, the ban on shipping nicotine. And of course, all of our other major carriers, FedEx and UPS, followed suit with their own policies. All of that having been said, if you do live in the United States, there are still ways to get products shipped to you. I don't know the nitty gritty details here, but it should suffice to say that these shippers don't always know what they're shipping. So it does happen, and there is still access. So poke around, and if you do live in a kind of a remote area that doesn't have a vape shop, you can probably still get products. But
there are exceptions too with all of that in regarding like peer-to-peer, person-to-person, non-business transaction related certain amounts that can be shipped. Like say I were to make a personal shipment to Alex, as long as it was small, you can do it a certain number of times per month, things like that. So there are definitely companies or whoever out there doing this as well, kind of working around things. But two, if you have friends who may be near vape shops that are still open, if you're struggling to access things, maybe you can work something out, kind of a situation there. So yeah, there are definitely ways to navigate what's going on.
Yeah. But, this idea that I think, unfortunately, some of the campaigns are perpetuating that, we're just lazy people, or that we are sort of senselessly rebelling against the system. Is that something that you've perceived from the campaigns, or something you've heard people talk about that is giving them undue anxiety and stress?
Something that's been, that's something that's just been repeated forever, that, we're stubborn, we're ignorant, we're too stupid to, quit with gums or patches, or we've never bothered to try. When the reality of the situation is, almost everyone that I talk to who has managed to quit smoking with these products tried all of those things first, made all of those attempts, tried gums and patches and lozenges and sprays and hypnosis and all these different things, maybe even bird watching, in order to try and quit. That's CDC's great advice for everybody out there. Just try bird watching. And it didn't work for them, for whatever their reasons may be. Maybe nicotine is just quintessentially beneficial to them, or it's a sensory thing, whatever the case may be for people, and it didn't work. And so just because you failed, to use these products that already have horrible failure rates, that now you're dumb, stupid, incapable, stubborn, whatever. And so they're just echoing, decades of that same mentality. And that's not harm reduction. Shaming, belittling, for Truth to go on and talk about, what harm reduction is, and then to sit there and belittle people and call them basically incapable or stubborn or whatever. That's not compassion. That's not empathy. And it's most certainly not harm reduction right out of the gate.
Yeah, generally speaking, overall, not helpful, right?
No, not in any way.
Ostracizing, marginalizing, dismissing the community, the population that you claim to want to help, really doesn't. I've never started a conversation by punching someone in the nose.
Yeah, and like it's along that idea of like tough love, and like, I'm sorry, but like tough love isn't love. It's just cruelty with a bow tied around it. That's really what's coming from Truth and their deplorable version of harm reduction, is that quit or die, tough love, you just didn't try hard enough, try again mentality that tobacco control and these organizations have used for decades. And it just doesn't work. It further makes people feel as though they can't quit. When you've tried the things that they're telling you are supposed to work, just try again. And a lot of people go, you know what? I was one of those people. At one point, I reached the point where I fully embraced the idea that smoking is what was going to kill me. You get to a certain point where you're just like, well, I tried. I'm not good enough to quit. Whatever it is that's broken with me, that they've told me I'm broken, and this is what's going to kill me. And I think a lot of people feel that helplessness from campaigns that go around and tell them these things.
Yeah. So, continuing to move forward here. Move swiftly along. I didn't know that we'd have time to get into this, but I think this is a good thing to bring up now. Not exclusive to mental health, but dual use, which is something that we've heard a lot bandied about from the anti-campaigns. Of course, the statistics on this are that something like half the people that vape are also still smoking. And of course, the anti-tobacco groups are presenting this as a failure of harm reduction, a failure of vapor products, when in reality, what we, the people who actually use the products, understand dual use to be is a transitory phase. It's between switching completely to vaping or going back to smoking, but it is not, in and of itself, it's not an outcome. And so I kind of cherry picked a few of the testimonials here talking about dual use. And these are the amount of time it takes people to make that complete transition. It can take anywhere from a few days to a few months. It could take a year or more. It's a matter of people getting comfortable with the product, changing their routines. I mean, it's habitual for a reason. We get into these habits, we get into these ruts, and it's hard to get out of that stuff. Especially using a product that soothes us and makes us feel better, not for the long run, but certainly immediately. Smoking a cigarette has been a lot of relief for a lot of circumstances for a lot of people. So I just plucked out a few here. This one comes from Terry. I smoked cigarettes for over 40 years. Again, tried quitting several different ways. This is not for lack of trying here, and nothing worked. Terry was a bartender for 15 years. Everybody smoked in the bar. Mom passed away in 2015. She was a heavy smoker. Not a direct cause of her death. She lived to be 84. But certainly, I'm sure, as Terry notes, it contributed and probably degraded her quality of life there at the end. And a year before her mom's death, Terry's husband suggested we try vaping to quit smoking. And this is her account here. For 2 months, I did both. Then one day, I didn't light a cigarette. I had a full pack in the cupboard. It sat there for 2 years before I threw it out. That was 6 years ago. So, Terry took 2 months to get comfortable with the products. And then I suspect, as a matter of preference, woke up one day and decided, I don't want the cigarette. I'll stick with the vape.
Sure.
And that was similar to my experience. I mean, it only took me a few days, but I immediately got to that point where my preference was vaping.
Yeah. I mean, mine was like you. It was a matter of 6 days. And that first day, my first full day with a vape, I went from, smoking a whole pack of cigarettes down to something like 7 or 8 cigarettes that day. Because just immediately I enjoyed that flavor, that taste. And then from there, 6 days later, I was done smoking. And I wanted to throw in there, you're talking about habitual, there's so many habits, there's so many sensory things that come with smoking and rituals. And those were things that I actively thought about in, the following months, what I was missing from smoking, little things, like packing your pack of cigarettes. And so one of the things that I had started doing, and I'm not going to show what bottle of e-liquid this is, but I started going like this. I would pack my e-liquid essentially. That cracking of a bottle or a fresh bottle or tearing open a tin of pouches or something like that is very reminiscent of peeling cellophane off of a pack of cigarettes. All those little sensory ritual things that come along with smoking, because smoking is just so much more than breathing in smoke. It's a whole ritual. It's an experience that so many people find comfort in all of those little things. And I found, what can I do with this new technology, this new product that I'm using to mimic or try to find those same rituals and sensory things. And I think there are some people out there that get really creative with stuff like that, or like are very specific with maybe the drip tip styles that they use to be more reminiscent of a cigarette resting in their lips, things like that. And that's just one of the beautiful things about vaping is, obviously you can still use your nicotine in a much safer way, but there are so many ways to find those little habitual ritual things that you may miss. They can still be there.
Excellent points. And I have to jump off camera for a second because I do have an actual show and tell visual aid here. So I'll be right back.
Alex with the show and tell visual aids. Yeah, absolutely. In chat there, if anybody has any questions, we're definitely happy to answer them. Yeah, dual use is definitely it's a transitional phase, and I think a lot of times we look at that number of people dual using. I hate the phrase too. I just don't even like the term dual use, but for lack of a better term here today, people using both products is all too often just a snapshot. It's a snapshot in time of how many people are using both products. And what it doesn't tell us is how many people are are just starting and how many people are making that full switch, and at what time, and how long that takes people is so very different. We've talked to people and we have testimonials from people who took years to make that switch, who tried different products, started, stopped, went back to it, whatever the case may be. And there are folks like Alex and I who both took a few short days to make that full transition. So when we take that snapshot of how many people are using multiple products, it doesn't tell us why. It doesn't tell us for how long they've been trying. It tells us very little other than here's this number of dual users, this ominous group of human beings who are using multiple nicotine products. Ooh, and it's really disingenuous to think about it that way, because it is really just a transition. And that transition, there's no golden standard to that. There's no, you have to quit in a week. You have to quit. No, it's another beautiful thing about vaping is you can take your time, you can make it yours. You can, there's no big rush. I mean, you should definitely try, but there's no big, like, you need to do this in a week. No, take your time, do what makes you comfortable.
Yeah. And part of what sort of reinvigorated this particular topic on dual use was, I think it was at the Journal of the American Heart Association recently published a study looking at dual use and exclusive use. And of course, the real story is that vaping was, reduced people's risk by a whole lot, and people had quit smoking by switching to vaping. And that's a great thing. But they chose to go with the headline about dual use and how this was, I don't know if this was a sort of a cost benefit analysis, looking at dual use actually ends up costing a whole lot of money. Therefore, vaping is not good, or whatever their conclusion was. It was totally wrong. And they missed, the real headline there, which is vaping helps people quit smoking. And so I went and I posted up my own Twitter thread about my experience with dual use involving nicotine gum. And one of the things that I did, when you were talking about the sort of the hand to mouth relationship, how we treat the pack, tearing off the cellophane, all the habitual things that come with smoking. One of the things I did when I was chewing nicotine gum and smoking, so I would chew nicotine gum where I couldn't smoke and then smoke when I was outside, was I knew that I was carrying around nicotine gum with me. So I made myself a box for the nicotine gum out of a box of nicotine gum patterned after, it's a replica of a cigarette pack, a hard pack. So it pops up there. I can store my wrappers, my gum wrappers for disposing of it. And then this is the little dispenser hole that things come out. And the inside is lined with paper towels so that the cigarette pieces don't rattle around.
People who smoke are not stubborn, Alex. They're innovative. Yes. Look at that.
Exactly.
Look at that.
It's an old John Stewart joke. Smoking marijuana leads to carpentry. So
yeah, all sorts of inventions.
Quitting smoking leads
to a little bit of plumbing too in there,
with these things too. And this was inspired by buying nicotine gum in Canada, and they had a form factor that was similar to this. It was a little box with a flap that opened up on the side. It was a little bit smaller than a pack of cigarettes, but it was a lot easier than dealing with blister packs and all that craziness. So I made myself my own dispenser. And like I said, it's a replica of a pack of cigarettes. So for my work uniform, I had two shirt pockets, and I had my pack of cigarettes over here and my nicotine gum over here. And I did that for 3 years.
Sure.
And so this was pre-2013. Actually, I don't know if FDA updated their guidance in 2012 or 2013, but eventually FDA came around to this. I assume maybe from observing people actually using the product, that the most important advice to consumers is not to pick a quit date, but to pick a start date. Pick a day that you start using the smoke-free product. I'm saying smoke-free, and FDA was saying nicotine replacement therapy, but pick a day to start. And yes, that means you're going to be dual using. Whether you're using an FDA-approved therapy or something you bought at a vape shop, you're going to just start trying the product. And I think, eventually people get to that point where it is just a matter of preference. Fussing with cigarettes and smoking rules and laws and the evil eye you get from people and smelling and all the things is just not worth it when you can get your nicotine from a smoke-free source, and the smoke-free products are delicious. So,
Yes.
All the things are working to incentivize people to make that switch. If the governments and the campaigns could just get out of our way and let us naturally migrate to safer products. So anyway, I just brought that up as an illustration. Dual use is not really confined to smoking and vaping. I used nicotine gum for several years, and plenty of people out there have probably done the same. Not only through advice from within the community, but advice from FDA. So go ahead, start dual using. You may be pleasantly surprised in a certain period of time. And as you said, there is no time limit. No one expects you to get this overnight. That's just not how any of this works. We all kind of work on our own timetable. So,
and here's the thing too with dual use. It's such a broad term because when I sit down and think about it, I guess I'm technically still a dual user. Alex, I use multiple nicotine products, multiple evil tobacco products. I vape.
Polyuse.
I use nicotine pouches a lot of the times, almost daily when I'm at work in areas where I can't vape, or I might not necessarily really want to take the time to go take a vape break or something, walk out to the fringes of whatever property I'm working on. And I use pouches. I use snus as well. So multiple products. So here I am, smoke-free and still dual using. Really quick, I just because she's a fantastic human being, Christy in chat mentioned something, and Nancy had highlighted the comment that she's gone back and forth in dual use since 2019, working on completely switching. Christy is a good friend of mine, and recently, I believe it was yesterday, had her full day being cigarette free, her first full day being cigarette free, and I just wanted to say congrats. That's awesome. That's the hardest day. That's the toughest one. It just gets easier from there. So good on you for that. I just wanted to shout out a little bit of success right here in the chat. I think that's just fantastic.
Excellent.
So yeah, a lot of moderating.
Yeah, that's some weird. So usually we're accustomed to the Russian bots on our stream, but apparently we get porn.
Well, I think that's how when we post through StreamYard and it brings up multiple ones because it goes to all the different platforms. I think that's all that is. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I saw the other ones. I saw the anyway, I'm not going to repeat.
Oh, I missed that part. Do we have
yeah.
Russian bots here too?
No, I don't. It's porn, I think.
Oh,
so,
porn bots.
Yeah, porn and human trafficking.
Well, while we're on the topic of harm reduction, we should talk about sex work and
not entirely outside of the scope of
no,
this
absolutely.
But we will. I did want to kind of keep it. We are limited on time, and I did rehearse a point here, so we will get to that within the hour. But before we do, I wanted to move on to our next testimonial, which will hopefully segue into kind of the last little bit here. But this comes from Cal Rin Pavis. This is on our testimonials site. Again, another familiar story. Started smoking as a teenager until 19, 20 years old. Went through the military, part of the LGBTQ plus community. Started smoking due to stress and anxiety and other mental health and life issues. And it, as well as vaping, has filled a habitual gap that could have easily been taken by other substances. So an interesting perspective there, a little bit of prevention from moving on to drugs where safe supply is not something that people can have confidence in, making them potentially more dangerous. But so for now, that's a good thing. Hopefully in the future, we'll have more education so that people will understand how to use drugs safer, and then we will have safe supply. But again, like a lot of our other stories or a lot of our experiences, he tried NRT, patches, gum for over a year, didn't really cut the manual and oral habit as we were talking about. And also generally not enjoyable. Nope, kids, medicine, not that fun. So that's why NRT typically fails a lot of people. But moving on here, Cal's psychiatrist at the time was actually the person who recommended, of all people, that Cal try vaping. And so as he states here. I started transitioning to vaping around age 19 back in mid 2015. I used some small pod systems and gradually settled in the dual battery mod / open system tank and pod mod area. That's a mouthful. For my preferred devices. I completely transitioned from smoking to vaping in early 2016. So about a year. Excellent work, Cal. And it goes on to talk about some of the flavors completely comprised of fruit or food, no mint, no menthol, no tobacco, nothing that would remind him of a cigarette. And 6 years later, strictly using 3 milligram e-liquids, I guess when he uses nicotine at all. And I apologize if I'm getting anybody's pronouns wrong. I am making assumptions here. We don't ask for those on our testimonials project. So
when in doubt, they is a great way to go.
Yeah, I probably should. I need to commit that to habit here. So anyway, Cal goes on to explain, my personal quality of life has improved quite a bit. My doctors at this point cannot even find evidence that I ever smoked or used combustible products. My lungs are healthier than they were over 8 years ago by comparison. I can breathe better. I can focus more. And most importantly, my mental health has improved. I've been able to reduce medications and worry less about health issues because of vaping, specifically speaking. I had a particular case of depression that was most likely linked to cigarette use, as some of the chemicals in cigarette smoke were causing imbalances and worsening some of my already existing mental health issues. I've heard about this. I don't know how much more you know about this, but is it the MAOIs? There is something else.
Yeah, monoamino oxidase inhibitors. You want to talk about a mouthful, MAOIs. It's different from individual to individual, as with any chemical is, reacting with our own levels of dopamine, serotonin, all these things that make us happy, sad, feel feelings and whatnot. MAOIs can have multiple different effects on people. For some people, they do work as sort of an antidepressant kind of situation, and for other people, it can actually, they can actually exacerbate certain mental health conditions. So yeah, this is probably most likely just kind of anecdotally an assumption that they're making about what's happening chemically with themselves, but there's some science there as well to back that up.
Yeah, I'm not totally up on the science, and I feel like this is one of those conversations I overheard at a party or something. But maybe you know more about this. But cigarettes and given the other chemicals, the other psychoactive chemicals that are in tobacco smoke, not necessarily tobacco, but the smoke.
To highlight that, a lot of these things are created through the combustion process, through a cigarette is a cigarette is a cigarette. It's cured and dried tobacco leaf and paper and whatever a filter is made out of, which has changed over the years multiple times. But for the most part, the vast majority of the 7,000 chemicals that are in cigarette smoke are completely produced through combustion.
So the other question here is, I'm not familiar with the literature on this, but is there concern? Is there evidence that those combustion produced chemicals may interfere with someone's mental health medications?
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely concerns whenever you have multiple, neurochemicals interacting with each other. There's always some level of concern there. And again, I think, I'm not a doctor or a scientist, so I don't take my word as a gold standard here. But I definitely think that if you're taking certain medications, that you should have those conversations with your doctor or look into the literature around that to see if there's been studies, to see if there are any causes of concern. And again, hopefully you have a doctor that you can have those open and honest conversations with, that you can share those concerns with. So.
Yeah, and I think Christy is chimed in again here and kind of answered our question. MAOIs is rarely prescribed because it doesn't interact well with other drugs.
Sure.
So yeah, certainly something for any researchers who are watching or contemplating doing some work in this space, perhaps, in investigating the relationship between nicotine and mental health. I don't know that researchers are controlling for these factors, that interaction between mental health medications and nicotine, or the smoke or the constituents of smoke, and how that may influence certain outcomes. So I don't know how much more research needs to be done in this specific area, but I imagine some work could shed some light and help us, better understand the relationship between nicotine and mental health.
And it's actually one of those areas where, the lack of those things, the lack of certain specific chemicals like MAOIs, are what some people actually struggle with in making the switch to smoke-free products. If you're one of the people that, those oxidase inhibitors are beneficial to you, a lot of people find there's that one thing missing when they switch to vaping. There's something that's not quite there. And so, yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting area. And I think it's one of those like super nuanced areas that we just really do need more research in. But because it's so nuanced, we don't have much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll get to our final cherry-picked testimonial. Not cherry-picked. I sort of picked these at random.
You cherry-picking over here, Alex?
It's lazy picking, honestly. We have thousands of testimonials, and I really just went for what popped up in the first 20 results when I searched these things. But I mean, it really is kind of one of those things where you can just kind of, blindfold, throw a dart, and you're going to hit a testimonial that is very familiar to those of us who have switched to vaping or smoke-free alternatives. So this is another one about dual using. This comes from Adrian from Michigan. Once again, another person who started smoking when she was a teenager, and was a regular smoker by the time she turned 14. Almost all of their friends smoked through high school, even into their 20s, and didn't even really try to quit until she got pregnant. Same here, except for the pregnancy. It was just, there was no point in trying to quit in my 20s. So anyway, long story short, in her words, so I bought a kit and a few disposables. I wound up quitting within 6 months, smoking and vaping while trying new e-juice and tanks, until I found the perfect combination for me, which was a toasted coconut, roasted almond, and vanilla bourbon liquid.
Oh my God.
I just want to take a break here and say, find me a junior high or middle school kid who can string those words together and understand what they mean. And I'll give you $100. So what an amazing flavor that sounds like.
That just sounds absolutely delicious. Thank God for vaping, because that sounds amazing.
I do want that in my life.
Yes.
But everyone around me still smoked cigs. So within a few months, I returned to regular cigarettes again for almost 2 years. I remembered how good my favorite e-juice tasted on fresh coils when I was a non-smoker. So I bought some new coils and stocked up on some old favorite juices and some new ones, including a delicious vanilla cannoli and bourbon custard liquid. Again, just mind-blowing.
Amazing.
If you can dream it up, you can probably vape it.
Yeah, thank God for mixologists out there. Really doing God's work with these flavors.
So armed with this amazing flavor, Adrian quit smoking again. This time, I quit without trying and just vaped when I wanted to and smoked when I wanted to. But I found that I enjoyed vaping more than I enjoyed cigarettes. We should all be so fortunate to get to that point.
Yes.
And so that was 3 years.
I mean, that's why we do what we do, right? So that way people have the same opportunities as the rest of us who were able to, find our toasted coconut, roasted almond, and vanilla bourbon liquid. But that's exactly why we do what we do. So that way, hopefully people combine those things that are just so good that you look at your pack of cigarettes and you're like, I don't need you anymore.
Yeah.
I've got toasted coconut, roasted almond, and vanilla bourbon. God, I'm stuck on that. That sounds so good.
I don't know what's more impressive, the actual flavor or the fact that you are eloquently reciting that over and over again. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that just sounds great.
Yeah. So shifting gears a little bit here, I did grab one testimonial that dealt with lung function. And of course, I bring this up because it's not just about lung function when we start talking about people being able to reduce or come off of their medications when they switch away from smoking. So I'll just get right into this. Lynn Ray says that they smoked combustible cigarettes for 30 years. And won't mention the brand name here. Lynn was 45 years old when my then 25-year-old son brought over a vaping device and pleaded with me to try it. I did and purchased my own the following day. Within 3 days, I stopped smoking cigarettes. That was March 12th, 2014. Congratulations. I've not touched a cigarette since, having tried many times over the course of my addiction to stop. Patches Gum, Cold Turkey, again, another person who's done all of the things and they didn't work. And even Chantix, which in Lynn's opinion is so dangerous, bad dreams and depression. They were able to quit without any desire to smoke, vaping, and vaping has saved my life for the following reasons, Lynn says. I was borderline COPD at 45 years of age. I was on 5 different medications and an inhaler. I was required to use oxygen at night as my lung function was at 67%, and worse when they were asleep. Within 3 months of stopping smoking and starting vaping, my lung doctor at Baz Allergy Institute was completely shocked. I was up from 67% to 78%. Yes, 3 months. He took me off of all the medications, including the oxygen.
Yes, Lynn.
Absolutely inspiring. I tweeted this snippet out on my Bird app, and I wanted to throw that in there because I've heard this from several other people. It's just, I've heard it from my own doctor. When I talked to my doctor about switching from smoking to vaping, his reaction was very positive and really, I think, the only real kind of scientific or clinical way to look at this. And his response was, if I'd say about 80% of my patients, if I could just get them to stop smoking, it would clear up probably all of their issues.
Yeah.
And so, thank you, Lynn, for sharing your story and everybody else who has a similar experience. Hopefully doctors are looking through this stuff and seeing actual, consumer and patient testimonials about.
I really just hope that doctors who are dealing with, patients who have asthma, COPD, lung issues, things like this, are, especially now that we're years into vaping being a product that people are using, or other smoke-free products, nicotine pouches, snus, things like this, that they're paying attention over the course of this time that they've switched, just how well they're improving. And they're hopefully taking that and looking at it and looking at what they're hearing from, other medical professionals, and who they take their advice from. And they're seeing those conflicting messages. And I hope that they're looking at and taking note of those lived experiences a little bit heavier than the things that they're being fed that contradict what their practice, what they're seeing firsthand. And I hope that that has some effect on their opinions about these products going forward and whether or not, they're open to recommending that somebody tries these things. I know that there are restrictions placed on healthcare providers as to what they can recommend, what they can't. But, I do hope that maybe a little bit of kind of hush hush recommendation, hey, nudge, nudge, I can't say this, but I'm going to say this kind of thing is happening for people. And I relate, I know that we're getting close to the end here. So just really quick, I relate to Lynn in a lot of ways. I was diagnosed with chronic asthma when I was 2. I almost died multiple times dealing with, my asthma and lung function and sickness. I had double pneumonia at one point that almost killed me because I had asthma. It was so bad. And as somebody, I still have a rescue inhaler just in case I get a really bad lung infection or something like that that does trigger my asthma to kind of bubble up. But for the most part, it's not something I need. It's giving me, my ability to run and go skateboarding with my kids again, things like this. So yeah, Lynn, I feel you. I hear you. I'm right there with you. Thank God for vaping.
Absolutely. So yeah, we are getting to the end here, and we got about 6 minutes left. But I did want to put the finer point on this, and so I'll skip ahead to kind of the last section here, which is dealing with people who were talking about depression in their testimonials. And this one comes from Mary Dang. And of course, again, Mary in the 6th grade when she started smoking. Let's see, I don't have the years on here, but she says, before I started vaping, I was smoking 2.5 to 3 packs a day. I was a 2-pack a day smoker, so that's I can attest that's a lot. And of course, I tried to quit over and over again. The problem she ran into was that the medications she was already on for extreme anxiety, manic bipolar depression. She couldn't take medicine to quit, so Chantix was not an option for her. And so it was vaping that ultimately worked for her. And I do want to just highlight this. Something she says is, I don't usually put my info out there, but I think these people that are trying to ban flavors need to know everyone's story, which I think is a sentiment that a lot of us feel. You got a lot of accidental activists out here, people who quit smoking and saw all of the headwinds, and we just got involved because it's ridiculous. And it's our stories, our experiences are very important. It's really important to share. But what I really wanted to highlight about Mary's testimonial here is when she did go to a vape shop and get a setup, they spent, this is her words, they spent 45 minutes with me giving all kinds of info, got me started with my first setup. Thank you for blanking that out, Mary. Mini sub tank kit. And guess what? My first flavor was blank, which is a caramel malt shake. Not nearly as elaborate as the previous testimonial,
but I'm sure just as delicious.
Absolutely delicious. And that's what started me on my vaping journey. And she goes on to say, other health improvements here: haven't had a chronic bronchitis attack in 3 years, don't smell like smoke. Her kids don't smell like cigarettes. Not wheezing anymore, don't wake up in the middle of the night for a cigarette. And of course, that means a lot to Mary, and it means a lot to all of us too. So she goes on to say something I think is really, really important. And I think this is sort of our parting thought here. The reason why this is so successful, moving right into her own words here, it's not just vaping. It's a community. It's a better way of life, with everyone in this community acting as a family to help one another out, a beautiful support system that has grown to epic proportions. And I'm just reading the highlighted sections, and I don't know if Mary got into this, but with regard to depression, anxiety, any mental health condition that benefits from community support, group therapy type of things, just being able to talk to one other person and share your experience, share the pain, have the pain. That's what they say in recovery. That's another aspect of this. It's not just recovering from smoking. It's a lot of the other stuff that ails you. And we have all, not every single one of us, but within the community, it is inevitable you will be able to find somebody that's going through a lot of things similar to what you're experiencing. And the vape shop has been the nexus, that's the meeting point. That's where you're coming to buy something so you don't have to smoke. And luckily, a lot of people have found themselves in conversations with people who are going through not just the experience with quitting smoking, but other issues of mental health and substance use disorder. And I did want to say, in 2016, I had the privilege of driving an RV around America, campaigning for vaping. I would always share my story. Substance use disorder and recovery from substance use is part of my story. I know Logan is part of your story as well. And sharing that in front of groups at vape shops around the country, occasionally people would come up to me afterwards and say, "Hey, I really appreciate you saying that. I'm in recovery too, and I found, you know, hanging out at a vape shop was really important to me." And there was one gentleman, I think it's appropriate today, a veteran who was at a very dark place in his life, and dealing with depression, dealing with PTSD, dealing with the things you might expect somebody coming out of the military might be dealing with, and kind of at the end of his rope. And just deciding to quit smoking took him to a vape shop where he found a community. He found a place where he belonged. And so not only was he able to quit smoking, but finding the family here among people who vape and use smoke-free alternatives, I think helped him out tremendously with all of the other issues that he was struggling with. And I know that there are hundreds, thousands, potentially millions of stories out there like that. And so the overarching point here is researchers, policymakers, even fellow community members, please talk to us. Please visit a vape shop, talk to the people who work there, talk to the people who shop there. It's not just our testimonials project. It is the real face-to-face interactions you have with people who are recovering, and finding a community, finding a purpose in life, finding something to be passionate about. And that's how we are getting well.
Yes. Man, I couldn't say it any better than that. You know, the community is everything. People that know me know that I'm a community guy through and through. It's everything to me from the minute I walked into a vape shop, and I spent very similarly to them, you know, an hour going through, you know, everything. They asked me all sorts of stuff about what I smoked, when I smoked, what I was, you know, what were my favorite. I can remember being asked, what were my favorite foods and drinks? Name your favorite things. What are your favorite desserts? What are your favorite candies, your favorite beverages, all these things. And that's, you know, I was able to quit with 18 milligrams strawberry lemonade house liquid that was mixed up for me, you know, right there that day. And it was that interaction, that care, you know, that somebody was taking the time, not just like go buy a pack of gum and quit. You know, somebody was taking the time to figure out what I needed, you know, what was going to work for me. And that was my introduction to just how giving and caring and amazing this community is. It's hard to put it into words. You know, when it comes to, like you said, any kind of recovery or anything, even, you know, recommended along with switching to an NRT is some kind of additional support, whether that's a therapy or, you know, some form of external human support along with your quit attempt. And it's just ingrained right out of the gate into this community, into vaping, into going into a vape shop and meeting people or getting online. You know, there are forums, there are group chats, there are discords, there are all sorts of places where these communities exist for that reason, to hold each other up, to support each other, because we've all been there. We've all gone through this. We all used to smoke, and we all just want to see everybody find that thing that works, that moment, that epiphany of like, I can quit smoking with this. I can do this. And knowing that you're not alone in that, I think is just worth its weight in gold, you know?
Absolutely. So I think we're gonna leave it there. I know the other panel is assembling, and don't want to cut too much into their time, but did want to say especially thank you to Nancy for organizing this. Thank you to CAFRA and everybody involved. It's a privilege to be able to participate in World Vape Day. And we'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow with Danielle Jones at the same time slot for World No Tobacco Day. I don't have my notes in front of me, but you can be assured that we're going to talk about something interesting. And Logan, thank you for taking time out of your holiday. Logan, of course, is a volunteer, so there's nothing compulsory about his participation here.
No, I get a fancy title, and that's all.
It's a fancy title, a cheap date. Thanks for hanging out, Logan.
Always.
Thanks to everybody in chat for coming in, hanging out, and participating. We're honored and privileged to be in this community with you. Yeah, I think I'll end it there. Any closing words, Logan?
No, I think you said everything great. I just wanted to echo everything you just said. And, just tell everybody, have a great, rest of the week. Have a great weekend, whatever that looks like for you. Be safe out there, everybody. Be excellent to each other. Take care.
Thanks, guys. That was really good. Up next, we have Rights for Vapers from Canada. I'm going to bring everybody in. I will bring in the host first. Her name is Marion. So, Marion, where are you? There you are. Hi, Marion.
Hello. You caught me.
I did. It's okay. It's all good. Next up, I'm going to bring in Janine. Hi, Janine.
Hello, Janine.
Hi.
And then we have Kelly. Hi, Kelly.
Hello, Kellyanne.
Hi, Kelly.
And then we have our token male. And the reason I say
Dave
that,
Ball.
I
Is
want to
Dave
let
here?
Dave in. Hi, Dave. Welcome
Dave.
to Ladies Hour.
Hi.
The reason I said that, I want to explain that, is at the beginning of the live stream, there were some comments on Twitter about it being a manel, and there were no women. So we've just turned the tables. Marion, you are the host. I'm going to leave it with you, and when Maria does show up, I will just add her in. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And welcome. It's so nice to see you. And now I don't know what I'm doing, so you guys just follow me and cooperate and throw in your own ideas. I'll start. I'm told I'm the chair. My name is actually Marion Burt, but I had a typing error and then I couldn't figure out how to correct it. But C is for my middle name. It's Catherine. I am here at the first Rights for Vapers conference in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. And we're just wrapping up a bunch of speakers. And so to introduce myself, I smoked for almost 40 years. And 8 years ago, I discovered vaping and stopped smoking instantly and have become an advocate for vaping ever since. And this is going worldwide, and I am just so excited that we can talk about the lamentable in some way situation in Canada and also the promising things that we have in Canada. So maybe we'll move to my left to Janine. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your vaping smoking history?
Happy to. Thanks, Marion. I am 64 years old. I smoked for 40 years. The last probably 2 decades of those 40 years was at least a pack a day. On a whim, I went into a vape shop to purchase an e-cig because my upstairs neighbor was very angry with me. I used to smoke outside on the patio, so I was yelled at and it kind of freaked me out. So off I went to the vape store and thought, well, I'll just use it outside so it won't bother anybody. Well, much to my surprise, 2 weeks later, I didn't smoke anymore. Completely transitioned to vaping, completely unplanned. I was shocked, but almost 7 years later, here I am, still not smoking. Happy to say that, and I feel a real sense of freedom by that. I'm a consumer. I feel very passionately about vaping because I know how good I feel, and whenever I get a chance to talk to somebody about my journey, I take the opportunity. So here I am.
Thank you, Janine.
Marion, if you're not speaking, you're going to need to mute because the background noise is very strong.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I got to find how to. Oh, yeah, I found it. Okay. Okay, but I'm going to speak first. So we'll go down clockwise. And Kellyanne, could you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yes, okay. My name is Kellyanne. I have a background in registered nursing. In 2014, I discovered vaping and I wanted to understand what I was inhaling. So I started doing research and I reviewed thousands of published articles over the years. The information took me to starting a nonprofit in 2016. We have a federal not-for-profit called Vaping Advocacy and Education Project. And what we do is we review credible evidence, being scientific journals, and we make learning tools that are easy for people to understand. So our objective is to help people make informed decisions about harm reduction. Our website is vaepworld.com, and all of the resources are free and they're super easy for people to understand. We have a whole bunch of new resources coming up that I'm working on, and even a new web address, which is going to be vaep.info. And you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube under VAEP info. So we're here to serve and to complement all advocacy efforts by providing information in formats that are easy for the average person to understand.
Thank you, Kellyanne. And on to Dave. Dave, would you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Dave. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm now a consumer. I was in the industry for the last 7 years, and that came to an end. I'm now officially retired, and now maybe the government will listen to me because I'm not involved in the evil industry anymore. But I started smoking when I was about 15, stealing cigarettes from my mother's purse. Finally started smoking full-time a couple of weeks later because I had a part-time job so I could afford them. And that quickly got up to a pack a day and quickly got up to 2 packs a day. And for 45 years, that's what it was, 2 packs a day. I could probably buy a house with what I spent on cigarettes. And then when I was 60, I happened to walk by a vape shop, looked very curious. They had a thing in the window that looked like a lightsaber, and I decided to go in and take a look and see what was going on, and said, okay, I tried some of their flavors that they had, which were all nicotine free because they were samples. And I said, yeah, this isn't going to work, and left. And then I went home and did some research and went back about 2 days later and said, yeah, okay, set me up. And I had a fresh pack of De Maurier in my pocket just in case, and got all set up with a 24 milligram tobacco. Tried it and really wish I had a camera and could have seen my face. It was a revelation. And that was it. Threw the cigarettes out on the way out the door and haven't looked back. Never again.
Our stories are all, they really gets me. Our stories are all so alike, but they're all, every one of them is miraculous and everyone is joyful. And I just love hearing stories. Okay, as I told you, I just sat through several hours of speakers, and
You do very well too, Marion.
oh, you heard me. Oh, good. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, good. Then you know some of the themes that we were talking about. Oh golly, you just took the wind out of my sails, Dave, for what I was going to ask.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we've talked about our story. Okay, let's go on to, we're all members of this panel working with Health Canada. And I'm going to, they asked me what I saw, what I visualized for this panel. So I'm going to toss the question over to you. Why did you join this panel? what do you think you can give to it, and what do you hope to achieve? What do you want this panel to achieve? Your dreams for the panel. Okay, do I have a volunteer? Janine, go ahead.
I jumped at the chance, Marion, because this is something that I've been dreaming of for the last year. Any chance, as I said earlier, any chance that I have to tell someone my story, especially Health Canada, I think it really helps to put a face to the numbers. They may know the data, they may know how many vapers there are in Canada, but do they know who we are and what our stories are? And I think that personal lived experience is extremely important. When you speak face to someone, particularly in Health Canada, there's a connection. And I think that connection really helps. It really does. It personalizes things. We all have a story to tell. We're not stamping our feet or tantruming. We are truly concerned about our lives and everyone else's who has managed to transition from smoking to vaping. It's a very important topic. And I'm really excited to have our stories told and to have the opportunity to speak with people in Health Canada so they understand us and understand our stories and understand how frightening this is for us. We have found a solution, and when there's a threat that will be taken away, it will affect our health. I'm really excited to do this and have the opportunity, so thank you.
Kellyanne, you look ready to burst with ideas.
Oh, I don't know whether I'm ready to burst with ideas. I sure have a lot of information I'd like to share with Health Canada. I'm hoping, well, my role is to come from a nursing perspective. I've helped dozens of patients through the palliative process of dying from smoking-related diseases. I have treated hundreds of patients that suffer with smoking-related diseases, and knowing that this is all preventable, it's just lunacy not to utilize every option available to prevent this type of suffering, and the cost to the taxpayer, right? That we have loss of work hours, loss of taxes, and more disability. When the family loses the breadwinner, then the children don't go to college. It trickles down to the entire family when somebody has been incapacitated because of smoking-related diseases. Also, harm reduction is a very significant aspect of nursing. Back in the 80s, when everybody was screaming that the condoms are going to make all the children promiscuous, the nurses were the ones handing out condoms during the AIDS crisis, right? Despite the social outcry of protecting the children, again, from promiscuity if you gave them a condom, right? So I feel like I'm one of those nurses that is kind of dedicated to the scientific evidence and dedicated to allowing people to make their own choices and promoting harm reduction. So I hope that's what I can bring to the table, a perspective of this is about helping people. It's not about ideology. And if I understand the whole mantra has been about save the children. Well, one only has to look at the smoking uptake rates since vaping's been available to understand that this has become an unintended but a harm reduction strategy for smoking uptake. So I think the false narratives that have been used to scare everybody away from vaping, especially smokers, is proving to be incorrect. So maybe we can, disregard those fear-based narratives and start looking at the evidence, which is overwhelming that this is a significant harm reduction strategy and good for population health.
I have a question, Kellyanne. Health Canada has been aware of all the work that you have done before now, has it not? Or is this a new thing? Because I know they consulted you on something from the mental health CMHA. CMHA?
Yeah, that's interesting that you'd know that.
Well, yeah, because you sent me something that I was supposed to look at, and I.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I just often I'm so used to keeping things confidential.
Yeah.
In my being a nurse, right? So I just yeah. I know they've reviewed my site. So is my nursing college and the Canadian Nurses Association. And so yes, I was directed towards the lower risk nicotine guidelines that were put out by Canadian Association of Mental Health. And so I read it and I was compelled, because it's kind of my nature, to write a review of it. This is one of the articles that we have not released yet. So I took a good look at it, and I felt that my feedback was that it was anti-harm reduction, and I used the UK what's the word? They're a poster that they had for pregnant women and quitting using vaping, compared to the guidelines section on pregnancy and vaping. And it was very clear when you put the Canadian message and the UK message apart from each other or across from each other, that the Canadian message is anti-harm reduction. I thought this would close the door because, I tend to be very honest, and I'm still working on delivering my message in gentle ways. But they were receptive and thanked me for a thorough and thoughtful critique. And I have since sent some more scientific journal articles to them in regards to perhaps adjusting those guidelines based on evidence. So there is a dialogue, and I'm grateful for that. But, where that's going to go, I don't know. But I will be releasing that review I guess sooner now than later. I hope, it's whenever I do work, I just give it to the world, and what they do with it is up to them.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And I just wondered if perhaps you had another relationship with Health Canada, and it sounds as though, which would be great, but it sounds.
Yeah, I typically, perhaps that's part of my problem. Is that I tend to keep things quite confidential. It's part of my nursing practice, and so I probably don't announce as much to the public as I probably should. So, I hope to be involved with this panel and things, and hopefully we can start steering Health Canada towards improving the outcomes of the population health, right? By promoting harm reduction. Yeah, so it's really a no-brainer. But
Thanks, Kelly. And Dave, what do you want? What do you see?
Well, what I had when I was, in the industry and working at a shop, I had people's stories being told to me every day, which was great. But at the same time, when a new customer came in that had never been there, we were shackled by this, you can't say anything about vaping to say that it's less harmful than smoking, which was the most frustrating thing about working in the public and being told what I can and can't say. Because Marion, you know what we were like in the 60s. Don't tell us what we can't and can say. We'll say what we want because, we're the guys. So I had a problem with that, and I would surreptitiously pass little pamphlets from Kellyanne to people that she had given me when I was out in Edmonton, and people got them. Of course, I made copies of them and kept passing them out, and then people would ask me, but I keep seeing all this stuff on TV and the Valley and that poor kid in London, and that was one of the things that frustrated me. Our wonderful doctor in London that wanted to get his face on TV. But what I want to see is I want to see more information out to the public. That's what I want people to know, that we're not trying to do anything against the children. What we're trying to do is give the children, their parents and grandparents, a longer life. And I think that's the best thing you can do for children, is keep their parents and grandparents around. And anything we can do to do that, I think, is an improvement. And is an improvement in public health. Less people with cancer is probably a good thing for public health. Less people in hospitals is a good thing for public health. Taxing vaping the same as cigarettes is a bad thing for public health. And that's just what I want to get out. And I'd like to shout it from the rooftops if I could. But I'd probably have somebody from the Cancer Society shooting at me. So this is where I am. And this is what I want to do. And now that I'm retired, I got all this time. So have at it. What do you want me to do?
Great. Yes, I know that to me is the most wonderful thing about my whole world right now, is that I'm retired and I can do whatever I please. And I've actually found something that's worthwhile and achievable. Let's hope. It just occurred to me, that this is going international. You know that? And I think they know we're from Canada. But maybe does one of you want to give a very brief summary of where we are in Canada and why we are talking about this group that is going to be working with Health Canada? Why this is such a big thing? If nobody else does, I will, but I don't want to.
I'll say something.
Please.
Okay, where we're at in Canada, depending on what province you're in, it's either bad or really bad. Nova Scotia, really bad. New Brunswick, really bad. Quebec, who knows? Ontario, it's not so bad right now. But then we get the federal government saying, we want to make it the same across Canada. We want to have higher taxes, no flavors, a nicotine cap. And if people go back to smoking, that's okay, because we're getting lots of money from the tobacco industry and we're getting lots of money from everybody else. So, Kelly.
Yeah. So, I should have canceled my license before this. But anyways, here goes. I think, big tobacco, yes, they do make a lot of money from tobacco sales, but I honestly feel that the real push be to oppress harm reduction by taxing it and making it too expensive, by removing flavors so it's no longer appealing, by making it capping the nicotine levels so that heavy smokers won't get a nicotine satisfaction and switch over to harm reduction. These are strategies to prevent and discourage people from using harm reduction and to continue smoking. The end. Okay. Now, why would we do that? Well, smoking makes a lot of sick people, and sick people are very profitable. Okay. And there's one particular industry that that makes the most money from sick people, and they've just made $33 billion with this new injection last year. Okay. So you can put all that together as to what industry that is. That industry funds our medical schools. It funds our nonprofits that are also anti-harm reduction. That industry funds our governments and our healthcare systems. So, you know, I understand people think that big tobacco is, you know, the culprit here, but I disagree with that. I think there's a much more powerful industry that makes far more money off of smoking related diseases than tobacco makes off of cigarette sales. I mean, honestly, I mean, if you can't breathe, you will pay anything for a puffer. Okay? So I've seen enough patients that can't breathe. And once they get that, you know, nebulizer on or puffer, they don't care if it's $2,000 for a puff. Okay. So making people really sick with a product has huge payoffs for decades of long suffering and debilitation for the rest of their life. And they're a cash cow. Okay. So that's just my opinion, but yeah, I don't think this is so much big tobacco as it is another major industry.
That was the other people I was talking about, because a cured patient is a lost customer, and that's what happens if you're not sick, you're not buying drugs. If you're not smoking, you're not buying Nicorette, and they got a lot more money than we do to lobby the government to keep people smoking, to keep people sick. And yeah, big tobacco started it, but those other guys are the ones that are making the money.
So we're faced with this situation with people making money off smokers, and we're faced with great, you know, different harsh regulations across the country. So Janine, I'm going to ask you to give the story of how we came about and why we came about.
Us, all of us, or can't hear you. Can't hear you, Marion.
Well, yeah, I'm giving
Oh,
you
there we go.
your turn. Dave started.
Okay.
He said,
Gotcha.
Steve, Kellyanne talked
Gotcha.
about the cause. Now you're giving the cure.
Wow. I'm powerful and I'm not. Well, from my experience in BC, we already have high taxes on our vape stuff. They've raised them. And the thing that really worries me is if this federal tax goes through, it will be in addition to whatever any province already has. So in BC, we're facing at least a 40% tax if all this goes through. Well, it's prohibitive for many people if that happens. One of the reasons I got involved was I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and I'm in my 60s, so I've seen a lot in my lifetime. The stigmatization, the no rights, etc., etc. So what happened for me personally was I went through all of that in my 20s and 30s, being yelled at and all of that, and you develop a thick skin. But what happened over time was I smoked more because I was stressed all the time. And then with vaping, now that I've quit smoking and enjoying 7 years smoke-free, everything, I was so excited about this at first. The first couple of years that I was vaping, I was just so excited about all of it. And I didn't feel stigmatized anymore because what I was doing was for my health. And I knew how much better I felt. And then I began reading and researching. So one thing led to another. And then with all the misinformation that's appeared over the years and the terrible media coverage and the negativity and vaping is bad and popcorn lung in the valley, I realized that I didn't feel really great about myself like I was what happened was I was being triggered. I feel triggered again. It takes me back to when I first came out and I was secretive and sort of recoiled. And this anti-vaping is triggering me in the same way. So what I decided to do was, instead of allowing it to trigger me, I'm just going to arm myself with more information, get louder. With all of the people here today, it's such a great first step into being heard, telling the truth, speaking with Health Canada. Also, touching just a little bit on what Dave was speaking of, how, you know, the people who get sick from smoking, obviously. But I think what people forget is when they're counting the numbers of sick people with lung cancer and heart disease, they think of just that one person. When someone is terribly, terribly ill, it affects everyone in that person's life. It's not just the patient. It's the parent, it's the sister, it's the children of those people. And I speak from personal experience, like many of you do. My dear, dear, dearest friend and ex-partner had stage 4 lung cancer and passed away a year and a half ago. And she lived 2 ferry rides away from me. And I went over there every 2 months to spend time with her. And I saw what this illness did to her, not just physically. That was horrible enough, but mentally and emotionally, because she was ashamed. Because you know what people say, well, oh, she has lung cancer. Did she smoke? Yeah, she did. But you know what? She's a person. It really bothered her a lot that it was sort of broadcasted what was wrong with her. Everybody knew immediately that she smoked. It wasn't just that, though. It was her partner. I watched her partner look after her 24 hours a day. I helped with things. I went to chemo with her. I saw her slowly disappear. And I was with her when she passed. She passed 6 days after my mom. I immediately caught a ferry and I went over to be with her. And it was an incredibly sad couple of days, but it was also a wonderful opportunity because we just sat together. We didn't speak because she was too heavily drugged, but she knew I was there. I sat with her, she passed. And when I woke up the next morning, I mean, she was still there. She passed away at home. It just lit a fire under my butt to anybody who says, well, it's really bad for you. Actually, no, it's not. And if it could have saved my friend, I would have done it. So she's my inspiration. I'm not stopping. I'm just not stopping. This affects everybody's lives, and we're worth saving.
Yeah. Yes, Kellyanne.
First of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. Yeah. 2 losses in a short period of time.
Thanks, Kellyanne.
Those are the times in life where you find out, you know, what you're made of and who your friends are. But I wanted to just kind of mention something about the stigma you're referencing. What bothers me about that is that smokers are actually victims of a very clever scheme. This is not a moral dysfunction, okay? I've done a lot of research on youth and vaping and smoking, and 93.3% of smokers start before they're 20. There's a reason for this, and that is because during adolescence, youth will experiment with adult taboos. Like if I approached a 40-year-old non-smoker and said, here, have a try, just try it, everybody's doing it, you know what they tell me to do, right? Because they're an adult, they have an adult brain, their frontal lobe is finished developing, okay? So during those adolescent years, youth are going to experiment with adult taboos. I've just done a new shareable on that. And it's a numbers game. So there's up to 600 chemicals added to tobacco cigarettes, not pouch tobacco, but tobacco cigarettes, to enhance the delivery and the effect of nicotine, plus add a bunch of other chemicals that are also addictive. And what we know, and I have a shareable on this, is that after like 1 or 2 cigarettes, about 4% of youth start losing autonomy, meaning they cannot say no to the next cigarette. Okay. By the time they've had 100 cigarettes, which is about 4 or 5 packs of smokes, 94% of them are having difficulty saying no to the next one. They are becoming addicted. It's a numbers game. The more cigarettes that they can get into those youth are going to make lifelong smokers, okay? So when we stigmatize people that smoke and look down our nose at them, or when the public does that, what they are doing is they are victimizing a victim, right? And if we can help the public understand that smokers were just, they're the ones that were duped, and we should help them instead of condemning them.
Yeah, that's very true. She said, remembering the time her 12-year-old niece presented her with a little booklet she'd made in school about the dangers of smoking. The 12-year-old had been coached to shame any, adult smokers she knew. I mean, and that was a great, there you go. You've got a whole generation of people thinking it's the right thing to do to victimize smokers. So it was built in. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Dave?
I had just had my heart ripped out by Janine's story. The times I've heard over the years when somebody I had, because my family was, my whole extended family, everybody smoked. And when somebody would get cancer, it was a terrible thing. Everyone was on, but they all had this underlying thing. It's their own fault. They did this to themselves. What a terrible thing to say. Saying that, you had a choice. You didn't have to start smoking. Okay, true. You didn't have to start smoking, but you started smoking. It quickly became a habit. It quickly became an addiction. So therefore, it's your own fault. What a terrible way to treat people. And I've heard it said when I tell people about somebody having cancer, they say, the first thing, well, did they smoke? So what? It doesn't matter what they did. They're still sick. They're still suffering. Their families are suffering. And trying to say it's okay because they smoked does things to my psyche. I just get really upset. And I've had some shouting matches with people because of it. I won't stop having shouting matches with people because of it. And it's, just like I say, a terrible thing to do to people. And the first thing you do is, how can I help this person? And what sympathy do I have for this person? Not, oh, did they smoke? It's okay then. They can just go and die.
When somebody, they should be asking, instead of did they smoke, did they exercise and eat right? I mean, there's so many reasons for cancer, like asbestos. Did they have exposure to asbestos, right? Like there's so many reasons for cancer besides smoking. It's shocking that it's labeled a smoking issue. I mean, it is a contributing factor, but there are multiple contributing factors to cancer.
I had a lot of relatives who worked in the mines in Cape Breton. My grandfather died of black lung disease. He was also a lifetime smoker, as everybody that worked in the mines was. The mining company said, yeah, he was a smoker. That's what happened to him. It wasn't the fact that he worked in the mines for 40 years. And like everything else, well, yeah, It wasn't the fact that you were inhaling coal dust that killed you. It was the fact that you were smoking. So it's the same as that person down in California that had that great survey or study that he did about heart attacks being related to vaping. And he was including heart attacks that happened before people started vaping. Like,
Lance.
Oh,
I got shareable on that too. Sorry.
he doesn't deserve a glance. But yeah, this is the sort of stuff we're fighting against all the time. It's people that have the scientific method for them seems to be, what result do I want to come out, and I'll make the result happen. And I don't remember that being in my scientific study things. And so we're fighting a battle against a lot of fronts, and some of them are moral, some of them are money driven. A lot of them are money driven.
Yeah.
And we have to, well, like I say, shout it from the rooftops. That's all we can keep doing.
The other one, the other one that really gets me is this this biblical truth that nicotine is as addictive as heroin. And you hear it from the highest of our public health people. Like, anybody remember the CBC series on vape fail? And they had doctors there going on about how nicotine is so terribly addictive that, one person vaping in a room would addict 100 others or something. I can't, because it's so well known in scientific circles that nicotine is not all that highly addictive, and it has been known for decades, and yet that myth is still repeated. I have a theory that it's sort of like Galileo saying that the earth revolves around the sun and not the reverse, and it's just because the current mythology worked for everybody, for the church and for everyone. So nobody in the church had the courage to say, yeah, he might be right. They all had to stick to the story, which is really, yeah, that's the only explanation I can come up with. So that's why I am so in such awe of the scientists who do come out, with current good research, which is pro vaping, because they are taking such a risk in doing that. I know David Sweener told me that somebody lost a grant because the University of Ottawa is involved with pro-vaping research. And I don't know the details of it, but I have heard of that sort of thing happening internationally. Yeah.
If it doesn't fit with the status quo, it's very hard to change things.
Yeah.
It's you want the results that you want, and you do the things to make those results come out. Nicotine isn't that addicting. It's habit forming. Caffeine is habit forming.
Mm-hmm.
Cigarettes are addicting because of all the other additives to them to make them more addicting.
Mm-hmm.
It's cigarettes that are addicting. Yes,
I think the definition of dependence is to go through a state of withdrawal without that substance. The definition of addiction is dependence with adverse consequences, such as destroys your health or interferes with your relationships. So that's just kind of the medical definitions of what you're talking about.
With regard to the speaking about the nicotine and how apparently addictive it is, a good friend of mine, son, who was I think 20 at the time, he's always had a problem with anxiety. It's a challenge for him. He never smoked, but he picked up a vape, and I believe it was Saltnik 20 milligram. And he used it for about a year. He found that it helped him focus and sort of calm down. His mom, my friend, wasn't afraid about it because me. And I learned after about a year, he decided he didn't need it anymore. He had gotten to a point in his life where he felt that he could deal with his anxiety. He didn't feel he needed his nicotine vape anymore, and he put it down.
Wow.
And that was it. So,
Yeah, my niece is the same actually. She smoked, and I gave her a little starter kit for her birthday, on the sly, about 3 years ago, and she just posted a little while ago that she had gone down to zero nic, and she'd stopped vaping altogether and smoking. So it can happen.
Me too.
Yeah.
I don't vape anymore. I just leaned down. I had it was actually Alchemist Labs in Edmonton was making me e-liquid with 0.125 milligrams per mil. It was so low. And then when I went down to zero, I swear, I went through nicotine withdrawal for a month off of 0.125 milligrams per mil. But everyone's addiction is different because everybody's life is different. Everybody's body is different. And I was of the generation that my mother smoked. I was around smoking my whole life. And I started smoking when I was 11. So my level of addiction was different than your niece or whoever, right? So, but that's the beautiful thing about vaping is I would never have been able to wean off of cigarettes, but I was able to wean off of nicotine on vaping. And if I ever want to, inhale something, there's no way I will ever go to cigarettes. I will pick up a zero nic vape, and even nicotine, I don't care. But it has completely cured me from my addiction and obsession with cigarettes by giving me an alternative.
That's wonderful. That is
we
so
can't
wonderful.
get zero nic.
No, you can't get zero in BC. That's illegal.
Okay, well, here's another example of how to sabotage harm reduction. I wish they were this creative with improving population health outcomes, because the health of Canadians has really gone into the toilets in the last 20, 30 years under conventional medicine, but that's just, a whole other subject.
So down in the States now, they have those reduced nicotine cigarettes. So you can get all the tar and none of the nicotine. It's
and
great.
all the combustion.
So now you'll smoke twice as many cigarettes.
Yes, to get.
Yep. Great job.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. There's a saying about, who's running the farm or something. Well, I always think of Animal Farm actually, and taken over by the pigs. And
some animals are more equal than others.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. I have always said, I look at my family, my father's family in particular. My grandfather died at 95 after smoking his pipe for most of his life, and dad died at 82 with a clear mind. He stopped for about 10 years. And his closest brother smoked all his life and died with a clear mind. But their mother and youngest brother never smoked, and both developed some form of dementia. And so I thought, yikes, if this runs in the family, because I know the studies they've done on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, degenerative brain diseases and nicotine. So I've always thought this is good insurance against that. The fact that one of my cousins who did smoke just died of dementia at 65 sort of undercut my logic a little bit, but but I'll go with it. I like vaping. So, yeah. So another question I have is, I spoke in the talk about how the current regulations and proposed regulations have affected me, but that was really a small part of the effect, because I'm thinking about the effect on vape stores and the effect of that on vapors. You know, can we talk about that for a little bit? Yeah, good one, eh?
Very.
Who wants to go first? Okay, Janine.
With respect to the vape stores, I was talking to a friend about this not too long ago and trying to explain why, if they ban flavors, that vape shops won't exist. And they sort of looked at me, okay, so if there were a produce store that could only sell turnips, would it succeed? No, exactly. So I don't find that there's very many vape shops that could survive with a tobacco flavor with no sweetener, and that's it. It won't happen. The sad part of that is that vape shops, for me personally, the first time I went to my local vape shop, I was there for over an hour. And they asked me everything: how long I had smoked, what brand I smoked, how many I smoked, when I smoked. And with all that information, they took so much time to help me find the right device, the right nicotine strength, the right flavor. Had I just ordered something online, which is fine, I mean, if that's what people want to do, that's fine. I'm speaking about me personally. If I didn't have that help, I don't think I would have transitioned 100%, because they made it very clear to me that they were there to help me and that I was welcome to come back anytime or call. And I walked, they probably were sorry they said that, because I was always walking through that front door and I would call them, but they were there to help, because they were all smokers at one point. I don't like that term, sorry. They all smoked cigarettes at one time, and they were very passionate about helping others. And this is what vape shops, this is the important role they play. They take the time to get to know their customers. It became a place that I would be in the same vape shop. There myself, there'd be an 80-year-old standing beside me, a 21-year-old, and we're all exchanging our success stories. And all of that builds you up and gives you strength. If there's no vape shops, that's not going to happen.
I saw the same thing when I was working in the shop. People like the information, and you ask them, how much did you smoke, what brand, you just like you were saying, Janine.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine who I worked with when I was at Bell, he was a 2-pack a day smoker, and his doctor kept telling him he's got to quit smoking. And the doctor said, you're a 2-pack a day smoker, so we're going to get you on these patches. And he recommended the highest patches that they had, and that he should wear 2 of them because he's a 2-pack a day smoker. But he didn't really talk to the guy. He just said, you smoke 2 packs a day. He did. He didn't inhale. He would take these little short puffs and exhale. It was just a habit for him. He was getting very little nicotine. They put these patches on him. He had a psychotic thing because he was getting nicotine 24/7, and he ended up being sedated because he was just wired all the time. And they finally said, oh, maybe you shouldn't be having this much nicotine. So the doctor, the professional, didn't ask the questions that a vape shop asks. So us amateurs who don't know anything would do a more thorough job than just somebody saying, here's some patches for you. And I've had people that have come in and had that same thing happen where they've been over nicotined because somebody said, well, this is how much you smoke. They base it. These cigarettes have this much nicotine. That's how much nicotine you're getting. Not depending on how you do. But it's a battle, and we'll keep on fighting it, right?
Right. I have just been notified that our time is coming up. So this has been a real joy. It's been wonderful talking with you, and we'll talk soon. So next week, in fact.
Oh, can I just make a quick, I said the wrong thing there. It was V Labs in Edmonton that made my custom juice. I just wanted to correct that because in case, let's just
Give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks.
Okay, everybody. It's been great talking with you. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Canada. Thank you, Rights for Vapers. Very good. This part of the live stream is going to be in Spanish. It is going to be a restream of ARDT Iberoamerica's stream that they're running on their channel. So I'm going to attempt to do this. So bear with me here. Let me check this. Yes, we're good. All right, here we go. This.
Yo creo que hay que darle una opción a los fumadores porque dejar de fumar no es fácil.
Conozco gente que prefiere el vapor que el cigarro.
La mayoría de las veces que he visto gente vapear es gente que está intentando dejar el tabaco.
Que es una buena alternativa para el cigarro.
Tengo amigos que se compraron para dejar de fumar cigarro los vapers.
¿Tú eres una exfumadora?
No, sí sigo fumando, pero mucho menos.
El daño del cigarro incluye un montón de otras cosas como el alquitrán, varios venenos, etcétera, y el vapor es obviamente mucho más sano que el tabaco.
Yo fumaba mucho, y cuando descubrí el vapeo, de verdad cambió la vida.
O sea, tú eres un exfumador.
Un exfumador gracias al vapeo.
And if I clean it right before the Lord, words are gonna bleed from me, and I will think no more. And the stains coming from my blood, go black hole.
Hola, soy Víctor, soy vapeador. Voy a ahora a correr el Maratón de Santiago, ya tercera vez que la corro. El año pasado corrí 42, el primer año que la corrí 21 y ahora voy a correr 21 de nuevo. Vapeo hace 5 años. Puedes hacer una vida completamente normal, hacer deporte y sin ningún problema. Aquí estamos terminando la carrera ya de 21 kilómetros. Llegamos a la meta, llegamos vapeando, le demostramos a la gente que esto no nos impide hacer deporte. Los invitamos a que sigan la página, a que firmen, sigan en redes sociales. Esto fue parte de la campaña Vapear no es fumar.
Bienvenidos todos y lo más importante de hoy, muy feliz Día Internacional del Vapeo. Ahí estábamos viendo un montón de videos e imágenes, cómo no recordar en el año 2019, que pareciera tan cerca y tan lejos, la primera marcha pro Aperil, de hecho, que me tocó estar ahí presente, fue la primera en Chile. Y aquí estamos, varios años después, post pandemia, post estallido social, post un montón de problemas, en la tercera temporada del año 2021, celebrando nuevamente el Día Internacional del Vapeo. Estamos con Francisco, de Vape Colombia, y además presidente de ARDT Iberoamérica, quizás el padre, no quizás, el padre del activismo en Chile. Te saludamos, Pancho, ¿cómo estás tú en este día tan importante?
Muchas gracias, Ignacio, y un feliz Día Mundial del Vapeo a todos los que nos están viendo. Bienvenidos a todas y a todos aquí a este espacio que celebramos cada año para defender nuestro derecho a vapear, a cuidar nuestra salud, a reducir los daños y riesgos que genera el tabaquismo y a seguir adelante en esta lucha que no para, pero igual nosotros tampoco paramos.
Así es, Pancho. Tenemos también con nosotros a Jeffrey, la enciclopedia viviente del mundo del vapor. No hay nadie que sepa más de vapeo que él, presidente de Vape Costa Rica, además encargado de comunicaciones de INCO. Muy importante que esté hoy día Jeff aquí, porque vamos a estar hablando, como todos saben, del GFN, del Global Forum of Nicotine 2022. Y INCO y Jeff tienen mucho que ver con ello. ¿Cómo estás tú, Jeff? ¿Y qué se siente hoy día en un nuevo Día Internacional del Vapeo?
Hola hermanos y hola a todos, qué gusto estar por acá, otro nuevo Día Mundial del Vapeo, un feliz día para todos, espero que la estén pasando muy bien, conmemorando lo que puede hacer la reducción de daños para salvar tantas vidas a nivel mundial. Y pues muy feliz de estar por acá, de verlos ustedes otra vez, porque con Vapear No Fumar yo tenía, bueno, en el caso mío yo tenía como unas cuantas semanas de no estar, unos cuantos meses yo creo, de no estar, y qué bueno estar por acá, la verdad que es algo que le tengo mucha estima, a Ignacio, a Mauro, que está detrás de cámaras, y a Francisco, que todos son hermanos, y a todos los activistas que están viendo el programa, y a las personas involucradas dentro, ya sea Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, que estamos dando una batalla durísima, se está viendo durísimo el reporte, digamos, en redes. Las personas están súper activas, se está compartiendo muchísima información, se está tuiteando como degenerados todo el mundo, para tratar de sacar de esa burbuja de eco que muchas veces estamos metidos y que nos quieren meter muchas veces también, para tratar de apaciguar o callar los beneficios de que estos métodos de reducción de daños pueden traer a la salud pública.
Así es, nos ha costado romper esa burbuja desinformativa, pero a poco hemos ido avanzando. El GFN ayuda mucho en eso y por eso era tan importante conversar al respecto. Sí les voy a dar una pequeña... Podría haber esperado, pero creo que es importante decirlo desde el principio. Dos muy buenas noticias para la gente que habla español, para el público de habla hispana. Van a haber dos equipos muy importantes cubriendo el evento. El primero es un equipo que envía Vapear No Fumar. De hecho, Maurito, nuestro querido Teclas, va a viajar a Polonia para hacerse cargo de la producción y grabación de varias entrevistas a las personas que ya vamos a estar conversando, porque es tan importante esta cobertura. Y también va a estar The Vaping Today. The Vaping Today también envía un equipo para por primera vez poder cubrir este, que es el evento más importante a nivel mundial en lo que tiene que ver con reducción de daños y nicotina. Así que esa es una muy buena noticia. Y la segunda buena noticia, de hecho no estoy ni siquiera seguro si esto ya es público, y si me retan, me retan. Así soy yo. Si me retan, me retan. Si esto era secreto, lo siento mucho. Lo peor es que si era secreto, la persona que me va a retar me debe estar viendo en este momento. Así que, yes, perdón. No sé si ya lo podía decir, como dije, pero me voy a tirar igual. Este año, por primera vez, algunas de las ponencias de los científicos del GFN van a ser transmitidas con traducción instantánea para las personas que lo estén viendo desde Latinoamérica o que hablen español, así que eso es una muy buena noticia, poder acercar a la gente el conocimiento directamente desde los científicos y los expertos más importantes del mundo en lo que respecta a la reducción de daño. Eso con respecto a las buenas noticias. Una pequeña mala noticia, el cuarto integrante de este programa, que es Juan Facundo, presidente de sCOPe Argentina, no nos pudo acompañar finalmente porque está con algunos problemas de salud, ahí tiene que hacerse algunos exámenes para llegar bien al GFN. Sin embargo, con su gran compromiso y permanente compromiso con la reducción de daño, nos hizo llegar un video sobre lo que está pasando en Argentina y ponernos un poco al día de lo que está pasando. No sé, Mauro, si lo podemos tirar al tiro o yo no lo he visto, por si acaso, lo vamos a ver.
Tampoco.
Lo vamos a ver juntos, pero es el mensaje que nos mandó Juan Facundo para que transmitiéramos. No podemos hablar mientras Mauro le pone play porque sale nuestra pose encima. Dale nomás, Mauro.
Buenas tardes a todos, soy Juan Facundo Teme, presidente de sCOPe Argentina. Primero que nada, quería expresar que lamento mucho no poder estar en vivo en una transmisión tan especial y en un día tan importante para todos los vapeadores alrededor del mundo, pero por cuestiones de salud y de tiempo me es imposible. No quiero dejar pasar esta ocasión para hacer una pequeña intervención y hablar un poquito de la realidad que se vive en nuestro país y de la importancia de la lucha que estamos llevando adelante todos los usuarios y los activistas para llegar finalmente a una regulación sensata en nuestro país. La actual prohibición le está quitando a los adultos argentinos la posibilidad de actuar responsablemente y poder elegir en forma libre y consciente el derecho de vapear como una opción que tiene menos perjuicio para la salud. Todas las prohibiciones lo único que han hecho es fomentar un mercado informal que no garantiza la accesibilidad a productos de calidad y criminaliza a emprendedores que existen desde mucho antes que la disposición administrativa de ADMAT, la misma que no se actualiza, si bien se ratificó en 2016, por más de una década. El vapeo es una realidad. Hay cerca de 800.000 usuarios solo en nuestro país. Para un control correcto tenemos que apuntar a una legislación sensata. No nos podemos oponer a un proyecto de ley porque la asociación y los usuarios perseguimos el mismo fin, reducir el daño del tabaquismo, pero queremos que sea de una manera sensata y que se adapte a nuestras necesidades y sobre todo a nuestra realidad. Sabemos por múltiples estudios que el vapeo no se ha cobrado ni una sola víctima a nivel mundial. En la Argentina se pueden evitar al menos 48.000 muertes al año por enfermedades asociadas al consumo de cigarrillos tradicionales. Esto representa ni más ni menos que el 14% de las muertes evitables en nuestro país. Desde el 2011, la prohibición de la venta, distribución, importación y promoción de los vapeadores es una condena a muerte para miles y miles de personas. Siempre me gusta invocar al preámbulo de la Constitución de la Organización Mundial de la Salud y ahora van a entender el porqué. En los primeros párrafos de la Constitución de la misma se establece que el goce del grado máximo de la salud que se pueda lograr es uno de los derechos fundamentales de todo ser humano, sin distinción de raza, religión, ideología política o de condición social y económica. Para miles de fumadores argentinos, alcanzar ese grado máximo de salud que se pueda lograr representó reducir el daño en un 95%, cambiando el tabaco tradicional de combustión por el vapeo. Tenemos que tener muy en claro que la reducción de daños es una gama de políticas normativas y acciones pragmáticas que reducen el riesgo para la salud, proporcionando formas más seguras de productos o sustancias y fomentando comportamientos menos riesgosos. La reducción de daños no se trata exclusivamente de la erradicación de un producto o comportamientos o limitando a los mismos. Argentina tiene un potencial enorme de marcar una diferencia. El éxito de una regulación sensata de estos productos repercutirá positivamente en la vida de millones de personas, tanto en los fumadores como en sus familias, pero también así como quienes quieran emprender en una industria naciente, pujante y responsable en nuestro país. Por último, quiero desearles un muy feliz día a todos y muchísimas gracias por estar.
Ahí teníamos las palabras de Facundo, toda la razón, las cifras son similares en todos los países. En Chile tenemos una realidad muy similar, alrededor de 500.000 vaperos, 3 millones de fumadores, 60 muertos al día, 18.000 muertos al año, una realidad que vemos todos y hemos tratado de ir avanzando cada uno en nuestros países, pero también en conjunto. Un fuerte abrazo a los hermanos argentinos que han dado una lucha gigantesca en una de las peores situaciones que tenemos en Latinoamérica, junto con Brasil, una prohibición total, y esperamos que más temprano que tarde se pueda seguir avanzando y liberar al vapeo de la prohibición, que lo único que ha traído en Argentina es mercado negro, más muerte y mayores problemas. Pero bueno, vámonos al tema que nos convoca, que es el GFN. El GFN este año tiene, si no me equivoco, 40 ponentes, y en realidad el GFN es el evento más importante por varios motivos. Primero, es el evento que trae a mayor cantidad de científicos de más lugares al mismo tiempo, pero además reúne a los activistas con los científicos. Es el momento en el año donde podemos conversar, donde se nos puede traspasar el conocimiento, que es el conocimiento que nosotros durante el resto del año tratamos de traspasar a ustedes. Este año tenemos gigantescos científicos, se nos repite Constantino Farsalino, Marego Clover, pero les doy la palabra a ustedes, Francisco, Jeff, para que nos cuenten. Ojo, y aquí yo me quiero pegar una quebrada, porque, perdón, quebrarse, no sé cómo se dice en español no chileno. I want to brag, se dice en inglés.
Quiero alardear.
Quiero alardear de que Jeff, un panelista destacado y permanente de Vapear No Fumar, va a ser uno de los ponentes en una de las primeras charlas que se van a entregar. Así que Jeff, cuéntanos tú qué se siente haber sido invitado a estas ponencias como un expertísimo en la materia, y cuéntanos un poco quiénes van, cómo se viene la cosa.
No, es un gran honor, de verdad que sí. El GFN que se ha estado realizando, si no me equivoco, desde el 2014, ha sido destacado siempre por ser un evento donde participan muchísimas personas de organizaciones científicas, médicas, reguladores, productores, manufacturadores de productos de reducción de daños. Entonces siempre ha sido como este encuentro sin restricción, donde todo mundo puede llegar a externar sus opiniones, sus ideas, sus cuestionamientos acerca hasta de cosas que pasan alrededor del mundo. Para mí es un gran honor. ¿Quién sabe qué tanto puede aportar yo estando a la par de Clive Bates, muy honestamente, y de Joseph Maguero, y de Martin Culip, y de Fiona Patten, que no, si no conocen a Fiona Patten, es la cabeza de un partido político del Parlamento australiano. Entonces, de ahí trataremos de hablar un poquito especialmente acerca de la situación en Latinoamérica, que a veces queda un poquito opacada por tantas cosas que pasan alrededor del mundo, cosas buenas y malas, como cosas malas como en el lado de Estados Unidos y sus restricciones de sabores que no tienen sentido, cosas buenas que pasan en Europa, como lo que es el Reino Unido, como lo que es el Parlamento Europeo, reconociendo la reducción de daños como una medida de salud pública viable. Entonces, muchas veces quedamos como Latinoamérica, lastimosamente tenemos como esa cortina que no nos deja muchas veces informar lo que está pasando de nuestro lado. Sabemos que tenemos una de las influencias más fuertes, negativas, que es la promulgación del filantrocolonialismo que está pasando por lo que es la interferencia de organizaciones como Bloomberg Philanthropies, que quieren negar el derecho de las personas humanas, que es la reducción de daños. Entonces, tenemos como ese opaco que ha tratado de salir muy adelante, digamos, por ejemplo, con Vaping Today, que es un medio de noticias que tiene mucho que ver con Latinoamérica, que está tratando de reportar lo que pasa en Latinoamérica y tratando de externárselo al mundo para que se den cuenta mucho de lo que pasa aquí. Entonces, trataremos de dar lo más coherente que pueda decir al respecto yo, y tratar de demostrar por qué Latinoamérica también tiene derecho a lo que es la reducción de daños, tiene derecho a vapear y tiene derecho a brindar información y a obtener información acerca de los beneficios que pueden traer estas medidas regulatorias favorables para un producto al menos 95% menos nocivo que el tabaco combustible.
Así es. Cuéntale un poco a la gente quién es Cliff Bates, quién es Job Majero, quiénes van a estar aquí. Déjale algunos a Pancho.
De mi panel, por lo menos, Joseph Maguero, él es de África. Él es, de hecho, fue homenajeado con el el premio al activista del año
19. Fue el año que estuvimos nosotros en el GFN.
Que ha tenido una labor durísima en África para lo que es la búsqueda de la regulación, que hay países que ya se están abriendo, se van abriendo a lo que es la regulación de los productos de reducción de riesgos. Él sale constantemente en noticias, es una persona con mucha sabiduría acerca de estos temas. Clive Bates, que es una eminencia, él es como probablemente una de las voces más fuertes dentro de lo que es la reducción de daños y el activismo, junto a Charles Gardner y Farsalinos y Polosa. Son personas que traen muchísima materia científica a la conversación. Él trabajó con las Naciones Unidas. Él fue, digamos, en Sudán, fue del director del programa ambiental de Sudán. Ha trabajado, él también fue parte del gobierno de Paul Blair, del ministro del Reino Unido, Entonces, él es una mente, es increíble. Martin Cullen, que es del Taxpayers Alliance, es de una organización estadounidense, bueno, radicada estadounidense, pero tienen muchísimas partes del mundo sede. Entonces, y también otra vez, si alguien tiene la oportunidad de leer los escritos de él, las noticias que publica y artículos son espectaculares. Y Fiona Patten, que ha llevado una lucha tenaz en Australia. Sabemos que en Australia hay una contra durísima en contra de lo que es la reducción de daños. Lastimosamente ya se están viendo las repercusiones de esa pelea sin sentido y con tan poca base científica, como es el aumento increíble en lo que es el ingreso de productos de contrabando de vapeo dentro del país. De una forma, o sea, después de haber estado disponibles, los pasaron para el método que solo son regulados de forma médica. Todo eso lo pueden ser recetados, dados por receta con un doctor para ser importados al país. Entonces es un desorden y es una gran problemática que están teniendo, especialmente las personas, para accesar esos productos adecuadamente. Entonces, es de verdaderamente que una problemática. Ella es muy inteligente y hasta que dan ganas de vivirla siempre. Después en otros paneles tenemos, por ejemplo, a Helen Richmond, que ella es del Filter Mag, es una periodista súper buena. Tenemos de India, tenemos participantes de Polonia, tenemos al genial Roberto Sussman, que también aquí ha estado en Vapearnos Fumar. Quien no lo conoce tiene que oírlo hablar de este señor. Es increíble lo que sabe Roberto. Él es astrofísico y experto en termodinámica de gases de la Universidad Mexicana, ¿cómo se llama? UAM.
Autónoma de México.
Autónoma de México. Él sabe cualquier cantidad y él es además el director de ProVapeo México, junto con Tomás
O'Gorman, que también va a estar, también va a exponer.
Sí, México está fuertemente representado en GFN, entonces es muy interesante todo lo que pasa en GFN y todas las personalidades que están.
Solo un detalle y una interrupción. El programa que sigue, para que cachen el nivel de invitados que les tenemos hoy día, los que nos están viendo, es Tomás O'Gorman junto con Juanjito Lee, que son los abogados que han llevado la lucha en México. Vamos a estar conversando de la pésima situación que se está viviendo en México debido a la interferencia directa de Bloomberg. En México han habido hasta escándalos políticos que vinculan a Bloomberg en casos considerados de corrupción en la Cámara de Diputados, así que hay un tema grande y efectivamente Tomás también va a ser uno de los ponentes como abogado experto en legislación de cigarrillos electrónicos y va a conversar un poco también de lo que vamos a estar conversando en el programa que sigue. Tú, Pancho, cuéntanos. Pancho y yo debemos decir que tuvimos la suerte de ir al último GFN, porque después hubo una pausa, me refiero al último GFN presencial. En nuestro caso, además, fue el primer GFN. Somos como pollitos del GFN, alcanzamos a vivir uno. Jeff, a pesar de ir hoy día de panelista, va a ser su primer GFN. Este sí que llegó arrasando al GFN. Llegó como figura al tiro. Pero cuéntanos un poco cómo se vive el GFN. ¿Cómo fue tu experiencia en el GFN? Además, les comento que el GFN se desarrolla todos los años en el mismo lugar, cuando se hace de manera presencial. Se desarrolla en Varsovia, en el Hotel Marriott. Además, es un país y una ciudad que realmente llama a la reflexión de lo importante que es esto
Que
para
todavía se
todos.
pueden registrar, todavía se pueden registrar las personas que están viendo el evento para verlo.
También, si alguien se quisiera registrar para asistir o para ver el evento, aún existen los registros para verlo ese día. Cuéntanos, Pancho, ¿cómo fue tu experiencia? ¿Qué nos puedes contar del GFN?
Bueno, hay que aclarar, bueno, varias cosas. El GFN, como mencionaba Jeff, es uno de los eventos más, y Ignacio, uno de los eventos más grandes que reúne a muchos especialistas, a científicos, a médicos, a periodistas y a, digamos, todas las personas que están interesadas precisamente en lo que es la reducción de riesgos y daños del tabaquismo. No es el único evento, existen 2 summits más, está el que se hace en Inglaterra y el que se hace en Estados Unidos, pero en términos, digamos, de tiempo, de invitados y, digamos, en extensión, el GFN es como el más grande. Como mencionaba Jeff, pues, digamos, hay una variedad, digamos, de participantes, ponentes que pues nos dan una visión muy grande y es un sitio que en el cual, ya partiendo un poco lo que me pregunta Ignacio, es un sitio en donde uno, digamos, abre sus fronteras frente a lo que es la reducción de riesgos y de daños. Uno comprende mucho más porque pues está viviendo y tiene, digamos, los testimonios propios de los investigadores, de los científicos, de los periodistas, de todas las personas que participan acá en vivo, mostrando resultados de lo último que se ha investigado. Es un espacio obviamente en el cual uno comparte, establece lazos pues precisamente con toda esta gente, que es muy importante precisamente para la lucha de la reducción de riesgos y daños en América Latina. Hemos tenido la fortuna de establecer, digamos, conversaciones con grandes científicos que en algunos momentos nos han llegado a apoyar en varias partes, en momentos que han sido incluso hasta críticos. Es un espacio increíble, me parece que es un espacio en el cual uno aprende un montón, abre las fronteras. Ignacio me lo decía cuando fue, me decía, a mí el GFN me cambió la vida, no solamente por lo que aprendió, sino por otras cosas, sino que es un espacio en el cual uno también puede interactuar. Somos una red iberoamericana, perdón, pero pues siempre todo, digamos, la distancia marca un poco, digamos, esa interacción y tener ese momento, esos cuantos días que estamos allá, pues nos permite, digamos, hablar con nuestros compañeros, mirar qué está pasando. Igual estamos todo el tiempo al tanto de lo que está pasando, pero digamos, hay unas charlas un poco más profundas, más extensas. Es un espacio para compartir, para proponer. De allí salen muchas ideas, incluso en medio de estos viajes precisamente. Y fue precisamente en México cuando tuvimos la posibilidad de estar reunidos, fue que surge precisamente la idea del Día Mundial del Vapeo, precisamente en México, y es el que estamos celebrando el día de hoy, que es una idea que surge en España y que se replica a todo el mundo. Pero pues digamos es un espacio que es tremendamente aportante para la formación de los activistas. También hay un espacio en el cual las asociaciones que hacen parte de INCO también tienen la posibilidad de dialogar, de discutir, de definir líneas de trabajo, de hacer muchas cosas con otros activistas de otras partes del mundo. O sea, ya ahí nos encontramos todos y es un espacio que realmente le permite a uno reflexionar y generar nuevas ideas que puede incluso llevar y aplicar de pronto en cada uno de sus países. Entonces es una experiencia maravillosa, es una experiencia que todo activista debería vivir, digamos un activista de la reducción de riesgos y daños del tabaquismo debería vivir, y pues obviamente los que no pueden asistir pues está la posibilidad de inscribirse y verlo virtualmente, como lo mencionaba Ignacio, y que muchas de las transmisiones van a ser en español, traducidas al español. Entonces, esa barrera idiomática se va a romper porque sabemos que parte del problema que surge en torno a la investigación científica con respecto a la reducción de riesgos y daños es precisamente el idioma. Y esta comunicación que vamos a recibir en esta ocasión, vamos a tener la posibilidad de las personas que estamos en América Latina de recibirla precisamente en español para poder comprender y entender y tener más argumentos para poder dar esa batalla que damos todos los días enfrentando al filantropismo del señor Michael Bloomberg y su influencia en muchas organizaciones en varios países, y nosotros tenemos el mango por el sartén porque tenemos la ciencia de nuestro lado. Eso es lo que yo resumiría en términos generales lo que es el GFN.
No me equivoco, el Día Mundial del Vapeo empezó en el 2016 en España.
No, empezó
el
como el Día
2017.
Nacional.
El Día Nacional del Vapeo,
en
el Día
España.
Nacional del Vapeo, el 2017, muy suave.
Ajá.
El 2018.
Inco lo declaró mundial, creo que fue en el 2019. Creo.
No. Primero fue España,
Ajá.
luego fue Chile el 2019. El 2019
y Colombia
Chile
también.
lo tomó y dijo, esto se acabó, tiene que ser internacional, así que nos vamos con todo. Y a partir de ese 19 fue la primera marcha pública pro vapeo, que es lo que estuvimos viendo en uno de los videos del principio. Y de ahí Colombia dijo, no, si Chile se suma, nosotros también. Y de ahí tuvimos la
No,
reunión
al
en
revés,
México.
muchacho, al revés. Nosotros, creo que incluso el mismo año que lo propuso precisamente España, nosotros también lo institucionalizamos acá.
Yo me acuerdo que empezamos con una tweet bomb. Esa fue la primera actividad, fue una tweet bomb.
Sí. Pero la
fue
idea
surge
surge en México. La idea surge en México precisamente cuando fuimos a México a lo que organizó precisamente KIC en México. Ahí fue donde surge realmente decir, bueno, ya hay un día nacional en varios países que han ido tomando, digamos, ese día como día nacional, pues volvamos lo mundial, que nos encontramos con Jessica, que estábamos, pues, digamos, varios activistas ahí, y ahí fue donde se impulsó.
¿El que fui yo?
Fuimos todos.
En el 2020.
Esa fue después. Fue el 2020, ¿viste? Me estás dejando de mentiroso en cámara. De Chile fue el 2019.
Puedes preguntarle, puedes preguntar, ese es el Día Nacional del Vapeo, pero el Día Internacional lo establecimos.
Sí, pues ahí se subieron todos los demás. Está bien, da igual. Hoy día es el Día Internacional del Vapeo, lo importante es que partió España, estamos todos de acuerdo, este es nuestro día y ya. Y el 2020 quedamos todos de acuerdo y definimos que fuera el Día Internacional del Vapeo. Pero algo importante de lo que tú decías, es tan importante para los activistas del GFN, que el GFN es 16, 17 y 18 de junio, ¿sí? Pero el 15 es un día dedicado solamente a los activistas a partir de ciertas actividades especiales que están desarrolladas para los activistas, y eso es más bien INCO el que lleva esos temas. Y con respecto a la cercanía que va a tener especialmente este GFN con la gente de Latinoamérica, no solamente, como comentaba al principio, vamos a tener algunas de las ponencias con traducción simultánea al español, sino que además Vapearnos Fumar y de Vaping Today llevan equipos a través de Vapearnos Fumar. Nosotros vamos a hacer transmisiones en vivo desde el GFN, mostrándoles qué es lo que se está viviendo. No necesariamente, de hecho, nosotros no vamos a transmitir las ponencias, sino que vamos a transmitir el backstage, lo que se vive en los pasillos, algunas entrevistas de pasada, pero además otra de las cosas a las que vamos especialmente es a reunirnos con los científicos para entrevistarlos uno a uno y poder entregar una mirada más directa a lo que está pasando en Latinoamérica y poder conversar de manera más directa con ellos. Así que, nada, esperando con ansia que por fin vamos a tener la suerte de que sea presencial nuevamente. Y nada, agradecer a Gary Stimson, a Jessica, quienes realmente logran que esto se lleve a cabo, y a la gente de INCO, que también pone un montón de su parte. Ángeles, un agradecimiento especial para ella, que también le pone cualquier cantidad, no solamente en el activismo, sino que también en eventos como este. Para quienes no saben, Ángeles Montada, la PRIM, presidenta de ANSVAP, pero también presidenta de INCO actualmente. La presidenta no solamente es mujer, sino que habla en español. Así que súper bien ahí. Y eso con respecto al GFN, no sé si quieren agregar algo más con respecto al GFN y en el tiempo que nos queda poder contarle un poco a la gente qué es lo que está pasando en el resto de Latinoamérica. Díganme si quieren decir algo más del GFN o no,
Sí,
porque me gustaría
sí.
saludar a algunas personas del chat. Dale, dale.
Pues es más bien como, digamos, hacer como un recorrido un poco rápido de lo que va a ser, digamos, las charlas para que la gente se entere un poco de qué se va a hablar. Por ejemplo, como tú mencionabas, el primer panel que va a ser, que es uno de los paneles satélites, es donde va a estar nuestro querido Jeff, la biblioteca andante del vapeo, que es sobre panel de consumidores, reducción de daños causados por el tabaquismo y el COP10. También va a estar Helen Raymond con reunión abierta de mujeres en THR. Vamos a tener reunión abierta también de reducción de daños. Para el 16 está la apertura con Constantino Farsalinos. También va a estar en la apertura también en la primera parte el poder incontrolable de la filantropía con Mark Gutter, que es un periodista muy destacado y que escribe constantemente de todo lo que habla sobre el filantropismo en contra de la reducción de riesgos y daños. También se va a hablar sobre la libertad académica, se va a hablar sobre productos de nicotina más seguros, la desinformación, que ahí va a estar el director de Filter como el anfitrión. También vamos a tener otro panel que va a ser sobre los beneficios de la nicotina, donde va a estar, por ejemplo, Michelle Minton, que también es una periodista que ha dado la guerra en Estados Unidos con toda la parte de la FDA, la desinformación y todo lo que viene pasando allá. Y va a estar también el doctor Ricardo Polosa, que pues es una eminencia en todo lo que son estudios de reducción de riesgos y daños. También se va a hablar sobre la salud en torno al vapeo y va a estar Mark Tyndall como el anfitrión. Y Ashad Alarán, que es una persona que viene, una mujer que viene de África y que estará allí. También estarán Derechos Humanos y Desafíos Legales, donde estará nuestro querido amigo Tommaso Gorman y estará también Jerry Stidman. El otro panel, el panel 6, es de prohibición por sigilo, todo lo que tiene que ver con impuestos, donde va a estar Cliff Bates, va a estar también un amigo de nosotros, Federico Fernández,
De Somos
que son
Innovación.
de Somos
Quienes
Innovación.
han sido importantes en esta lucha. Aprovechamos de mandarle un saludo,
Exacto.
también residente en Polonia, también enamorado de una polaca, va a ser papá ahora, así que o ya fue papá, un saludo grande a Federico, quienes realmente se la han jugado a pesar de no ser directamente una agrupación de cigarrillos electrónicos, sino que una importante agrupación internacional sobre los nuevos productos. Ellos han tomado la bandera y han hecho grandes aportes en los últimos años.
Así es. Y ya para cerrar están las redes regionales en defensa del consumidor, donde va a estar nuestra querida Nancy Lucas, que un saludo, que ella es una de las aquí organizadoras de este
la gran organizadora de esta gran
Sí,
transmisión de
la
sCOPe, para
jefa.
quienes nos están viendo por Vapearnos Fumar, sepan también que esto se está transmitiendo de manera internacional por el canal de sCOPe y la que lleva a toda la organización de la programación total. Latinoamérica tiene 2 horas, pero esto dura 8. Es la gran Nancy, así que también un cariño grande para ella.
Y ya para cerrar, pues es el debate de cierre, el plenario sobre reducción de daños causados por el tabaco. Va a estar David Swinner, que es un investigador y, digamos, también ha trabajado en política pública de salud, él es de Canadá. Y también va a estar Harry Shapiro, que también es la persona encargada de realizar o liderar el informe que se presenta cada año frente a reducción de riesgos y daños, informe que es publicado y que lo pueden consultar en la página de KIC, y nuestra querida Ángeles Montada Prim, que va a estar también en ese panel de cierre. Ese es como más o menos como el panorama. Gran parte de las ponencias que se van a realizar estarán en español. No recuerdo, espérense, yo reviso. Creo que
Pero eso lo
están
puede ver la gente
en
lo
la
puede ver en
página,
el
sí.
programa.
Sí, ahí está. En la página dice en inglés y en español lo que va a estar en el live stream, entonces lo pueden identificar. Igual estar muy atentos al canal también de de GFN TV, que es donde se va a hacer toda la transmisión de este evento.
Y de hecho, los que quieran tener más información pueden ir al sitio web del GFN, que es gfn.events. Eventos en inglés, events, si lo pusiéramos españolizado. gfn.events. Y ahí van a poder ver toda la información, está el programa. Hay además varios videos cortos en los GFN 5, donde van a poder ver videos informativos de diferentes cosas. De hecho, hay varios videos de Vapearnos Fumar ahí, mostrando lo que se ha hecho en Chile y en Latinoamérica en los últimos tiempos. Me gustaría... importante, me quería decir un detalle para quienes no saben muchos de los nombres que dijo Francisco. Bueno, está Marewa Clover. Marewa Clover es una científica neozelandesa, ha sido extremadamente importante no solamente en los avances en la ciencia con respecto a la reducción de daños con cigarrillos electrónicos, sino que además ha sido una científica muy, muy, muy importante en este cambio en el paradigma neozelandés. Recordemos que Nueva Zelanda fue uno de los primeros países en prohibir el cigarrillo electrónico. A medida que avanza la ciencia, quita la prohibición y hoy día lo hace parte de sus políticas de salud pública, entendiendo que el cigarrillo electrónico es una herramienta válida, y no solamente válida, sino que la mejor herramienta actualmente para poder dejar de fumar y salvar la vida de tantas personas. Marewa ha tenido una labor primordial en ese avance. Y también mencionó al doctor Farsalinos, que es un doctor de Grecia, y a Polosa. Ellos dos, aparte de haber hecho mucha ciencia sobre el cigarrillo electrónico, se han dedicado a revisar estudios y demostrar que muchos de los estudios que decían cosas en contra del cigarrillo electrónico habían sido con errores o con malicia directamente, como los estudios de Stanton Glantz. Aprovechamos de mandarte un búho a Stanton Glantz, sea donde sea que esté. Si alguien nos está viendo, conoce a Stanton Glantz, díganle de mí que lo quiero muy poco, que me da vergüenza el nivel de desinformación que puede enviar un personaje pagado por Bloomberg. Pero Stanton Glantz, por ejemplo, había hecho un estudio donde se decía que el cigarrillo electrónico podía causar infartos al corazón, exactamente al miocardio, y una vez que fue revisado por los científicos, se descubrió que las personas habían tenido los infartos antes de empezar a vapear, incluso antes, 10 años antes de empezar a vapear, y eso gracias a científicos como Polosa y Fartalino, que se dedican a revisar estos estudios y poder poner la verdad de la ciencia sobre la mentira del filantro con organismo y de gente sin escrúpulos como Stanton Glantz, que se dedican a tirar estudios falsos con respecto al vapeo. Voy a aprovechar además de saludar un poco a la gente que tenemos en el chat. Hoy día es su día, así que además de decirle feliz día, aprovechemos de saludar porque nos están viendo un montón de partes. Lamento si no lo alcanzo a leer todo, me salto alguno. A Emilio Villalobos Páez de Costa Rica, Cristian Hernández desde Chile, de Heaven Angel, Carmen Gloria Miranda de Vapear, también chilena, dice feliz día vapero, saludos desde Rancagua. A Gurno, a J. Vapeador, saludos desde Venezuela. La guarida de Don Vapo, hola amigos, asumo que ese es Don Vapo.
Don Vapo.
Así es.
Don Vapo de Colombia. Matt Glotis desde Santiago de Veraguat, Costa Rica.
No, que nos diga dónde es, por favor.
No sé dónde queda Santiago de Veraguat, si alguien nos quiere ayudar a estos brutos que no sabemos tanto de geografía. Desde Chile, Scanning Vapers, el chino de Scanning Vapers. Él ha apoyado las campañas en Chile de manera increíble. Un saludo a Gustavo y a su señora, siempre han estado ahí presentes. Ángel Gallego desde España. César de Sardina Bakes desde Argentina. Y eso, otros que dicen viendo la transmisión en familia, asumo que esa gente en una tienda que nos están viendo juntos. Live Use. Mark Douglas dice que es de Panamá. De ahí era el Santiago que no...
¿De Panamá?
Así que tenemos a gente de Panamá. Panamá, importante. Panamá, mañana en el programa de Panamá A esta misma hora mañana va a estar la transmisión sobre el COP10. De hecho, creo que ustedes también van en esa transmisión junto con Claudio y el presidente de ASOVAPE. No, ellos no se llaman ASOVAPE, ellos son ARDTP, que es la Asociación por la Reducción de Daños de Panamá. Tomás va a estar ese día. Llegó el Tano también de Argentina. Saludos para ti, Tano, lo acabo de ver llegando medio tarde. Y eso, creo que con eso andamos con respecto al GFN, y si quieren hablemos un poco de qué es lo que está pasando en Latinoamérica, a pesar de que, déjame chequear cuánto tiempo nos queda de transmisión, 10 minutos, Mauro, o menos. Nos quedan como 10 minutos, así que podemos aprovechar de comentar qué está pasando en Latinoamérica. Pancho, no sé si quieres comentar en qué están en Colombia, para la gente que nos están viendo y se vayan haciendo una idea. Además, así vamos introduciendo al desastre que tenemos en México, que después de este programa vamos a tener ahí a dos grandes explicando.
Bueno, aquí en Colombia, pues ahorita la situación, estamos en plenas elecciones presidenciales. Entonces, esto está caliente por todo lado, esto está, digamos, bien complejo, digamos, la discusión. El proyecto que teníamos, lamentablemente, el representante de la Cámara, hubo elecciones hace tal vez 1 o 2 meses, no logró pasar, no logró quedar electo, entonces, y además el proyecto por tiempos ya se vence ahorita a mitad de año, entonces nos toca volver a arrancar de cero, pero pues ya estamos haciendo gestiones precisamente para movilizar precisamente el proyecto, digamos, ojalá sea con el mismo partido, o mirar qué partido o qué representante o qué senador, digamos, nos apoya en esto, ya estamos en esas gestiones. Pues obviamente combatiendo aquí la desinformación de organizaciones como Red Papás, que son organizaciones financiadas por Michael Bloomberg.
Perdón, yo te tengo que interrumpir. Señores de Red Papás, qué inescrupulosidad más grande. Han hecho unas publicaciones últimamente con un nivel de mentira, con una influencer que ha hablado cada barbaridad. Señores de Red Papás, por favor, o se cambian el nombre para no darle mal ejemplo a los hijos, o ordenen un poco las filas. Está bien que ustedes tengan una posición, que estén recibiendo dinero de Michael Bloomberg, pero por Dios, la ética, lo mínimo moral. O sea, por lo menos con algún tipo de fundamento sus publicaciones. O sea, yo le pido a la gente que nos está viendo, cuando vea estas publicaciones, compártalas diciendo cuán falsas son estas cosas, porque Red Papá ha hecho un daño en la desinformación que es espantoso. Perdón, Pancho, pero me acordé de las últimas publicaciones
Sí,
de esa gente y han sido brutales.
Lamentablemente, y como hacen muchas organizaciones y personas, no solamente en este país, sino alrededor del mundo, pues difunden mentiras por un lado, en segundo lugar, generan miedo, que ese es el propósito de ellos, obviamente sin ningún fundamento científico, y están haciendo más daño, y como se les respondió en su debido momento, desinformar también mata, ¿sí? Es quitarle la posibilidad, y en este caso al influencer que se prestó para transmitir estos mensajes, utilizando el discurso feminista como parte de esa discusión, en la cual me parece que no es apropiado. Eso por un lado. Segundo, con argumentos y afirmaciones que no tienen ningún sustento científico, ¿sí? No hay ningún estudio que ratifique o que demuestre, o si lo tienen, que lo demuestren, frente a cambios, por ejemplo, en la menstruación de las mujeres, en la fertilidad, en una cantidad de cosas que no sé de dónde carajos realmente las sacaron, que son mentiras. Es generar miedo entre las mujeres que están fumando y que tienen como la posibilidad de utilizar el vapeo como una salida para dejar de fumar. Además, que también en algún momento citaron algún estudio, yo les contesté que nosotros teníamos 16 estudios que contradecían lo contrario, es decir, que el vapeo era una entrada al tabaquismo. Yo le mandé una lista de 16 estudios que demuestran totalmente lo contrario. Entonces, a las personas que nos están viendo, pues, a ver,
Y curioso que después de que recientemente saliera el estudio que dice que más bien es efectivo para personas, para mujeres embarazadas, y que no tiene mayor afectación al feto que un parche de nicotina. Entonces que estamos prácticamente que nada. Obviamente se recomienda tener precaución y no utilizar ninguno de los dos productos si es posible al estar embarazada, pero si no es una opción, si la persona no puede dejar de fumar, o sea, por algún motivo no puede dejar de hacerlo, porque ya sé que la dependencia es mucho de más, se recomienda que pase a un método de reducción de daños tan vasto como los parches o el vapeo de nicotina, por ejemplo.
Exacto.
Si usted no fuma, no vapee, pero si
Ujú.
fuma, vapee. Ese es nuestro mensaje. Nosotros no llamamos a nadie que no fume a vapear, pero que quede claro, la reducción de daño está demostradísima desde el punto de vista científico. Al menos un 95% menos de daño, 57.000 veces menos cancerígeno que el tabaco tradicional. Ni un solo muerto en más de 15 años de uso del cigarrillo electrónico de manera generalizada. 80 millones de usuarios que han logrado dejar de fumar en el mundo gracias al cigarrillo electrónico.
Te corrijo, ahorita estamos en 112 millones de usuarios según Knowledge Action and Change.
Ah,
Muy fuerte, perdón.
Vamos, papero, ya somos cada vez más. Nos podemos ir hasta en guerra ya. Y si yo creo que los antis son menos. Los antis son menos. He ganado.
Ya podemos hacer un país.
Sí, ya estamos.
Tremendo país.
Prepárate, Bloomberg.
Sí, entonces esa es la situación aquí en Colombia. Estamos esperando qué pase con las elecciones. Hay uno de los candidatos que tiene, digamos, cierta simpatía por la reducción de riesgos y daños, que pues puede ser favorable precisamente para nuestra lucha en este sentido. Entonces yo creo que la gente que nos está viendo sabe de quién estoy hablando y que al momento de decidir tomen una decisión también que respalde también su accionar como vapeadores. Entonces yo creo que eso es muy importante.
Pero ¿y por qué no podéis decir el nombre de quién? ¿Si están fuera de campaña o qué? Si hay un
No, siguen en
presidente
campaña,
que...
no.
Por eso,
Siguen
pero
en
si hay un
campaña.
presidente que es pro vapeo, tíralo, di su nombre. Yo
No,
digo,
no.
por ejemplo, en Chile, el presidente actual, que da lo mismo su posición política, nosotros siempre nos hemos mantenido alejados de las posiciones políticas. El presidente de Chile, Gabriel Boric, es uno de los firmantes del proyecto pro vapeo. Por lo tanto, nosotros lo decimos, el presidente es pro vapeo. Yo no me voy a meter en discusiones políticas ni nada, pero para quienes nos están viendo que son vaperos, es bueno que sepan quiénes son los políticos que apoyan la reducción de daños. Si no somos nosotros, ¿qué les va a decir?
Sí, no, pues obviamente nosotros también no tomamos ninguna posición política desde sCOPe, pero pues es claramente que el candidato que va a segunda vuelta, Gustavo Petro, es muy cercano al discurso de la reducción de riesgos y daños en general. O sea, no estoy hablando solamente que tiene que ver con el tabaco, sino en general. Entonces, contrario al otro candidato que realmente habla desde prohibiciones. Entonces, yo creo que la gente tiene que tomar una decisión informada incluso para votar frente a ese tipo de cosas. Y esa es la posición para que defiendan, digamos, su derecho a vapear y a reconocer la reducción de riesgos y daños como una política de salud pública.
Ahí tienen vaperos colombianos para que pongan ahí en la balanza cuánto les pesa en su voto la reducción de daño. Nosotros no los llamamos directamente a votar por él porque puede que políticamente no estén de acuerdo, pero para que tengan ese antecedente y sepan por quién están votando y si quieren votar por una prohibición o por alguien que está abierto a la reducción de daño. Vamos rápido nos quedan como 2 o 3 minutos, Mauro, si quieres darnos unos minutitos de más, porque si no, no vamos a alcanzar a decir ni pido. Yo me voy a ir súper rápido contando cómo va. Perdón, que me está hablando Mauro del interno. Dime, Mauro. Aprovecha de hablarles por mensaje. Ok. Aprovecho de contar yo cómo va en Chile. Tenemos buenas noticias, lo que no es muy común, lamentablemente, en el mundo del activismo, pero tenemos muy buenas noticias desde Chile. En Chile nosotros el año pasado, a fines del año pasado, logramos dar no a fines del año pasado, a principios de este año, en febrero de este año, logramos dar un vuelco importante en el proceso legislativo. Iban dos proyectos en línea. Uno igualaba el cigarrillo electrónico al tabaco y de hecho había podido avanzar en varias etapas. Un proyecto también medianamente vinculado a gente que ha tenido vinculaciones antes con las campañas bomberianas. Y el cigarrillo electrónico iba a ser igualado al tabaco tradicional. Sin embargo, logramos informar a los diputados, tuvimos ahí un montón de reuniones con ellos, y en la última comisión de salud de la Cámara de Diputados, por fin logramos decretar en Chile que vapear no es fumar, y se eliminó la palabra vapear o cigarrillo electrónico de la ley de tabaco. Y ahora estamos en la segunda parte del proceso, se está reiniciando, pronto debiese ser puesto en tabla. Cuando hablamos de pronto en los procesos legales, estamos hablando durante este año, debiese ser vuelto a poner en tabla el tema del cigarrillo electrónico en la Comisión de Salud de la Cámara de Diputados para iniciar la discusión sobre el proyecto de ley pro reducción de daños, donde está explicitado en la ley el ejemplo de Inglaterra, el ejemplo de Nueva Zelanda. Así que estamos muy contentos, hemos seguido conversando con los diputados cada vez están más al tanto, hemos podido hablar con muchos de ellos. Aprovechamos de agradecerle a los diputados, tanto a los anteriores como a los actuales, el tiempo que nos han entregado. A veces se cree que los políticos actúan de mala fe. Nosotros podemos dar fe cierta de que los políticos han estado súper abiertos al tema, a recibir información, y cuando ven la información y ven la gigantesca cantidad de ciencia que hay detrás de esto, la experiencia de los usuarios, como decía, en Chile hay alrededor de 500.000 usuarios de cigarrillos electrónicos versus 18.000 personas que se mueren al año, han ido tomando una posición muy abierta a la reducción de daños, y estamos muy esperanzados de que este proceso termine muy, muy bien en Chile en lo que tiene que ver con cigarrillo electrónico. Así que dedito para arriba para los diputados, dedito para arriba para mi país, que se está portando súper bien, y esas son las buenas noticias. Jeff, me avisan que ya está conectada la gente de México, así que si quieres cuéntanos rapidito cómo van las cosas por Costa Rica.
En Costa Rica, bueno, estamos peleando todavía un proyecto de ley que quiere poner el empaquetado neutro a los productos de reducción de daños. Obviamente es un tremendo error. Hace poco salió un reporte acerca del mercado ilícito, que ya está alcanzando un valor de de 1 billón de colones, más bien, de 1 billón de colones, que esos son para el valor del dólar es de 670 colones, entonces cualquier cantidad de plata. La mayoría del mercado ilícito, bueno, una parte muy importante está en el alcohol y en el tabaco. Esas son las repercusiones de las políticas de impuestos sin tomar en cuenta la curva de Lance, que es lo que habla acerca de qué tanto puedes ponerle impuesto antes de que empiece a irse el producto hacia el mercado negro. Obviamente, como todo Latinoamérica, tenemos problemas de lo que es mercado negro, especialmente Costa Rica, que tenemos lo que son fronteras muy porosas. Entonces estamos viendo las malas decisiones de políticos negligentes que tuvimos anteriormente, especialmente hablando directamente de la reducción de daños, que le metieron un impuesto adicional del 20% a los productos de vapeo. Estamos viendo que podría irse, esperamos que no, pero podrían irse ya como ensanchando el mercado negro de los productos de reducción de daños por lo que fue las malas decisiones de los políticos y por la influencia de estas organizaciones que son financiadas por prohibicionistas extranjeros como Michael Bloomberg, que para quien no lo sepa y que no sepa quién es ese hijo de pucha, uno de los puntos para que tengan una idea de qué clase de persona es, metió a 300.000 personas de color y latinos a la cárcel siendo inocentes nada más por donde vivían, el lugar de residencia. Entonces, es toda una cuestión de derechos humanos y demás. Estamos peleando el proyecto de ley que está empaquetado neutro. Estamos en el cambio de gobierno, como está pasando, digamos, Colombia. Nosotros estuvimos ahí hace un mes, se cambió el gobierno, entonces todavía no ha sido llamado el proyecto a asamblea, no se sabe si va a ser llamado a asamblea para votarse, entonces estamos como en ese espacio gris viendo a ver qué pasa.
Se nos está acabando el programa, o sea, ya se nos acabó. Estamos con Juanjito, gracias Jeff por la información. Ya estamos con Juanjito y Tomás preparados para el siguiente programa. Pero ojo, que antes, Esteban Hernández, esto es lo que me gusta de esta época que estamos viviendo, la inmediatez de los datos y todo. Esteban Hernández nos pone aquí: Red Papás recibe plata de Bloomberg. Yo tengo la evidencia en sus PIG y sus balances. Más de 1.000 millones de pesos. ¿Cuántos son 1.000 millones de pesos colombianos, Pancho, en dólares o en euros?
Estás muteado, Fran. Estás muteado.
Yo creo que más o menos alrededor de unos $250.000, tal vez, o sea, así por encima. No, esos son los últimos reportes. Esteban es precisamente el vicepresidente de Asobe. Un saludo para Esteban.
Ya,
Entonces,
o sea, el dato lo conocía. Tú tan políticamente
claro.
correcto, yo le hubiese tirado al tiro y hubiese dicho: estos ladrones están recibiendo una cantidad de plata por mentir. Claro que con $250.000, claro que le puedes pagar una influencer para que mienta. O sea, eso es para que la gente entienda cómo se mueve esto. La cantidad de plata que pone Bloomberg para generar estas mentiras, porque Red Papás no ha hecho nada más que mentir. Señores de Red Papás, mi nombre es Ignacio Leima. Si quieren hacerme un juicio, porque yo digo que ustedes son unos mentirosos, encantado. Lo recibo encantado, solo para demostrar, así como Johnny Depp está peleándolo ahora, solo para demostrar el nivel de mentiras que han dicho ustedes, porque de verdad nada de lo que ha dicho Red Papás tiene ningún sustento científico. Es
Pues ahí hay cierta
impresionante.
similitud con Amber y lo que hizo en la cama, con lo que están haciendo ellos.
Sí, tal cual.
Ya se pusieron muy desordenados. Ya, tenemos que cortar. Queremos agradecerle a todos los que vieron este programa. De nuevo, feliz día del vapeo a quienes nos están viendo, a los vaperos, pero también a los futuros vaperos. Si hay algún jugador viéndonos, del paso, no crean las desinformaciones. Estén conectados con el GFN porque les va a traer un montón de información. Atentos a lo que estuvimos reporteando desde Vapear No Fumar, lo que esté contando de Vaping Today y la transmisión, obviamente, oficial del GFN. Agradecer. Unirse a Twitter, ojo, importante, vayan a Twitter, retuiteen, hay tweet bombs dando vuelta en contra de la desinformación. Agradecerte, Francisco, agradecerte, Jeff, por su presencia hoy día. Ustedes mañana repiten plato en este mismo horario, hablando de la COP10 y lo que se nos viene en Panamá, porque la próxima COP10 va a ser en Latinoamérica. Y por Dios que ha metido plata Bloomberg en Panamá últimamente. ¿Cómo será que Bloomberg se reunió con el presidente de Panamá? Para que ustedes vayan entendiendo cómo se viene de dura la cosa. Ya, nos vamos al primer programa. Nos despedimos como siempre, a la 1, a las 2 y a las 3, agarren su vapo. Y hoy día, en vez de decir vapear no fumar, decimos feliz día, vaperos.
Feliz día, vaperos.
Feliz día.
Feliz día, vaperos.
O sea, yo creo que siempre el poder potenciar que la gente deje de fumar cigarro es bueno.
Si lo dicen así actualmente, debería hacerse legislarlo y hacerlo permanente, porque al final es un bien para la gente, la salud.
Obviamente, porque al final el cigarro no es bueno para uno, al contrario, te daña más.
Siento que el vapear no incomodaría tanto a otras personas.
Es tan impasivo el vapear. Claro, aparte a veces tiene como hasta olor agradable.
Bueno, si es bueno para la salud, estaría bien.
Sería excelente que toda la gente lo pudiera disfrutar.
Ojalá ocurriera con muchas otras cosas que deberían ser legisladas en este país.
Sí, fumar es legal, ¿por qué vapear no lo sería?
Sería lo ideal para dejar del tabaco.
Regular como el tipo de producto, el tipo de vaporizadores que existen, porque yo sé que hay una que son con nicotina, otros sin nicotina.
Me gustaría que hubieran, porque por los mismos líquidos que vienen para ver si son naturales.
Si el vapear es una alternativa protegida para los consumidores de tabaco, yo creo que sería favorable.
Hola, soy Andrés, tengo 44 años, fumé durante 20 años y vapeo hace 5 aproximadamente. Yo conocí el vapeo por parte de mi hermano, él vapeaba mucho antes que yo y yo quise dejar el cigarro y una de las maneras de dejar el cigarro fue con el vapeo. Me motivó dejar el cigarro después de un carrete que estuve súper mal, no podía tragar con la garganta y dije el cigarro me va a matar y ahí fue cuando comencé en el vapeo. El vapeo mejoró mi vida en distintos matices, o sea, fue más que nada, empecé a sentir los sabores nuevamente, el olfato y la condición física. Tengo más resistencia en este momento que en el momento que cuando fumaba. Me quise tatuar algo relacionado con el vapeo solamente por el cambio que hizo el vapo dentro de mí, en el sentido del cambio de la vida completamente. Por eso quise tenerlo tatuado. Como consejo, que interioricen 100% en lo que están hablando, porque están en contra, porque a la final la gente que vapea realmente ha salvado sus vidas con esto. A la gente que fuma, le digo en este momento que si quiere mejorar su forma de vida completamente, deje el pucho y se pase al vapeo.
Did you get the house, the one with the swimming pool? The one you never shut up about? I heard you got that job and the extra pay looks well for you. Are you getting high and not coming down? I need to decipher the differences between what I'll always want and what I'll never need. I don't need your swinging moves, 21st century blues. I want your hugs, not your scissor kiss. I don't need your broken plans or your panda eyes. Your help to improve my social life. With my head's in the clouds I'll live. In the clouds I'll live. They say you found someone with style to match their charm and wit. But are you having sex in the morning sun? And is your head screwed tight or has success began to loosen it? Is the tip of the iceberg not much fun? Help me decipher the differences between what I'll always want and what I'll never need. I don't need your swinging moves, 21st century blues. I want your hugs, not your scissor kiss. I don't need your broken plans or your panda eyes. Your help to improve my social life. With my head's in the clouds I'll live. It's my head's in the clouds, dead in the clouds I'll live. Your swinging moves, your 21st century blues. And it's not because that nothing has to leave.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a este Día Internacional del Vapeo. Tenemos a dos grandes, como les contábamos. Aquí tenemos a Tomás Grotman, quien no solamente es un tremendo abogado mexicano, hoy día ya una eminencia internacional, listo para presentar en el GFN. Ese es el nivel que ya tenemos a Tomasito. Y Juanjo, otro tremendo abogado mexicano, no va a estar en el GFN. O sea, no va a estar hablando en el GFN, lo vamos a tener en el GFN también. Ellos son las personas que han estado directamente luchando legalmente por lo que está pasando en México y por lo tanto son las personas más indicadas para que nos cuenten. Primero, hola Tomás, muy bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás tú?
Bien, bien, te agradezco la presentación, Ignacio, y cómo están todos. Espero estén celebrando. Porque este tipo de movimientos y estos días pues, son importantes para hacer lo que los usuarios han hecho tantos años, ¿no? Que es defender el vapeo. O sea, el vapeo es un fenómeno de consumidores y está en nuestras manos que esto siga así, ¿no?
Así es, muy feliz día para ti, Tomás, a pesar de que vapee en MTL, sigue siendo considerado un vapero igual. Juanjito, muy feliz día para ti también. ¿Qué significa para ti este Día Internacional del Vapeo?
Muchas gracias, pues un saludo a todos, gracias por la invitación al programa. Y bueno, pues sí, efectivamente, es un día de celebración. No solamente celebramos el uso de una tecnología que pues todos nosotros nos ha ayudado a dejar un hábito que era bastante dañino, sino que es una celebración a la defensa de esos derechos que tenemos todos, de elegir, de estar bien informados, el derecho a la salud, etcétera. Entonces, es una celebración multidisciplinaria en la que pues todos debemos de estar claros en que la defensa de estas tecnologías es una de las cosas importantes que tenemos que hacer si es que queremos seguir gozando de sus beneficios.
Bueno, yo antes de entrar en el tema, quiero hablarle a la gente que nos está viendo, ustedes que nos están viendo de México u otras partes del mundo, hagan todas las preguntas que quieran en el chat. Estas son las dos personas que más saben de lo que está pasando en México. Así que, además, los mexicanos que nos están viendo, avísenlo, amigos, para que puedan hacer preguntas, para que puedan interactuar con estas dos personas. Yo en este panel voy a estar lo más callado posible, simplemente para traspasar las preguntas de ustedes o alguna que otra pregunta que me asalte a mí. Pero nada, el espacio está abierto para ustedes. Cuéntenos en primera instancia qué es lo que está pasando en México, qué es lo que ha pasado en México, qué es lo que han tenido que hacer ustedes, cómo han luchado, cuáles han sido los pequeños avances y los grandes retrocesos en este proceso. Y si quieres, Juanjito, puedes partir comentándonos lo que me comentaste justo antes de empezar el programa, que me dio tanta risa, casi entramos en un ataque de risa. Así que el espacio es suyo. No sé cuál de los dos quiere partir, pero cuéntenos un poco de qué es lo que está pasando.
Si me permites, Tomás, yo empiezo.
Adelante.
Quiero dar una semblanza con fechas de algunos sucesos que han pasado relacionados con el vapeo. Y pues ya al final que Tomás remate con las noticias más recientes de las que deriva el comentario que señala Ignacio. Estaban platicando en el panel pasado, pues, de los políticos que apoyan la reducción de riesgo, bla, bla, bla. Y yo le decía a Tomás, pues el problema es que en México nuestro presidente no sabe ni qué es eso. Es evidente, ¿no? O sea, toda la situación de salud en este país está de cabeza. Pero bueno, quiero remontarme al lejano año del 2015, donde se hace pública una noticia muy importante para los mexicanos. Previo al 2015 había una postura del gobierno, específicamente de la COFEPRIS, que podríamos considerar que es algo parecido al FDA de Estados Unidos, ¿sí? Esta FDA mexicana, que se llama COFEPRIS, interpretando un artículo de la Ley General para el Control del Tabaco, afirmaba que la comercialización de los productos de vapeo estaba prohibida. Pero en el año 2015, más o menos por septiembre de 2015, salió una noticia en los medios muy importante. La Suprema Corte de Justicia, que es el órgano más alto del Poder Judicial en México, concedía un amparo a una tienda declarando inconstitucional la interpretación hecha por COPEPRIS de este artículo que les mencionaba. Esto es muy importante porque pues salió en todos los medios de comunicación. Después de esto, empezaron a haber muchos amparos, los comerciantes empezaron a ampararse, ¿sí? Para nuestros amigos de Latinoamérica, el amparo en México es un juicio de garantías, porque en Colombia, por ejemplo, el amparo es un recurso. Aquí no es un recurso, aquí es un juicio en el que el juez va a determinar si existe una violación a tus derechos individuales, a tus derechos humanos. Entonces, desde el 2015 empezaron a haber amparos cada vez más frecuentemente. En el 2017 se hizo muy famoso un amparo de una empresa mexicana y bueno, todo parecía indicar que la prohibición se volvía claramente inconstitucional. No obstante ello, en el año 2019, el 28 de septiembre, se emitió un aviso epidemiológico en el que decían que los cigarros electrónicos eran peligrosos. Todo esto basado en la situación que se dio por EVALI en los Estados Unidos. Esta alerta tenía un problema muy grande. Hablaba de la primera parte de ese comunicado que hicieron los CDCs con respecto al EVALI. Decía, estamos viendo una enfermedad pulmonar grave, súbita, que creemos que viene de los vaporizadores, que fue la primera información que dieron los CDCs. Sin embargo, como ustedes recordarán, los CDCs 2 semanas después dijeron, espérenme, no son de todos los vaporizadores, ¿eh? Ya encontramos que tiene que ver con una cosa que se llama acetato de vitamina E, que lo encontramos en unos vaporizadores que se están comercializando en el mercado negro de manera clandestina y que tienen THC como sustancia principal. THC es tetrahidrocannabinol, que es la sustancia activa de la marihuana. Entonces, los CDCs hacen esta aclaración de, no es el vapeo en general el que está dando esta información, esta enfermedad, sino esta sustancia que está en el mercado negro que no debería de tener un líquido para vapear. Nuestras autoridades no se molestaron en ver esta aclaración y emiten una alerta sanitaria diciendo los vaporizadores te pueden causar EVALI, cosa que es una mentira. Ahí empezamos una campaña para promover juicios de amparo por parte de los usuarios con el objeto de que se atacara la constitucionalidad o inconstitucionalidad de este tipo de comunicados. Y a partir de ello, en cascada, han venido malas noticias, salvo una que sale a la mitad de toda esta historia, que van a ver qué interesante, qué importante es para México, ¿sí? Vale la pena destacar que el 18 de febrero, ¿sí? Fue la última actualización que se hizo del EVALI por parte de los CDCs, donde ya no había prácticamente ningún caso. Como ustedes recordarán, lo que sucedió en Estados Unidos tuvo un pico en septiembre, en cuanto las autoridades se dan cuenta de lo que está pasando. Además de que detienen al sujeto que hizo estos líquidos adulterados, pues empieza a haber una curva de caída muy notoria y para febrero del 2020, pues prácticamente ya no había ningún caso. Esto, la última actualización de los CDCs es del 18 de febrero. El 19 de febrero, o sea, un día después de la última actualización, donde prácticamente ya no hay casos, el presidente de la República emite un decreto presidencial en el que prohíbe la importación y exportación de todos los productos relacionados con el suministro de nicotina, todos estos productos alternativos, basado en el EVALI, que, como ya les dije, ya se había descubierto que no está en los productos de nicotina y que ya se había acabado. Contra este decreto del 19 de febrero, pues también promovimos amparos, muchos de ellos todavía están siendo revisados por los jueces y muchos de ellos se han concedido declarando inconstitucional este decreto presidencial. Luego tenemos por ahí la intervención de una situación política medio extraña. El 25 de diciembre del 2020 se emite un decreto en el que se incorpora este decreto de prohibición a la Ley de Impuestos Generales de Importación y Exportación, o sea, deja de ser un decreto para pasar a estar en la ley. Sin embargo, el 16 de julio de 2021 se emite un decreto al que nosotros de broma le llamamos contradecreto, en el que dicen, sí, están prohibidos todos los dispositivos alternativos de consumo de nicotina, excepto aquellos del tabaco calentado. cosa que pues es muy sospechosa a nivel público, pero tenía una razón de ser que nosotros creemos que tiene cierta lógica, que es los productos de tabaco calentado son productos de tabaco, por lo tanto están regidos por esa ley que les comento, que se llama la Ley General del Control del Tabaco. Pero luego, el 22 de octubre, sale lo que nosotros también de broma le decimos el contradecreto, un nuevo decreto presidencial que dice no, también está prohibida la importación y exportación de los productos de
Creo que no. No, estamos arriba.
Ok. Bueno,
Dale,
entonces,
Juanjito.
obviamente esta situación, pues, se vuelve mediática por el uso de las palabras alerta máxima. Y eso es lo que estamos viviendo en estos momentos en México. Entonces, si Tomás me puede ayudar, pues que nos diga qué está pasando.
Gracias, Juanjito. Antes de que Tomás vaya con el tema, tenemos algunas preguntas que habían quedado mientras tú hablabas. La primera era una que perdimos en la desconexión y no tengo cómo volver, pero era de Esteban Hernández, que tiene varias preguntas que voy a tratar de resumir más o menos rápido. La primera era que el presidente mexicano está realmente convencido de que los vaporizadores son terribles porque, según él, basa su convicción en los reportes de la OMS. Además pregunta cuál es la situación del subsecretario López-Gatell, que si no se atreve la digo yo, presidente AMLO, que está convencido que el vapeo no tiene sustento en la reducción de daño. Y la última pregunta que tiene él mismo, ¿cuál es el futuro para las tiendas y los importadores de este producto en México? ¿Cómo lo pueden hacer para importar y comercializar estos productos en este momento, si es que pueden, o en qué situación están?
Bueno, yo contestaría esto de la siguiente manera. El presidente, pues, no es un experto en el tema, sin decirlo de manera despectiva, simple y sencillamente es un tema en el que se necesita cierta especialización en el conocimiento, pero tiene una persona con una clara vinculación a Bloomberg que todo el tiempo le está diciendo al oído, hay que prohibir, hay que prohibir, hay que prohibir y hay que prohibir. Y el presidente confía en esta persona y pues le compra la idea y dice, hay que prohibir. Esa persona que dice, ese es López-Gatell, ¿no? Ya saben que tiene vínculos con Bloomberg, ya saben que ha manejado la pandemia de la patada, pero bueno, pues es el que está junto al presidente.
La gente que nos está viendo puede que no conozca los vínculos de López-Gatell con Bloomberg, y es bueno que la gente lo sepa para que vayan entendiendo que cuando nosotros empezamos a hablar de esto el año 2018, 2019, y nos decían que éramos casi conspiranoicos, las cosas han ido demostrando que las vinculaciones son directas. ¿Cuál es el vínculo que conocemos hasta ahora de López-Gatell con Bloomberg?
Bueno, él estudió en la Universidad Johns Hopkins, hasta donde tengo conocimiento, mediante una beca. Y bueno, su exmujer trabaja en la Universidad de Johns Hopkins y casualmente él tiene vinculación directa en todos los eventos de todas las asociaciones que reciben dinero de Bloomberg. Inclusive ha hecho maniobras políticas bastante dudosas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, hizo una convocatoria con el objeto de dirigirse a los diputados de la bancada de Morena solamente para decirles, ya saben lo que todos dicen, ¿no? No, esto es súper dañino, hace más daño que el cigarro, todas esas cosas que siempre oímos que carecen de fundamento científico. Se dirigió a la bancada de Morena para tratar de convencerlos de que no era una postura correcta buscar la regulación de estos productos. Entonces, afortunadamente todas estas cosas se han parado por situaciones que pues poco a poco han ido saliendo. Me gustaría que Tomás nos hiciera favor de platicarnos lo que pasó con el dictamen de la presidenta de la Comisión de Salud, que se quiso hacer por debajo del agua y que pues, finalmente encontramos cuál era la razón subyacente de esta forma de querer aprobar un dictamen, ¿no? Platícanos, ¿qué pasó, Tomás?
Bueno, esto es un ejemplo de las cada vez más manifiestas relaciones que existen entre un gobierno cuyos funcionarios buscan la prohibición de estos productos y el financiamiento que al parecer viene de Bloomberg Philanthropies y tal, ¿no? Básicamente les comento, que el gobierno quiere prohibirlos, creo que no hay ninguna duda. De hecho, cuando Juan les hablaba de este decreto del 19 de febrero de 2020, en el que se propuso, bueno, en el que se determinó la prohibición de importación, pues básicamente en tiempo coincide, por cuestión quizá de días, es la misma temporada, con la publicación de este posicionamiento de la Unión, que opera junto con Bloomberg, y eso sale en la página de Tobacco Control Brands. este documento que recordarán ustedes que se llama Cuando prohibir es lo mejor, ¿no? Donde sugiere que a los países de bajo y mediano ingreso, como México, prácticamente, pues creo que toda Latinoamérica, pues son los destinatarios, entre otros países, de esa propuesta, ¿no? El tema es que han existido varias iniciativas en el Congreso mexicano para regular el vapeo, algunas que pretenden regularlo y permitirlo con relativa poca libertad, es decir, asimilándolo a productos de tabaco, un par mucho más proporcionales al daño y varias con el tema de proponer la prohibición. Y específicamente había una del partido Morena, específicamente de una diputada en aquel entonces, ya no lo es, Carmen Medel. Y aquí lo curioso es lo siguiente. Cuando hay varias iniciativas o cuando hay iniciativas en el Congreso, en la Cámara de Diputados, estas deben ser dictaminadas por una comisión formada por diputados que en principio pues, son especialistas en la materia. En este caso, la Comisión de Salud y la Comisión de Economía, porque una prohibición o una reforma a la Ley General del Control del Tabaco, pues toca temas de salud y toca temas económicos. Y el chiste es que el año pasado empezó a circular un proyecto de dictamen, es decir, de lo que tendría que producirse como consecuencia del análisis y estudio de los diputados de estas iniciativas, empezó a circular un proyecto de dictamen en el que se aprobaba la iniciativa que, entre otras cosas, prohibía
la comercialización
de estos equipos. El uso nunca han pretendido prohibirlo, pero pues, prohibir la comercialización es prohibir indirectamente el uso en el sentido de que como usuario te inhabilita, te incapacita para adquirirlos, ¿no? Si suman además la prohibición de importación. Lo que trascendió en esos meses, por ahí de febrero, marzo del año pasado, pues es que ese proyecto de dictamen que tendría que haber sido fruto del trabajo de los diputados, pues los metadatos del documento indicaban que había sido elaborado por una abogada de Campaign for Tobacco Free Kids, de hecho una abogada argentina, ni siquiera mexicana. Y esto pone de manifiesto el nivel de intervención que existe de quienes sustentan esta idea prohibicionista y de quienes sustentan que el tabaquismo solamente se puede resolver con abstinencia, porque lo que debió haber hecho el Congreso mexicano, la Cámara de Diputados específicamente, pues por encargo se los hizo una ONG extranjera que además es abiertamente prohibicionista, ¿no?
Perdón, Tomás, perdón. ¿Nuestros amigos de Chile y de Argentina reconocen estos hexagonitos?
El que los puso en Chile fue el mismo senador, el senador Girardi, que es el que impulsó la ley en contra del vapeo. Y ahí iba yo cuando Tomás estaba hablando de esta abogada argentina. Esa abogada argentina estuvo en Chile en un foro organizado en contra del vapeo y adivina quién estaba en ese foro. Girardi. Ahora
Fíjate,
sí puedes seguir.
No es mucha casualidad que los hexagonitos son iguales en Argentina, Chile y México. Sí, es mucha casualidad porque todas vienen de la misma persona. Y la persona que impulsó esta iniciativa en México es la misma Carmen Medel, de la que estamos hablando ahorita, que pretendía hacer la prohibición.
Y en Chile, que fue el primer país en tener esos hexagonitos, fue propuesta esa ley, impulsada esa ley, por el mismo diputado que impulsa las leyes, por el mismo ex senador, el senador Guido Girardi, que es el mismo que impulsó la ley en contra del cigarrillo electrónico, que primero trató de prohibirlo, después trató de igualarlo al tabaco y
pues
ponerla muy, muy dura. Y les aviso que la tercera patita de esa línea de prohibición es el ataque al alcohol, que en Chile ya se produjo y fue presentado por ese mismo senador.
Sí, y todo eso financiado, ya saben por quién, ¿verdad? Por la misma persona que ha financiado las tres cosas.
En Chile yo no puedo dar la seguridad de que el senador Girardi haya recibido dinero de Bloomberg, pero sí sabemos que la corporación que estuvo apoyando todo este proceso ha hecho foros donde estaba invitado Girardi y la abogada argentina en Chile, para que la gente vaya entendiendo que esto no son cosas menores y el tema pasa mucho más allá. Estábamos conversando hace pocos minutos de la cantidad de dinero que Bloomberg le está pagando a Red Papá en Colombia. Vemos la cantidad de dinero que ha pagado a las redes en contra del vapeo en Chile. En México, vinculados directamente en un caso que fue denominado en su momento como corrupción, el intervencionismo internacional en los procesos legislativos de los países es absolutamente ilegal de manera internacional. Entonces nos encontramos frente a estas atrocidades informativas, pero también estas atrocidades legislativas que tanto han tratado de luchar gente con mucho conocimiento y con mucha garra, como son Tomás y Juan José. No sé, Tomás, si quieres seguir contestando el tema de qué es lo que pasa hoy día con los... ¿Cuál es el futuro para las tiendas y los importadores de estos productos en México? ¿Cómo lo hacen para importar y comercializar estos productos en este momento? Es una de las preguntas que tenemos.
Bueno, el futuro no es necesariamente promisorio ni fácil. Esa es la realidad. Tenemos un gobierno que se decanta por, de alguna manera, prohibirlo. Y si algún día decidieran regularlo, buscarán una regulación tan estricta o más estricta que la que actualmente tiene el tabaco, lo cual evidentemente pues, resulta excesivo y desproporcionado desde el punto de vista del muy distinto perfil de riesgo entre productos, ¿no? El punto es, hace un par de semanas se publicaba esta alerta máxima sanitaria, que ya es un documento emitido con el supuesto objeto de informar, en realidad desinforma, al público, pero fue acompañado de una serie de sucesivas y prácticamente diarias visitas de actuaciones de la autoridad sanitaria en las tiendas, que Juan podrá referirles que varias fueron cerradas, y pues esto evidentemente pone a quienes se dedican a la venta de estos productos, que hay que aclarar, la Corte ya determinó que la prohibición de venta es inconstitucional, esta prohibición completa, ¿no? El blanket ban es inconstitucional, pero no importando este precedente judicial, pues la autoridad sanitaria va y cierra tiendas. Y entonces, pues, ¿qué es lo que tenemos aquí? Que orilla a quienes comercian con estos productos en el mejor de los casos, tener que, con el negocio cerrado, sin percibir ingresos, pues establecer o entablar medios de defensa, que son recursos en contra de las órdenes administrativas, eventualmente amparos, y los orilla a defenderse de uno en uno en contra de estas actuaciones de la autoridad. La otra opción que tienen es cada vez irse más al aspecto del mercado irregular, a operar pues básicamente cada vez de manera más oculta, con el consabido riesgo que para los usuarios representa el exponerse a mercados negros y a la falta de calidad de los productos, ¿no? Entonces, pues ciertamente es muy difícil vaticinar cómo va a terminar esto, pero lo que sí es un hecho es que la situación no es fácil, ¿no? Y curiosamente, todas estas últimas acciones, esta alerta sanitaria máxima, que repito, es pura desinformación. Nadie niega que el acetato de vitamina E haga daño. Lo que hay que poner es el contexto adecuado, ¿no? Pues es como la warfarina. La warfarina es un medicamento que entiendo se utiliza para el corazón, para ayudar a las personas, y al mismo tiempo es un veneno de ratas. Si usted le dice a los enfermos, oiga, la warfarina es veneno para ratas, pues probablemente se dejen de tomar sus medicamentos y mueran, ¿no? Hay que poner todo en su contexto y dar la información correcta. Pero todas estas actuaciones recientes curiosamente coinciden con el Día Mundial Sin Tabaco y los premios que otorga la OMS.
Los premios dados al presidente mexicano por su combate contra el tabaquismo.
Y la realidad es que, pues, en todo caso, digo, no tendrían que premiar a nadie por estas acciones. Sin embargo, si quisieran premiar a alguien, tendrían que ser los legisladores. Ellos son los que hacen las leyes, no el presidente.
Así es.
Entonces, el futuro ciertamente no es promisorio. A mí me preocupa porque además me parece que a veces México puede ser el referente para lo que se haga en algunos otros países de América Latina. Y bueno, pues lo que seguimos viendo es un absoluto desconocimiento y desprecio a lo que es la reducción de daños, que francamente, hay que decirlo con todas sus letras, en América Latina, de México hasta Argentina o hasta Chile, hasta la Patagonia, vamos, la reducción de daños no solamente es un tema de derechos humanos, es un tema de justicia social. Y la razón es muy sencilla. De los 1.100 o 1.200 millones de fumadores que hay en el mundo, el 80% están en países de pequeño y bajo ingreso. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que la gran mayoría de los fumadores en el mundo están en países que carecen de los recursos para proporcionar medios a sus ciudadanos para ayudarlos a dejar de fumar. Y cuando enferman, también carecen de los recursos para proveerles de una atención médica adecuada, ¿no? Entonces, ¿por qué digo que la reducción de daños es un tema de justicia social? Porque los países que más beneficiarían a sus ciudadanos de establecer políticas adecuadas de reducción de daños y regular proporcionalmente al vapeo y otras alternativas para que la gente las adquiera, pues estarían ayudando a su gente a dejar de fumar y a reducir las enfermedades que causa el tabaquismo, e inclusive sin necesidad realmente de que esto le cueste al Estado, porque pues uno se compra sus vaporizadores. Yo no quiero que me los regalen, yo me los compro encantado de la vida. Nomás déjenme comprarlos, ¿no? Y déjenme escoger cuál quiero y cuál me funciona, además. Entonces...
y garantícenme que está hecho en condiciones mínimas de calidad para que no me vaya a hacer daño.
Por supuesto, hay un principio bien importante del derecho a la salud, y que es que la falta de recursos o los problemas económicos que un determinado estado tuviera para proporcionar servicios de salud no es excusa para que cumpla con sus obligaciones de promover y de proteger el derecho a la salud de su gente. Entonces, realmente los países de América Latina, que pues todos lo sabemos, en estos países tenemos privaciones, precariedades, hay problemas de pobreza, por supuesto, pues tendrían que ver la enorme oportunidad que esto representa para ayudar a sus fumadores, ¿no? Pero curiosamente, en América Latina y en otros países de pequeño y bajo ingreso, es donde están siguiendo esta propuesta, por ejemplo, que enarboló The Union con el documento de cuando prohibirlo es lo mejor, y buscan prohibirlo, ¿no? Y una cuestión también importante, hay que darse cuenta que no solamente basta con regular, se debe regular adecuadamente. Noten una cosa, y ahorita Ignacio lo señaló, cuando los prohibicionistas, cuando el control del tabaco que quiere prohibir todo esto, se topa de frente con la imposibilidad de prohibirlo realmente, que está pasando en México, por lo que entendí pasó en Chile, cambian rápidamente la narrativa y entonces dicen, pues hay que regularlo como tabaco. Y saben, la razón es muy sencilla, porque a través de regulación también se puede lograr el mismo efecto de una cuasi prohibición. Permitimos los sistemas cerrados, pero prohibimos los abiertos. Permitimos que tenga un nivel bajo que ayudan a los fumadores. Prohibimos los sabores, los obligamos a que vapeen sabor tabaco, que es el que ya casi nadie quiere vapear. Entonces, que a la postre, pues, ¿qué es lo que hace? Pues que este producto, que por su naturaleza requiere de esta variedad para ser adoptado por los fumadores, pues deje de ser atractivo y consecuentemente nadie deje de fumar con él. Y a la postre, pues lo que acaba pasando es que se protege a las tabacaleras y se protege el tabaquismo. Les comento, estas acciones en contra de tiendas de vapeo que han ocurrido las últimas 2 semanas en todo el país, creo que principalmente en la Ciudad de México, cuando me podrá corregir, no han ido acompañadas con decomisos de productos de vapeo que una tabacalera vende prácticamente en todas las tiendas de conveniencia. Qué bueno que vendan productos de vapeo en las tiendas de conveniencia. Me parece bien que se vendan ahí y que los fumadores accedan a ellos. Pero lo que denota es una atención selectiva, ¿no? En donde se están yendo el gobierno en contra de los chicos y al parecer está protegiendo a quien también vende cigarros, ¿no? Y esto en el fondo es muy grave, porque dejar el mercado del vapeo a las grandes tabacaleras, pues lo único que hace es quitar opciones y alternativas para que los fumadores escojamos qué usar, aunque no sea de una tabacalera, y por el otro lado, pues desincentiva las alternativas, porque si una tabacalera gana más dinero de los cigarros de tabaco combustible, que tienen un margen seguramente mucho mayor y se venden mucho más que los productos de vapeo, pues qué interés va a tener en hacer que los fumadores encuentren esta alternativa atractiva, ¿no? Entonces, me parece peligroso Y yo creo que todos ustedes en sus países lo que tienen que levantar la voz es decir, no solamente esto es un tema de derechos humanos, en nuestros países esto es un tema de verdadera justicia social. Y lo que vemos en cambio es a los fumadores se les abandona, a los fumadores se les estigmatiza y a quien se apoya en última instancia es al tabaquismo porque pues, en sus países, en este país, las tasas de tabaquismo no han bajado o permanecen básicamente sin cambio desde hace más de 10 años.
Solo agregar un dato, no tengo el dato mexicano ni el dato mundial, pero sí puedo agregar el dato chileno en lo que estás hablando tú de la falta de recursos para afrontar los temas de salud en los países que tenemos menos ingresos. En el caso chileno, el 11% anual, el 11% del presupuesto de salud que tiene el Estado para todas las enfermedades se gasta en enfermedades directamente relacionadas al uso del tabaco combustionado. Por lo tanto, cuando Tomás decía que son los países con menos los que se podrían ver de mejor manera beneficiados por el cambio a herramientas de reducción de daños, como el cigarro electrónico, el snus white o los nicotine pouch y otras opciones, no solamente nos vamos a ver beneficiados porque es la gente que más se muere, son los países que además están gastando más de esos pocos recursos en enfermedades directamente relacionadas. Imagínense los chilenos cuánto más podrían hacer con un 11% adicional para enfermedades que realmente podrían ser tratadas. Y además, también recordar que en todos los países del mundo el cigarro es el principal causante de muertes evitables. No hay nada que mate más gente. Como decía antes, 18.000 chilenos mueren al año, pero en el mundo mueren 8 millones de personas por culpa del tabaco, que eso es muchísimo más el año pasado que todas las muertes por SIDA, por malaria y por COVID juntas. Y no vemos a los gobiernos luchando en contra del tabaquismo de la misma manera que lucharon con el COVID y al contrario, tomando medidas en contra de aquellas herramientas que pueden reducir. Perdón por la interrupción, pero me parecía importante
está muy
entregar
bien
el dato.
¿No?
En México lo que sabemos es que el cigarro es el producto que tiene la mayor tasa de impuesto especial de todo lo que hay en México. Se paga un impuesto aproximadamente de 160% ya considerando todos los impuestos.
No,
con respecto.
Masiva.
Bueno, 160 masiva de todos los impuestos del precio que tiene la cajetilla de cigarros. Pero con un problema enorme. Si nosotros pensáramos que todos estos impuestos se fueran al sector salud para atender las enfermedades de la gente que los utiliza, bueno, pues se entiende como, bueno, pues uno está pagando un impuesto para que luego que se enferme no le cueste directamente al Estado. El problema es que este impuesto no está direccionado al sector salud. O sea, va al gobierno para que el gobierno lo gaste en lo que quiera.
Y sabemos lo bien que han gastado últimamente los gobiernos los impuestos.
Sí, aquí en México, hijo, somos como que el campeón de toda Latinoamérica para gastar en los impuestos a lo pendejo. O sea, muy impresionante. Sí. Y bueno, yo como última intervención en el programa, escribí un ejemplo de una alerta sanitaria máxima que les quiero compartir para que entiendan más o menos cómo funciona esto. Y se los voy a leer. Esta sustancia dañina y mortal causa un estimado de 360,000 horribles muertes al año que se producen por una lenta obstrucción de las vías respiratorias y la imposibilidad de respirar hasta perder la vida. Me refiero al agua y respaldo la información con los datos de ahogamientos de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. ¿Ven qué padre se puede hacer una nota alarmista de cosas que no tienen nada que ver con que de verdad sea una alerta como la están planteando? Tenemos una alerta que habla del EVALI que no existe, 0 casos de EVALI en México, 0 muertes por EVALI en México, y dicen que es una alerta sanitaria máxima por el peligro que puede conllevar que haya un caso de EVALI en México. O sea, nada más para...
Perdón, quiero agregar y ser súper claro en eso. 0 muertes de EVALI producidas por cigarrillos electrónicos de nicotina en el mundo, no solo en México. Las EVALI no tienen nada que ver con los cigarrillos electrónicos. para que no vaya a quedar un malentendido al respecto. No existe ninguna muerte registrada por cigarrillo electrónico en el mundo hasta el día de hoy, a pesar de toda la plata de Bloomberg, todos los estudios y todos los intentos de encontrar a un solo muerto, a un solo enfermo, en 15 años no han encontrado ni uno con, me acaban de actualizar, a 120 millones ya de usuarios de vaporizadores, entre los que me cuento yo, Tomás, Juan José, quienes nos están viendo en el chat, y muy por el contrario, si ustedes hablan con cualquier usuario de cigarrillos electrónicos, les va a decir que les cambió la vida, que volvieron a respirar, que volvieron a hacer deporte, los que hacen deporte, yo no hago mucho, pero uno igual siente que puede subir a escaleras, trotar 2 cuadras, recuperar el sabor, el olor, o sea, estamos no solamente frente a la evidencia científica, sino que además estamos ante la evidencia lógica de que la gente dejó de morirse, de que la gente logra rearmarse físicamente, pero además con cosas, con los últimos estudios que demuestran que han habido hasta gente con EPOC que cambiándose al cigarrillo electrónico ha tenido incluso avances en su enfermedad de manera positiva. O sea, la verdad es que la evidencia científica es brutal, pero seguimos viendo cómo en países específicamente, especialmente como en México, y es por eso que decidimos conversar hoy día, en el Día Internacional del Vapeo, con lo que está pasando en México, donde el filantrocolonialismo, estas conexiones tan oscuras, por decir menos, entre los políticos y esta intencionalidad van llevando al usuario a castigarlo y obligarlo a volver a fumar. Y eso no tiene ningún sentido de salud, no tiene ningún sentido en los derechos humanos, no tiene ningún sentido en los derechos de los consumidores. Así que eso, no sé si quieren agregar algo más para el cierre. Creo que no tenemos más preguntas, un montón de agradecimientos en el chat para ustedes dos por la explicación, yo les agradezco una vez más su tiempo. Sé que nos veremos muy pronto, muy pronto, así que tendremos el placer de reencontrarnos y escuchar de nuevo a Tomás, o por primera vez a Tomás ahí dando la cara por Latinoamérica, en el lugar más importante de la reducción del mundo, de la reducción de daños en el mundo, que es el GF. Quiero agradecerle a los dos habernos acompañado por su tiempo y nada, despidámonos. Importante, ¿qué deberían hacer los usuarios hoy día? Sabemos que México tuvo una importante marcha hace algunos meses atrás donde los usuarios se manifestaron públicamente en contra de esto. Pero ¿qué puede hacer un usuario? ¿Qué puede hacer un dueño de tienda hoy día? ¿O qué debería hacer un dueño de tienda y un usuario en México?
Pues yo te contestaría así, lo que esté a su alcance y hasta donde quieran. Pero no dejen de reconocer que el movimiento del vapeo desde su concepción, desde que se inventó y su avance se debe a los usuarios. Un fumador inventó el cigarro electrónico para dejar de fumar. Y el cigarro electrónico, pese a la negativa básicamente en todo el mundo de adoptarlo y toda la desinformación, pues hoy lo usan millones de personas en el mundo. Entonces, ¿qué pueden hacer? Los que quieran estar en redes, estén en redes, pero estén activamente. Los que puedan formar parte de asociaciones, involucrarse de alguna otra manera, háganlo. Eduquen a la sociedad, si les tómense el tiempo de corregir amigablemente a quien cree que esto es malo y que ha sido víctima de la desinformación. Yo creo que esto es de a poco, y pues los de las tiendas, pues actúen con ética para empezar, ¿no? Es triste ver luego a tiendas que llegan uno se entera que le venden a menores, ¿no? Dense cuenta del valor social de las vape shops, ¿no? Que se han convertido en todo el mundo en unas especies de centros de cesación tabáquica efectivos. Y pues actúen primero con ética. Y dos, pues apoyen a los usuarios y organícense y formen un frente ante las autoridades, porque existe una terrible asimetría entre quienes hablamos a favor de la reducción de daños y la oportunidad que representa y quienes promueven desde un punto de vista de ideología moral la abstinencia como única salida del tabaquismo. Ellos tienen mucho dinero, muchos recursos y acceso a los gobiernos. Nosotros no, y pues tenemos que cambiar eso.
Yo te comento que pues me ha tocado revisar estas órdenes de verificación que se dan a las tiendas. Nos encontramos con un problema muy grande. Un dueño de una tienda, pues al final del camino es un empresario que pues invirtió dinero con el objeto de obtener dinero. Entonces, cuando yo le digo, mira, no te preocupes, yo voy a impugnar esta orden, lo vamos a ganar, tú no te preocupes, pero nos vamos a tardar un año y ese año vas a tener la tienda cerrada y vas a tener que seguir pagando la renta de tu local sin poder vender, se vuelve muy difícil para un empresario decir, sí, me aviento el tiro. Es muy complicado. Yo entiendo que cada uno pues tiene que ver también por sus intereses personales y bueno, pues yo los invito a que hagan lo que esté a su alcance, como dice Tomás, y traten de enfrentar esta situación lo mejor que se pueda desde una perspectiva legal.
Muchas gracias nuevamente a los dos. Nos despedimos como nos despedimos en Vapearnos Fumar, pero hoy día con un muy feliz día, a pesar de que la conversación haya sido un poco bajoneante, vernos frente a esta situación, a no bajar los brazos, vaperos, a seguir luchando. Son años y años de lucha y de a poco se avanza y se retrocede, pero más avanzamos que retrocedemos en general en el mundo. Cada día más países han tomado la reducción de daños como una herramienta de salud pública. Hay países que siguen avanzando en esa línea, hay países que van avanzando en la línea de salir de la prohibición y no me cabe duda que México va a seguir haciendo mucho por seguir defendiendo a los usuarios, a los consumidores y a la salud de las personas y sus derechos. Muchas gracias, Tomás. Muchas gracias, Juanjito. Nos vemos pronto y nos despedimos con un nubarrón y una nubecita de Tomás porque él vapea en MTL. Chao, chao. Eso fue todo por hoy día. Mañana, recuerden, en el mismo horario parte el primer programa hablando de la COP10 y la situación en Panamá. Y en el segundo bloque va a estar Red Lat, la red latinoamericana de doctores pro reducción de daño. Ahí vamos a tener la opinión de expertos. Van a haber 4 doctores, no me acuerdo, 4 Mauro, 4 me enredé. Ayúdame, Mauro. 4 doctores de diferentes países con importantes especialidades. Vamos a tener a doctores de Argentina, de Colombia, de Venezuela, Perú y el cuarto no me acuerdo, porque el de Venezuela, Perú vale por los dos. Y tenemos entre otros a un doctor académico importante que van a estar hablando de la reducción de daños para que se informen de manera directa con doctores, con científicos y sepan qué es lo que está pasando. Nos despedimos, agradecemos a quienes nos vieron, agradecemos a quienes nos participaron a través del chat y estuvieron aquí como siempre. Feliz día, vaperos, nos vemos mañana en el Día Internacional Sin Tabaco. Y si quieren más días internacionales sin tabaco, lo único que queda es apoyar el vapeo. Feliz día, que tengan un muy buen 30 de mayo. Nos despedimos y nos vemos mañana. Chao, chao. Chao.
Gracias.
Forma a través de como la extracción que se supone que es un poco más saludable para nuestros pulmones.
Si me dan una opción alternativa menos dañina, obviamente voy a tener menos estrés.
O sea, es como más sano porque igual el aspirar y así no es tanto como el cigarro. Po.
Si la gente se empieza a informar y se da cuenta que hace menos daño y que incluso puede ser más económico que comprarse unas cajetillas, no sé, todos los días, ¿cachai?
Que lo pruebe porque es una buena alternativa a fumar y es mucho más sano.
¿Qué es mejor que fumar con papel?
¿Y por qué tú decidiste empezar a vapear?
Porque quería cambiar, ver si podía cambiar mi estilo de vida.
He escuchado que sirve como para dejar en parte el cigarro, que no afecta tanto los pulmones porque no contiene alquitrán al ser vapor.
Mi nombre es Marco Maldonado, actualmente tengo 30 años, trabajo en una clínica como en farmacia interna y soy vapeador. Fumé durante más de 10 años, me consideraba adicto a la nicotina, dejé la nicotina de un día para otro. ¿Por qué? Porque mi pareja no fuma. Entonces dije, no, yo no le voy a hacer el daño que me hice yo durante muchos años. Hace 8 meses que vapeo y de verdad a nivel de salud, a nivel laboral, a nivel familiar, a nivel de pareja, el cambio es gigante. Mi actividad física aumentó y en verdad el vapor sí sirvió. A mí me hizo netamente darme cuenta que la nicotina que tiene el cigarro, que es lo que lo hace adictivo, yo no lo necesito. es necesario que el vapeo sea legal. No tendríamos que estar escondidos vapeando, ni tampoco tendríamos que hacer el vapeo ninja. Los invito a visitar www.vapearnoesfumar.cl, firmen la causa para que el vapeo sea legal y no tengamos que estar escondiéndonos.